Beneath the morning sun, a sprawling concrete jungle hides 1,000 forgotten stories. Light pierces through a narrow window, barely reaching the depths of a cramped basement. On a cluttered desk, the digital world offers the only escape from a suffocating reality. Surrounded by chaos, a young man clings to sleep, dreading the life waiting outside. The relentless vibration of a morning alarm signals the start of another grueling cycle. He wakes up with a heavy heart, regretting another night lost to virtual battles. Sitting amidst the mess, he contemplates leaving his mundane life behind forever. Stepping into the quiet kitchen, the boy prepares to endure another unwanted day. A simple note serves as a cold reminder of a mother's struggle and his duties. Behind those glasses lies a soul exhausted by the monotony of his own existence. Minjun steps into the light, trading his basement sanctuary for the harsh reality of morning. He stares at the towering luxury apartments that stand as monuments to his own poverty. To those living in the sky, his struggling existence is nothing but a distant shadow. Behind those glasses, a deep-seated resentment simmers toward a world built on unfair privilege. He arrives at Seonggunhai, a place where the social hierarchy is absolute and unforgiving. The peace is shattered as he is slammed into the floor by a familiar predator. The bullies loom over him, masking their cruelty with a thin veil of fake concern. A single whispered curse catches the ear of the man who rules this hallway. Park Seongbin, the school's apex hunter, realizes his favorite toy is finally biting back. The atmosphere turns lethal as the predator decides it's time to teach a final lesson. A new player enters the fray, demanding an end to the bully's mindless cruelty. Han Yena stands as the school's golden girl, masking her disdain with perfect features. The predator laughs off the interference while keeping his prey trapped in a chokehold. Beneath his glasses, the victim realizes the girl's apathy hurts more than any blow. She rejects the predator's advances, recalling a chilling encounter in a dark basement. Her life is a masterpiece of wealth, fame, and academic perfection seen by millions. Despite her flawless exterior, she harbors a poisonous contempt for those at the bottom. A single cold glance reminds the boy that in her world, he's barely human. Years ago, the distance between them wasn't an uncrossable chasm of social status. A younger, hopeful version of himself once dared to bridge the gap between worlds. A sudden, cold call snaps him back to a reality he wants to escape. The girl he admires crushes him with a single, cruel remark about his scent. In that moment, he realizes the girl of his dreams utterly despises his existence. To her, the smell of poverty is a stain that no effort can wash away. Even in class, she treats his presence like a disease she must desperately flee. He questions why his heart still beats for someone who treats him like trash. It is a pathetic, one-sided irony that haunts him every single day. Caught between physical torment and emotional slaughter, his resolve begins to harden. The weight of humiliation finally pushes a broken soul toward a point of no return. Within these school walls, a silent storm is brewing that will change everything forever. Minjun sits quietly as his friends discuss the latest events in the gaming world. The weight of school feels like a prison, keeping him from his true passion. Unlike him, his companions were lucky enough to land in classes without any predators. He sits in silence, realizing that some people are simply born for better fates. A dark realization settles in that his entire existence is nothing but a curse. Suddenly, his friends snap him back to reality with an invitation he cannot accept. They flaunt a shining star on a screen, hoping to reignite his dying passion. The beautiful idol represents a world of glamour that feels millions of miles away. With a forced smile and a heavy heart, he rejects their offer of escape. He walks away from his past life, choosing to abandon everything he once loved. Even his closest friends notice the light has completely vanished from his eyes. They mock his misery, unaware that his soul is already drifting toward the abyss. The bell rings, signaling the start of another day in a concrete prison. He sits in isolation, staring at a world he no longer feels part of. The only thing he desires is for this suffocating reality to finally end. Nearby, the class predators begin hunting for their next victim with cruel laughter. Seongbin spits venomous insults at a student who survived the horrors of the North. But the target of his mockery is a man who has already stared death down. With a gaze of cold steel, the survivor demands they repeat their pathetic words. The bully bristles with rage, realizing he just provoked a literal monster. The predator finally snaps, lunging at the man who dared to challenge his authority. Tightening his grip, the bully tries to intimidate someone who has survived actual war. But those eyes hold no fear, only the chilling indifference of a seasoned killer. Even his own crew senses the danger, begging the arrogant leader to stand down. A final venomous threat is whispered, warning the outsider to remain silent or die. The tension breaks as the cowards retreat, leaving a heavy silence in their wake. Watching from the sidelines, a terrified student realizes how truly broken this school is. He sits alone in a room filled with monsters, drowning in his own silent resentment. The sun sets on a concrete prison where the weak are systematically hunted down. Tomorrow, he decides to walk away from this hellish life forever. Minjun vows to never return to the school that broke him. A sudden shout snaps him back to a reality he desperately wants to escape. The local tyrant stands in his way, radiating the arrogance of a predator. He flashes a condescending grin, treating his classmate like a common errand boy. The bully demands he use a helpless elder to satisfy his own selfish needs. A spark of defiance ignites as Minjun realizes he is finished with being afraid. He considers lashing out with words that would change their dynamic forever. Breaking every social rule, he simply walks away without saying a single word. The once feared leader is left speechless, while his own crew mocks his failure. In the shadow of the city, a quiet revolution has finally begun. Minjun collapses onto the concrete, his spirit crushed under the weight of relentless abuse. Seongbin raises a heavy brick, ready to extinguish the life of his favorite toy. Surrounded by cold steel and indifference, the boy has nowhere left to run. The bully pauses in confusion when his victim utters a truly haunting request. With eyes devoid of hope, Minjun pleads for his tormentor to finish the job. Insulted by this sudden defiance, Seongbin's face contorts with pure, unadulterated malice. A violent kick sends the boy reeling, but the physical agony feels hollow. The predator leans close to deliver a warning that reaches a new level of cruelty. He promises to slaughter Minjun's mother if the boy finds peace in death. The gang retreats, leaving behind only broken glass and a soul beyond saving. Left broken and battered, the boy lies amidst the ruins of his own dignity. As the sun sets on another day of torment, the city remains cruelly indifferent. He drags his heavy heart up the narrow steps toward a final, desperate decision. A dark wish echoes in his mind for the entire world to simply vanish. His footsteps halt as the weight of his reality becomes too much to bear. With a face marked by violence, he wonders if death is his only escape. He gazes at the towering heights, searching for a place to end it all. Every step through the courtyard feels like a march toward his own inevitable conclusion. A sudden voice shatters the silence just as he prepares to let go forever. The wealthy socialite stands before him, her presence as cold as the concrete below. She demands to know why a loser like him is lurking near her home. His silence only fuels her suspicion as she accuses him of being a thief. Clenching his fist, he admits he only came here to end his miserable life. The cold socialite pauses, finally noticing the fresh wounds decorating his tired face. He offers no explanation for the violence etched into his skin, remaining hauntingly still. She snaps at him to fight back against the predators ruling their school. Her words cut deeper than any blade, labeling his existence as truly pathetic. Without uttering a single word, he turns his back on her and walks away. Stunned by the sudden disrespect, she screams after him in a fit of rage. She watches him vanish, disgusted by a boy who has clearly given up fighting. He vows to finally confront the monster who made his life a living hell. The cold evening air offers no comfort as he retreats to his hidden sanctuary. Stepping into his cramped basement, the weight of the world finally begins to settle. Seeking a temporary escape from reality, he reaches for the only power he possesses. The wounds on his face sting as he reconsidered his dark decision to end it. Her harsh words linger in his mind, reminding him of his own pathetic state. Deciding to abandon the battlefield of school, he chooses a life of total isolation. As the digital world flickers to life, his online comrades await their fallen king. Time slips away in the silence, each tick marking another second of his disappearance. Beneath the city streets, a lone light burns for a boy who stopped existing. Sudden screams and crashing sounds shatter the fragile silence of the basement apartment. His fingers dance across the keys, desperately trying to ignore the world outside. Within the digital realm, he is a king effortlessly slaughtering hordes of the undead. But reality interrupts when his teammates suddenly announce they must leave immediately. Confusion turns to dread as his last remaining ally vanishes without warning. He glances at the clock, shocked by how much time has slipped away. Panic erupts in the chat as rumors of global chaos begin to spread. A violent pounding at his door snaps him back to the physical world. Dropping his headset, he realizes the nightmare is no longer confined to his screen. He stands alone, staring at the door as the true horror finally arrives. Gamer, student stands before the door, questioning who could be knocking at this hour. The heavy pounding continues to echo through the oppressive silence of his basement. He feels a sudden chill, unable to shake the overwhelming sense of creeping dread. Leaning in cautiously, he prepares to peer through the tiny security hole in the door. The upstairs neighbor stares back through the peephole with vacant and terrifyingly white eyes. Confused, he briefly wonders if a delivery driver simply found the wrong floor again. But in the hallway, the man stands frozen within a massive pool of blood. He tries to convince himself the man is simply drunk and causing another scene. Despite every survival instinct screaming no, his hand slowly grips the cold metal doorknob. As the door creaks open, he finally steps into a reality he cannot restart. Minjun slowly cracks the door open, peering into the suffocating darkness. His heart stops as he witnesses a sight that defies all logic. His neighbor stands there, drenched from head to toe in fresh blood. A massive wound suggests this man should have died hours ago. Panic sets in as he frantically offers to call for emergency help. But the man only responds with a bone-chilling, inhuman roar. With predatory speed, the crazed neighbor lunges and tackles him to the floor. Milky white eyes turn a hellish red as the monster snaps at him. Trapped and desperate, he screams as he struggles against the overwhelming weight. In this terrifying instant, he realizes his peaceful life is officially over. He delivers a desperate kick, sending the blood-soaked beast flying backward. The monster crashes onto the floor, giving him one final chance to survive. He slams the door and bolts the lock with shaking, frantic hands. Inhuman screams echo through the hallway as the creature batters the thin wood. Adrenaline fades, leaving his legs trembling violently on the cold basement floor. He wonders how a normal man could turn into such a mindless, terrifying predator. Scrambling for his phone, he tries to reach the police for immediate rescue. The line is dead, leaving him trapped with nothing but his own fear. Suddenly, his phone vibrates uncontrollably with a series of urgent, terrifying pings. Emergency alerts flood his screen, revealing that the entire city is under siege. A sudden crash echoes through his cramped room as the world begins to unravel. He peers out the narrow window only to hear a bone-chilling scream nearby. The street has transformed into a blood-soaked nightmare of mindless violence and carnage. His own neighbor from the floor above has become a bloodthirsty, unrecognizable predator. Panic surges through him as he desperately wonders if his mother is still safe. She should be returning home right now, walking straight into this literal hellscape. He presses the phone to his ear, praying for any sign of her voice. His heart sinks as the line remains dead, leaving him completely alone and helpless. Outside his sanctuary, the cold pavement is painted with the remains of the fallen. The lights flicker out, plunging the basement into a terrifying and absolute silence. He huddles in the shadows of his basement, hiding beneath a single thin sheet. Cold sweat drips down his face as he listens to the muffled chaos outside. His trembling hands reach for his phone, desperate for any connection to the world. The screen remains blank, confirming that the entire internet has been severed completely. With a heavy heart, he clicks the remote to see if anything remains functional. The local news anchor delivers a chilling report of a country descending into madness. Reports of indiscriminate massacres are surfacing everywhere, yet no one knows the cause. The realization of a total societal collapse sends a wave of terror through him. Horrific footage reveals a crowd of people being torn apart by their own kind. The predator sinks its teeth into its victim as the world officially ends. The news reports total chaos as the military loses control over the spreading massacres. Trapped in his basement, he wonders if the world is actually facing a zombie apocalypse. He stares into the void, unable to believe society could collapse in a single day. Realizing he can't stay paralyzed, he remembers the neighbor who left earlier that morning. If the stairwell is empty, he must move fast to secure the building's main entrance. Looking through the peephole, the hallway appears deserted, yet the air feels deathly still. He slowly creaks the door open, only to find fresh blood painting the concrete steps. Every instinct screams at him to run back inside as he scans the dark upper floors. His trembling hand reaches for the handle, desperate to lock out the nightmare outside. He freezes as a blood-soaked figure wanders past, confirming his worst fears are finally real. The blood-stained figure drifts away, leaving a trail of absolute carnage in his wake. A deathly silence falls over the hallway as the predator vanishes into the shadows. He slams the door shut and turns the lock, sealing out the growing nightmare. Trembling with exhaustion, he finally catches his breath in the safety of the stairwell. He stares into the darkness above, wondering if any of his neighbors still live. Hiding until morning seems like his only chance to survive this sudden societal collapse. Back in his cramped basement, he turns to the television for any sign of hope. The news anchor confirms that a wave of random killings is paralyzing the city. Suddenly, the signal dies, plunging his room into a terrifying and hollow silence. Horror washes over him as he realizes he is now completely cut off from humanity. Beyond the narrow basement window, the world is drowning in unnatural, guttural growls. Within his cramped sanctuary, Minjun lies paralyzed by the crushing weight of the silence. Sleep is a luxury he can no longer afford while monsters roam the darkness. The silence feels heavy, mocking the safety he thought his basement walls provided. Just yesterday, he was ready to end everything to escape his bully's relentless cruelty. Yet now that the world has actually ended, he is desperately clinging to life. He realizes that for a social outcast, the apocalypse feels hauntingly familiar. Whether trapped by social predators or literal monsters, his life remains a living hell. As the first light of dawn touches the sky, the true horror is revealed. The streets are stained red with the remains of a civilization that fell overnight. A crimson trail leads to a door that should have stayed shut forever. Minjun trembles as he peers into a nightmare he never thought was possible. The world outside has transformed into a slaughterhouse filled with the walking dead. Every breath he takes is heavy with the suffocating stench of a dying civilization. The metallic scent of fresh blood confirms that nobody is coming to save him. One look at the unnatural atmosphere tells him that reality has finally shattered. Death has claimed the streets, leaving behind only the hollow echoes of screams. He frantically secures the lock, desperate to keep the hungry shadows at bay. Stepping out now would be a death sentence he is not ready to sign. He retreats into the darkness of his basement, where the true horror begins. He tallies his meager rations, knowing every calorie is a countdown to starvation. Standing alone in the silence, he calculates a month of survival in this tomb. He prays that help arrives before his supplies and his sanity finally run dry. The digital world is dead, leaving him severed from his mother and the living. He scans the apartment, haunted by the thought of neighbors turned into monsters. A spark of hope flickers as he remembers the student living on the roof. Memories of a normal life feel like a cruel joke in this new world. High above the chaos, the rooftop room remains his only chance for an ally. He creeps up the concrete stairs, his heart pounding against his ribs like a drum. Pressing his ear against the cold metal, he searches for any sign of life. He prays the man upstairs hasn't transformed into one of those mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. Every step toward the unknown feels like a death sentence in this silent apartment building. His heart stops when he sees the heavy rooftop door hanging wide open. The bright sunlight offers no comfort as he steps into the territory of a stranger. Silence is his only weapon, and calling out now could invite a swift, painful end. Dread sinks in as he notices the inner door is also left completely unsecured. He cautiously peeks into the shadows, searching for any sign of a surviving ally. Inside, the room is a chaotic nightmare of overturned furniture and dark, fresh bloodstains. The apartment is empty, but the violent struggle suggests the owner didn't leave willingly. A sudden sound from the darkness freezes his blood as he realizes he isn't alone. The second day of the disaster begins with the smell of copper and death. He stares at the grisly scene, realizing his life has changed forever. His legs tremble uncontrollably as he curses the nightmare unfolding before him. Stepping onto the rooftop, he prays for a silent escape from this madness. But a single moment of clumsiness sends a heavy pot sliding toward the edge. The silence is shattered by a deafening crash that echoes through the empty air. A blood-curdling screech answers the noise, freezing the breath in his lungs. Pure instinct takes over as he sprints blindly away from the approaching predator. His clumsy sandals betray him, catching on the concrete at the worst possible moment. He hits the ground hard, completely vulnerable to whatever is hunting him now. Panic surges through him as the predator's breath hits his neck. A blood-soaked nightmare bursts through the door with a mindless roar. He barely ducks as the creature lunges for his throat. Gravity betrays the monster as it overshoots its target completely. He watches in stunned silence as the killer plunges into the abyss. The creature falls through the air toward the cold concrete below. Gasping for air, he looks back at the doorway in pure disbelief. His heart hammers against his ribs as the adrenaline finally peaks. He collapses onto the hard roof, realizing he just survived certain death. His trembling hand reaches out to secure the only exit remaining. He stumbles down the dark stairwell, his lungs burning with every jagged breath. Bursting through his door, he desperately seeks the only sanctuary he has left. Strength fails him as he collapses onto the cold floor of his cramped apartment. Dark bloodstains on his hoodie serve as a grim reminder of the rooftop horror. His hands won't stop trembling as the weight of the situation finally sinks in. He stares into the void, wondering if that man truly died in the abyss. A terrifying realization takes hold as he questions if he has become a murderer. Desperation turns to denial while he frantically whispers that none of this is his fault. Alone in the silence, he tries to justify the life he just took to survive. The clock ticks on, indifferent to the fact that his world has changed forever. The suffocating shadows of his basement apartment offer no sanctuary from the nightmare outside. Trapped within these four walls, he remains paralyzed by the weight of his actions. Every passing second fuels a crushing guilt that refuses to let him breathe. He can't stop questioning if he truly murdered the man from the rooftop. Driven by a desperate need for answers, he finally forces himself to stand. A chilling trail of fresh blood leads directly to his doorstep, whispering of death. Stepping into the alley, he finds a graveyard of bodies and a lone survivor. A silent, blood-soaked figure stands amidst the carnage, radiating an aura of pure dread. The creature turns, revealing a mangled face that no human should ever possess. Now he must face the horrifying truth of what the world has become. He stares in absolute horror as a ghost from his past returns. The man from the rooftop is alive, but his humanity has completely rotted away. Watching the staggering creature, he finally accepts the nightmare is real. Guilt gnaws at his soul even as he realizes these things are just monsters. A guttural moan echoes behind the heavy doors of the silent complex. Over time, the sight of the infected no longer triggers his paralyzing fear. By the third day of the apocalypse, a haunting silence settles over the city. He survives on meager rations, cooking his last meals while he still can. Trapped in his basement, he wonders how much longer the utilities will last. With supplies dwindling, he realizes that hiding forever is no longer an option. He contemplates returning to the rooftop to signal for rescue with fire. A cold determination settles behind his glasses as he calculates his next move. Tomorrow he must leave the safety of his barricaded basement to find help. Memories of brutal bullying and recent monster encounters flash through his mind. The fear of the infected has finally vanished, replaced by a hollow numbness. Suddenly, a sharp buzzing sound shatters the heavy silence of his lonely room. His heart stops as the word "Mom" appears on his vibrating phone screen. He frantically answers, hearing her voice from a distant military shelter in Seongnam. She begs him to stay hidden while he desperately explains he is alone. Static drowns out her final warning about the terrifying events unfolding in Seoul. Minjun screams into the static, desperate to hear his mother's voice one last time. The line goes dead, leaving him alone in the suffocating silence of his basement. Suddenly, his phone erupts with a barrage of notifications that shouldn't be possible now. His classmates are alive, joking about the chaos as if it were a game. He realizes only 3 people in this entire dying world actually cared to check. A haunting name flickers through his mind, stirring memories he tried to bury deep. He remembers Han Yena, the elite socialite who once ruled over their high school. A year ago, she was the only person from that world who visited him. It began with a cruel joke over drinks and cigarettes among the school's predators. They turned his sanctuary into their playground, unaware of the horror soon to follow. A year ago, the school's predators plotted to lure an elite socialite into their trap. Minjun watched in disbelief as they revealed she was actually on her way. He couldn't wrap his head around why someone like her would ever visit him. Then the door opened, and the goddess of the high school stepped into his hell. She stood there with a cold gaze that made his small world feel even smaller. They treated his sanctuary like a joke, inviting her into the filth of his life. Every step she took on that sticky floor was a silent scream of pure disgust. It wasn't the invasion that broke him, but the crushing weight of her utter contempt. Her words cut deeper than any blade, as she mocked the very air he breathed. Now, amidst the end of the world, he still wonders if she somehow survived. He wonders if the girl who looked down on him survived this nightmare. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierces the silence of his lonely basement hideout. His heart stops as the weight of that haunting voice finally sinks in. Paranoia takes hold as he stares intensely at the closed bathroom door. He questions his own sanity, wondering if the isolation is playing cruel tricks. Desperate pleas from the other side of the wall become impossible to ignore. A wave of pure shock washes over him as the truth hits home. He can hardly believe the school goddess is actually outside his door. Beyond his makeshift barricades, the girl who once mocked him begs for help. There she waits, a fallen socialite now reduced to a desperate, terrified survivor. A guttural growl echoes through the alley as terror paralyzes the former school goddess. Behind her, the walking dead roam the streets, leaving a trail of blood and ruin. She crouches in fear, while the mindless monsters search for their next meal nearby. With no other choice, she hammers on the door of the basement apartment. Tears stream down her face as she pleads for her former victim to answer. The lock clicks open, revealing the bandaged face of the boy she once bullied. He looks at her with pure disbelief before screaming for her to get inside. They barely cross the threshold before he secures the barricade against the coming storm. The horde arrives seconds later, scratching at the steel with a hunger that never ends. Trembling and exhausted, she finally catches her breath in the safety of his sanctuary. She collapses onto the floor of his private sanctuary, gasping for air. Her feet are worn and weary from her long, desperate journey to find safety. He stares down in shock, demanding to know why the person who once treated him with such cruelty has come to him. Suddenly, her hand reaches out and tightly clinches his shirt, holding on with intense desperation. The once proud socialite falls forward, burying her face against his chest. Her fingers tremble with a deep, consuming fear that finally shatters her composed exterior. Minjun stands frozen as the girl who once looked down on him now clings to him. He asks, frantic, what could have possibly happened to leave her this broken? The balance between them has shifted entirely, and she refuses to let him go. She holds on tightly, realizing that he is now the only one she can turn to. The girl who once looked down on him finally speaks words of genuine gratitude. Minjun stands speechless as she admits she wouldn't have survived without his help. A heavy, awkward silence fills the room as he reassures her she is safe. Her eyes wander across the cramped basement sanctuary that has become his entire world. She wonders if he is truly surviving this living nightmare completely alone. He explains that his mother is currently safe with a military evacuation unit. A flicker of relief crosses her face, though the weight of the apocalypse remains. When he asks about her own parents, she claims her father is secure. But a lingering shadow in her eyes suggests the truth might be much darker. Driven by thirst and desperation, she begs for water and a phone charge. Time is the only thing they have left in this crumbling world. But their most vital resource is disappearing faster than he ever imagined. She drinks with a frantic hunger, oblivious to the scarcity of their supplies. He stares in disbelief at the sheer amount of water she is consuming. Panic sets in as he realizes their rationing plan has completely collapsed. He wonders what kind of hell she endured just to reach his door. Gently, he asks if she really traveled all the way from her home. The question burns in his mind why she chose this specific basement. His heart stops when she reveals she has been hiding right outside. She begins to recount the nightmare that started 3 days ago. She remembers the night it all began, stepping out for a simple errand. A piercing scream shattered the silence, freezing her in place with sudden dread. Suddenly, a tide of pure terror swept through the streets as everyone started running. Driven by instinct, she sought refuge in the shadows of a cold, metallic stairwell. Back in the basement, he can hardly believe she survived that nightmare completely alone. She explains how she found a single unlocked door leading into the unknown. Within a cramped office, she carved out a desperate sanctuary away from the madness. Her entire existence dwindled down to a single bottle of water to stay alive. Driven by starvation, she finally emerged 3 days later into a world of monsters. The sight of the blood-soaked pavement confirmed that society had truly fallen into hell. She stares into the abyss, cursing the fate that forced her onto this path. Every shadow in the narrow alleyways feels like a death sentence waiting to strike. Navigating the ruins, she realizes she has entered the territory of her former victim. The sight of a mangled ambulance confirms that no help is ever coming back. With no other choice, she sprints through the killing fields of her own neighborhood. Memories of a single visit guide her trembling steps toward a hidden basement sanctuary. 3 days ago, he walked away into isolation, unknowingly becoming her only hope. She slinks past the infected, holding her breath to avoid joining the walking dead. Now safe inside, she praises the man she once looked down upon for surviving. A heavy sigh of relief escapes her as the crushing weight of isolation finally lifts. Exhausted and grime-covered, Yina desperately asks if the sanctuary still has running water. The sweltering heat of the apocalypse has left her completely drenched in sweat. Minjun stares in stunned silence, unable to process the girl's sudden presence. Minjun notices her drenched state and offers a change of dry clothes. Realizing his gaze is fixed on her, a wave of intense humiliation hits her. She explodes in a violent rage, physically punishing him for his perceived insolence. Despite her anger, she discards her jacket and demands to use the shower. Stuttering and flustered, the former victim can only agree to her selfish demands. Left alone in his barricaded room, Minjun questions how his life became this chaotic. The sound of running water echoes, signaling the end of his solitary peace. Minjun sits alone, his sanctuary suddenly feeling far too small for two. He realizes that saving the popular girl has completely derailed his original escape plan. Looking at his meager supplies, he calculates that their survival time just plummeted. A crushing sense of hopelessness washes over him as the grim reality sets in. The sound of her shower feels more surreal than the monsters roaming outside. He remembers the cold hallways of school where he was invisible to everyone. Back then, the elite socialite wouldn't even acknowledge his existence in the room. To her, he was nothing more than a nameless bug beneath her notice. Suddenly the door swings open, and the girl from his nightmares stands there. She shamelessly demands his clothes, proving some things never change even in hell. He frantically scrambles to find anything for the girl who once looked down on him. She inspects the offered clothes with a look of pure, unadulterated disgust. The socialite demands better options while he stammers out a pathetic defense for his laundry. Even in the apocalypse, her standards remain impossibly high as she winces at the scent. Reluctantly, she puts on his oversized shirt, dwarfed by the clothes of her supposed inferior. He can only watch in awkward silence as she continues to complain about her situation. Her arrogance remains unshaken, leaving him to wonder if she truly understands the stakes outside. Outside their fragile sanctuary, the night air is filled with the chilling growls of monsters. Her ruined clothes hang to dry, a temporary truce in a world that has ended. A sudden voice breaks the silence, reminding him that he is never truly safe. They sit in the dim basement, clinging to the hope of a distant rescue. but he reveals a plan that shatters her fragile sense of security. She reacts with pure terror, recalling the horrors she barely escaped outside. He quickly backtracks, trying to calm her as the tension reaches a breaking point. Then comes the question that haunts every survivor. What happens when the food ends? Silence fills the cramped room as the weight of their isolation settles in. Scavenging other apartments is the only way to prolong their grim existence. He notes the screams outside are dying down, leaving a deafening, predatory silence. The ultimate choice looms over them like a death sentence: stay or starve. She frantically pleads to stay, terrified of the monsters waiting in the darkness. He suggests they can navigate the monster-infested streets by staying mobile and alert. She stares in horror, realizing the creatures outside are nothing more than mindless zombies. A single bite is all it takes to join the ranks of the undead, but he admits he no longer cares if the infection eventually claims his life. She looks down at him in disbelief, unwilling to accept such a nihilistic fate. Her dreams of studying abroad are shattered by the brutal reality of the apocalypse. He notes, her survival proves that avoiding detection is the only path forward. Outside, the infected roam the streets, some sprinting while others lie in wait. Their limited speed provides a narrow window of opportunity for those brave enough. Now, he proposes a deadly game of tag to determine their very survival. He treats the apocalypse like a game, suggesting they find excitement in the chase. She stares back in horror, unable to comprehend his twisted sense of humor. Exhaustion finally takes hold as she demands blankets to end this nightmare day. Within the cramped sanctuary, the former socialite finally lets her guard down. He hesitates, the weight of their bizarre new living arrangement finally sinking in. A simple bed on the floor becomes the ultimate prize in this desolate world. Her old arrogance flashes briefly as she questions his intentions for staying close. She points toward the cold kitchen, banishing her savior to the shadows. He reminds her that even in a fallen world, this basement is still his. Reluctantly, she yields, realizing that even her pride has limits during the end. He decides to surrender the only bed, accepting his role as an uninvited guest. A dark joke about sleeping in the monster-infested stairwell leaves her completely stunned. They argue over the dangerous reality of the sanctuary until a compromise is finally reached. Banished to the cold kitchen floor, the former victim finds a strange sense of peace. Despite the humiliation, he realizes that losing this small battle is a price worth paying. Silence in the basement is broken only by the constant chatter of his companion. Beyond the fragile barricades, the hungry shadows begin to howl for their next meal. A single flickering candle stands as the only shield against the encroaching darkness. Safe under the blankets, the fallen socialite remains haunted by the screams from outside. She stares into the gloom, realizing that even behind steel doors, no one is safe. A sudden voice breaks the silence, calling out to the boy on the floor. Minjun looks up, startled by an offer he never expected to hear tonight. She invites him into the room, refusing to let him sleep in the cold. In this broken world, the fear of being alone is more lethal than monsters. Under the covers, Yenna is haunted by the echoes of her narrow escapes. The once proud socialite finally breaks, weeping for a mother she might never see again. Just outside the door, Minjun sits in silence, guarding her through the long night. He listens to her muffled sobs, a grim reminder of everything they have lost. Above the rooftops, the sun rises on a world that no longer belongs to humanity. Blood-slicked balconies and guttural growls confirm that the nightmare has only just begun. Exhausted from the trauma, Yenna finally drifts into a deep, peaceful slumber. Minjun watches over her, wondering how much time they have left to rest. Despite her earlier terror, she sleeps with a stillness that masks the world's chaos. The hands of the clock mark the passage of time in their silent sanctuary. She finally stirs awake, sensing a sudden shift in the room's heavy atmosphere. Confusion fills her eyes as she notices Minjun preparing for a dangerous journey. Minjun pulls on his gear, his expression hardened by a new, lethal resolve. He calmly announces his plan to return to the monster-infested rooftop above. Panic strikes her as she warns him of the lethal shadows lurking in wait. He offers her a choice to follow, but her fear keeps her paralyzed inside. Minjun decides to face the nightmare alone, leaving her in the room's temporary safety. He ascends the cold concrete stairs, heading straight toward the source of the danger. A sudden chill takes hold as he discovers the first sign of a breach. His eyes widen in shock at the sight of the compromised barrier before him. The reinforced glass is shattered, proving that nowhere is safe from the monsters anymore. Every step higher brings him closer to the suffocating darkness of the upper floors. A foul metallic stench fills the air, signaling the presence of something truly horrific. Despite her paralyzing fear, she follows him into the gloom with a bad omen. He stops, sensing her presence and the heavy weight of the impending disaster. Outside, the sun bleaches the rooftops where a lethal game of survival begins. He stands frozen before a room painted in the crimson of a fresh slaughter. The horror reflects in his eyes as the reality of the situation sinks in. The girl from the roof lies still, her life stolen by the monsters. He bows his head in a silent prayer for a soul lost to madness. Leaving the darkness behind, he steps out to face the uncertain morning sun. Yenna searches for hope, but he reveals that death has claimed another victim. He urges her to turn back, protecting her from the trauma inside. Her voice fails as the crushing weight of their isolation finally sets in. They debate lighting a fire, a desperate gamble to attract a passing rescue. Her screams for survivors vanish into a world that has gone completely silent. Inside the quiet sanctuary, a voice breaks the silence with a trivial question. The once popular socialite lounges casually, mocking the survivors' lack of a digital life. He admits his only joy comes from simulations of the very apocalypse they face. She laughs at his isolation, labeling him an eternal introvert in a broken world. Bitterness fills his mind as he remembers when she wouldn't even acknowledge his existence. The weight of the past haunts him even as they share this fragile safety. Her playful touch feels like a cruel irony given their history of pain. A dream scenario has finally come true, but only because civilization has completely collapsed. He wonders if these human connections still hold any value amidst the surrounding death. A sudden kick snaps him back to reality as she insults his sudden silence. The sanctuary remains tightly sealed against the nightmare waiting outside those thin walls. Old-school hierarchies are now nothing more than ink on forgotten pages. Time loses all meaning, as the former queen of the school rots in boredom. She breaks the silence with a sharp command for the laundry to be finished. He plunges his hands into freezing water while she complains about her growing hunger. Resentment boils over as he swears to leave her behind and escape alone. He feels like a slave, as he continues the grueling manual labor in secret. A single flame fights the shadows while the last of their food disappears. The cold kitchen stands as a tomb for their rapidly failing hopes of safety. He announces his departure, heading out to find supplies despite her arrogant warnings. She threatens his life while he suppresses his growing rage and heads out. Beyond the reinforced door lies a world shattered by blood and broken glass. He carefully scans the desolate alleyway for any sign of the lurking horrors. Daily patrols have become his only way to map out these lethal streets. Days of quiet observation have taught him the secrets of the infected's behavior. They mirror the classic zombies, hunting the living while ignoring their own kind. Their failing vision grants a small mercy to those who keep their distance. Yet a single misplaced footstep triggers their hypersensitive hearing and certain death. Sunlight acts as a temporary shield as the monsters retreat into the shadows. Venturing out after sunset is a death sentence that no survivor can escape. Minju notices something terrifying about the monsters lurking in the blood-soaked streets. He remembers the violent mechanics of an online game from his past life. The way these creatures hunt feels like a digital nightmare come to life. If this reality follows gaming logic, then the worst is yet to come. A dark realization settles in that this horror is just the opening level. The silent city stands on the brink of a total, irreversible collapse. Every shattered doorway serves as a grim reminder of the world that died. Inside the sanctuary, Yenna grows restless and bored while waiting for her provider. Time ticks away as the fragile peace in the basement begins to rot. She grows resentful, plotting to reclaim her dominance over the boy who saved her. The distant thrum of a helicopter offers a false promise of salvation to the basement, but in this decaying world, hope is a luxury she can no longer afford. High above the ruins, the military remains a ghost haunting the empty, blue sky. Desperate survivors scream for help, unaware that their signals are merely death traps. Below the clouds, the urban jungle has become a silent graveyard for the living. Every tick of the clock echoes like a heartbeat in the suffocating silence. Alone in the dark, the former queen of the school begins to feel small. Panic sets in as her only provider fails to return from the monster-infested streets. She paces the small room, terrified that the infected finally claimed her protector. If he survives the night, she vows to break him for leaving her behind. As the sun dips below the horizon, the city surrenders to a golden nightmare. Inside the sanctuary, the fallen queen can no longer maintain her cold facade. She desperately whispers his name, praying that the monsters haven't claimed his life yet. With the light fading, she knows the true horrors are only just beginning. Shadows stretch across the basement as her isolation turns into a suffocating cage. The girl who once ruled the school now begs the darkness for mercy. Suddenly, the heavy click of the lock shatters the silence of her despair. He storms inside with a frantic shout, barely clinging to his own sanity. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the gravity of their current situation. She stands before him, stripped of her pride and terrified of being left alone. She lashes out with tearful rage, demanding to know why he took so long. He desperately raises his hands to shield himself from her frantic, emotional outburst. He reveals the reason for his delay was tracking down a mysterious government drop. Her eyes widen in pure disbelief as she takes the document from his hand. The weight of the situation settles over them in the flickering candlelight of the basement. The blood-red leaflet announces a total lockdown of their entire district by tomorrow evening. Panic sets in as they realize they are trapped in the center of the zone. Flipping the paper over reveals a list of the city's rapidly spreading infection rates. While their immediate area remains calm, the surrounding districts have already fallen to chaos. Waiting for rescue was a mistake, and now their only choice is a suicidal escape. He realizes the government is sealing their fate with a total district lockdown. Every escape route to the north is already crawling with the infected. With cold determination, he declares they have no choice but to cross the river. He maps out a suicidal path through the city's most lethal zones. While he prepares for the journey, she clings to the terrifying official warnings. She stares in silence, finally seeing the true depth of his survival instincts. For the first time, she admits he is far sharper than she ever imagined. He warns her that every second they waste brings them closer to death. She desperately argues to wait for morning, hoping for a miracle that won't come. Terrified, she begs to stay hidden, clinging to the fading hope of rescue. He delivers a final ultimatum, vowing to leave the basement at first light. She stands frozen in silence, realizing her safety is about to vanish. Overwhelmed by the brutal reality, she finally breaks and accepts his suicidal plan. They begin scavenging for supplies, knowing a single missing item means certain death. The sun rises over a dead city, signaling the start of their desperate journey. Their makeshift defenses are left behind as they prepare to face the nightmare outside. With gear packed and hearts heavy, they stand at the threshold of hell. He pauses for a moment, the weight of their survival resting solely on him. She suddenly asks if he is truly okay with abandoning his father's hospital. He turns the question back, asking if she needs to find her own family. She stares into the void, her silence masking a desperate, unspoken truth. With a forced smile, she urges him to leave the past behind immediately. He stands paralyzed as she claims her parents managed to escape the carnage. Suspicion clouds his mind, wondering if this hope is just a beautiful lie. The rising sun illuminates a concrete jungle transformed into a blood-soaked nightmare. He navigates the narrow alleys with the calculated precision of a professional gamer. A single misstep would alert the mindless killer waiting just around the corner. Giving the signal, he ensures the coast is clear for his unlikely companion. Death hangs heavy over the intersection, where an ambulance lies crushed and forgotten. They move like ghosts, praying the monsters don't hear their pounding hearts. Blood-stained asphalt marks the path where survivors once desperately scrambled for safety. The city stands in eerie silence, a concrete graveyard bathed in deceptive morning light. A shattered window and blood-soaked memories are all that remain of a peaceful world. They traverse the open streets, finding a strange ease in this new, terrifying reality. He warns her that while the sun provides cover, death still lingers in shadows. Exhaustion begins to set in as she realizes the destination is still miles away. Modern conveniences have failed them, leaving only their feet to carry them through hell. Her strength finally wavers, a desperate plea for rest breaking the heavy silence. But in this world, showing weakness is a luxury they simply cannot afford. He ruthlessly leaves her behind, mockingly suggesting she find a cafe to rest in. Tension rises as the girl's constant complaints echo through the graveyard of metal. Above the ruin, the sky remains indifferent to the collapse of human civilization. Their destination is finally within reach, but the road ahead feels impossibly long. They weave through the skeletal remains of a city that has forgotten its name. He ignores her pleas for comfort, prioritizing survival over the luxury of mercy. A colossal wall of salvaged junk stands as a silent sentinel against the tide. Reaching the barricade brings a hollow hope that they are no longer alone. She finds a momentary relief in the sight of these man-made defenses, but the absolute silence behind the walls suggests a horror worse than the infected. He climbs the steel mountain, sensing that this sanctuary might be a grave. Minjun coldly rejects the plea for rest, knowing that stopping means certain death. Yenna stares in disbelief as her former victim treats her with icy indifference. She curses his name while watching him navigate the wasteland with predatory efficiency. The tension between them reaches a breaking point amidst the silent city ruins. History repeats itself as she realizes they have returned to the very beginning. He remains unfazed, his eyes reflecting a world that no longer rewards mercy. A trembling apology escapes her lips, a desperate attempt to bridge the gap. The sudden shift in her demeanor catches him off guard for a moment, but the weight of her regret is overshadowed by monsters closing in fast. He screams a frantic warning as the nightmare lunges from the shadows. The horde screams with primal hunger as they flood the once peaceful streets. He grips her wrist firmly, refusing to let her fall to the nightmare. Together they sprint through the chaos, the stench of death trailing behind them. Every corner turned is a gamble between life and a gruesome end. She realizes too late that nowhere in this crumbling city is truly safe. A sudden movement in the shadows reveals a face he never expected to see. The survivor beckons them toward a makeshift barricade, offering a desperate chance at life. There is no time for questions as the monsters close the distance rapidly. He ignores his own exhaustion to help secure their only path to safety. Shocked recognition flashes across their faces as past lives collide in the ruins. The fragile barrier collapses as a blood-soaked predator lunges for its next meal. Death stares him in the face as the monster's jaws snap inches away. Minjun watches in horror as his friend is cornered by the relentless undead. The heavy barricades shatter like glass under the weight of pure, mindless aggression. Panic erupts as Sunho screams for everyone to abandon the compromised position. Yena freezes in terror until Minjun commands her to retreat toward the exit. They sprint through the narrow alleyways with the scent of rot trailing behind. Every second counts as he hauls her up the makeshift mountain of furniture. Trapped between a drop and a nightmare, they prepare for a desperate leap. They hit the ground hard, their survival bought by a single moment of courage. Disaster strikes as Yena collapses with a sprained ankle in the middle of the street. Minjun's heart stops as a piercing scream echoes through the silent, abandoned neighborhood. Two blood-soaked monsters charge toward them with speed that defies their rotting bodies. In that split second, time slows down as Minjun's survival instincts finally kick in. He remembers her cruel words from the past, mocking his weakness and lack of courage. She once looked down on him for being a pathetic victim who never fought. The boy who was once a coward reaches for his blade with lethal intent. Yena watches in shock as the boy she once despised undergoes a terrifying transformation. He steps forward to bridge the gap between a helpless victim and a protector. Gripping his knife, he refuses to die like a coward and prepares to fight. The roar of a high-powered engine suddenly shatters the silence of the infested streets. A frantic warning echoes as a violent force crashes through the swarm of undead. Minjun turns in absolute shock as the battlefield is overtaken by a new threat. A heavy bat swings with lethal precision, crushing a zombie's skull in one strike. A gang of ruthless teenagers on scooters transforms the massacre into a twisted game. Minjun and Yena stand frozen as the newcomers revel in the blood-soaked carnage. The leader of the pack stands amidst the bodies, relishing his absolute dominance. He slowly turns his attention toward the two survivors cowering in the alleyway. Terror grips Yena's heart as she recognizes the face of her former school tormentor. The predator's smile widens as he questions the identity of the boy beside her. Minjun realizes his worst nightmare has just stepped out of the shadows. Park Seongbin, the school's most vicious predator, looms over him with a blood-stained bat. The apocalypse hasn't changed the hierarchy. It only gave the monsters better weapons. Seongbin laughs at the pathetic kitchen knife Minjun uses to defend his life. He mocks the unlikely pairing of the social queen and the class loser. Desperate for safety, Yena clings to the hope that her former bully is a savior. But Minjun senses a trap as Seongbin promises a sanctuary filled with survivors. The news of the city's total lockdown makes their situation even more desperate. Seongbin claims the girl for himself while leaving Minjun to follow behind like trash. That cold, calculating gaze proves that the living are far deadlier than the dead. Uncertainty flickers in the former queen's eyes as the power dynamic shifts once more. The scavengers debate if she is worth the trouble in this dying world. Seongbin flashes a predatory grin, demanding she follow his lead without question. She looks away, realizing her survival now depends on those she once despised. Their attention turns to the silent boy who has seen too much already. The gang mocks the idea of bringing a useless loser into their sanctuary. Tension rises as they prepare to leave him behind to face the monsters. Suddenly, the leader decides to keep the boy as a disposable pawn. But the supposed victim shocks them all by flatly refusing their cruel offer. Minjun chooses his own path, fueled by a purpose they could never understand. Yena stares in disbelief as the power dynamic shifts before her very eyes. Minjun walks away with a cold indifference that drives his former tormentors mad. The high school predator snaps, threatening to kill the boy for his defiance. Seongbin brandishes his weapon, claiming that human lives mean nothing in this hellscape. Beneath his calm exterior, Minjun analyzes his enemies with the logic of a gamer. Surrounded by the gang, the lone survivor remains completely unfazed by their numbers. Yena finally sees the true face of the monster she chose to follow. She realizes that, despite the end of the world, some people never truly change. Their hidden depravity comes to light as the gang discusses their next female target. Sickening laughter echoes, proving that in this world, humans are the most dangerous monsters. The bullies' cruel laughter echoes as they mock Minjun's past with the school queen. Despite their sickening insults, the lone survivor remains eerily silent and completely unfazed. Seongbin dismisses Yena's concerns with the arrogant confidence of a predator in his element. Realizing her safety is tied to power, Yena chooses to follow the dangerous gang. The predator's gaze shifts, hiding a dark ulterior motive behind his cold, calculating eyes. He mockingly warns Minjin that stepping into the open world alone is certain death. They pass through a blood-stained wasteland where human life has lost all its value. Shadows of the decaying city loom over them like the bars of a concrete prison. Seongbin leads the group toward a hidden basement, promising a temporary refuge from hell. As they enter the darkness, the predator asks if this place feels hauntingly familiar. Minjin realizes they are entering the very place where his nightmares first began. Chaos erupts as the gang members bicker inside their makeshift fortress of concrete. He leans in close, his voice trembling with a desperate, hidden warning. Minjin begs Yena to run before the trap finally snaps shut on them. His gamer instincts scream that something is horribly wrong with this entire setup. But Yena just laughs, claiming she still holds the predator on a leash. She remains blissfully unaware that the social hierarchy died with the old world. He stares her down, asking if she truly believes this monster is human. Silence hangs heavy as the weight of his words finally begins to sink in. Ahead of them, the true devil of his past prepares to welcome his guests. They try to walk away, but the predator's eyes are already locked on them. Yena spins a desperate lie about a sanctuary that no longer exists. The truth hits like a cold blade as he reveals the shelter was slaughtered. He mocks the idea of her following a loser into the dead city alone. Panic flickers in her eyes as she insists their departure is life or death. She forces a hollow laugh, turning to escape the suffocating shadows of the tunnel. A sudden, violent strike shatters the silence, sealing their only path to freedom. His voice drops to a lethal whisper, calling her back into his twisted game. The monster repeats his command, making it clear that leaving is no longer optional. A sickening grin spreads as he questions the secret bond between queen and victim. Fear paralyzes her as she whispers the name of the monster ruling this hell. Her knuckles whiten as she decides to face the predator despite the overwhelming terror. Behind his glasses, he remains calm, having already calculated this inevitable betrayal of courage. He stops her, suggesting they negotiate rather than walk straight into a certain death. The weight of the setting sun signals that time for running has finally expired. Leading the way, the bully carries his weapon like a king returning to his throne. They approach the makeshift fortress, a graveyard of steel and shadows built for survival. He observes the perimeter, noting the desperate measures taken to keep the infected away. To an expert eye, these defenses look like a poorly constructed trap for amateurs. Walking into the lion's den, they can only hope their secret bond remains hidden. A subtle touch reminds her that she is no longer facing this nightmare alone. He whispers a hollow promise of safety to calm her rapidly racing heart. Behind those glasses, he silently vows never to let her out of his sight. But the former queen can only see the terrifying shadows closing in around them. A sudden, violent crash shatters the fragile silence of their temporary refuge. Terror takes hold as the rotting faces of the undead claw at the barricades. Their captor laughs, mocking the fear of those who do not understand his game. From above, the true scale of their desperate situation becomes hauntingly clear. The only path forward lies upward, escaping the reach of the hungry horde. He reaches the top, staring down at the chaos that nearly claimed them. Seongbin leads his captives into the heart of a new, unknown territory. They cross the barricade into a camp ruled by a massive, tattooed predator. The giant grins, his eyes gleaming with a hunger beyond simple starvation. Recognition sparks as the leader realizes the school's queen is finally his. He introduces himself with a sickening smile, admitting he's been watching her. Terror ripples through Yena as she realizes this man is worse than zombies. The brute dismisses her fears, claiming this sanctuary is the only safe place. But the truth is much darker. Every escape route is now completely blocked. They have built a kingdom of comfort amidst the ruins of a dying world. Stockpiled with fuel and wood, they are prepared to survive at any cost. A mountain of junk blocks the path, sealing the fate of anyone inside. Minjin stands frozen as he witnesses the impossible reality of this fortress. He realizes these monsters didn't build this, they simply stole it. The camp's leader grins, relishing the fact they captured a high-value prize. Pure dread fills Yena's heart as the situation spirals out of control. She finally sees the truth. Seongbin traded her safety for his own. Trembling with fear, she tries to get the traitor's attention one last time. Seongbin looks back with eyes that show absolutely no remorse for his betrayal. She pleads for him to stop and take her back to the basement. Surrounded by predators, she finally admits she cannot survive in this world. Seongbin decides he is done playing house and prepares to abandon the group. Yena realizes her only hope is returning to the safety of the basement sanctuary. The predator snaps, violently seizing her arm before she can call for help. Pure terror washes over her as she realizes her charms no longer hold power. He sneers at her, mocking the idea that she could ever survive alone. The high school queen is reminded that her status died with the old world. Suddenly, an unexpected grip tightens around the bully's wrist, stopping him cold. Minjun finally steps out of the shadows to defend the girl who once ignored him. Seongbin can hardly believe his eyes as the weakling actually dares to challenge him. He stares down his former victim, convinced that Minjun has finally lost his mind. Seongbin mocks his victim, daring the weakling to finally use his hidden weapon. He screams in Minjun's face, certain the coward lacks the resolve to strike. The confrontation is interrupted by the arrival of the gang's massive, intimidating leader. Seongbin immediately shifts his tone, presenting the girl as a prize for the boss. The warlord's expression turns murderous upon learning that the boy is carrying steel. He looms over the student, demanding the weapon or promising a violent end. Minjun's fingers brush the handle, calculating the odds of surviving against 5 men. A scarred lieutenant steps forward to remind everyone of the gang's absolute authority. Forcing a submissive response, Minjun plays the victim while his inner rage simmers. The predator drags Yena away, claiming her as his own in the lawless dark. The warlord tightens his grip, trapping her in a nightmare of forced proximity. He offers a luxury tent as a gilded cage for his newest prize. Terrified, she realizes she must play along to survive this predator's whims. She feigns hunger, desperately searching for any distraction to buy precious time. The brute celebrates their haul, completely unaware of the witness watching from the shadows. Watching from a distance, the young survivor feels his stomach churn with absolute dread. In this lawless wasteland, the lack of authority makes men the ultimate monsters. These human predators prove far more dangerous than the mindless infected roaming outside. He knows the monster will never let her go without a violent struggle. Now he must devise a desperate plan to rescue her before it is too late. He considers luring the mindless infected to create a chaotic, life-saving distraction. But these older survivors are wildcards he cannot afford to trust just yet. Every passing second increases the risk of those monsters laying hands on Yena. Standing above the carnage, he curses the impossible situation he is trapped in. Meanwhile, the scent of searing meat masks the stench of death nearby. The predators feast and mock their captive, while the tension reaches a breaking point. Ordered like a servant, he is forced to deliver a meager offering of food. Looking at the pathetic portions, he realizes how stingy these ruthless leaders truly are. He decides to sacrifice his own share to keep the peace among the survivors. Approaching the wary group, he prepares to make his first move in this game. Minjun offers his own meager rations to appease the invaders occupying his sanctuary. The man accepts the gift, grateful for a moment of kindness amid chaos. Outside, the cold night settles over a world ruled by monsters and men. A flickering flame provides the only warmth in their grim, underground prison. Distanced from the group, the former queen and her savior sit in silence. Every nerve in Yena's body screams as she realizes her precarious situation. The hulking warlord commands Yena to come closer and relax with them. Yena resolves to sneak away into the night once the predators fall asleep. Bongyu's aggression boils over as he questions why Yena remains so distant. Seongbin intervenes before the situation spirals, keeping his volatile partner in check. The hulking warlord stares in disbelief as his subordinate suddenly defies his absolute authority. Seongbin's eyes burn with cold hatred as he demands the monster back off. Bongyu cannot comprehend why his loyal dog is finally baring its sharp teeth. Tension reaches a breaking point as the alliance between these predators completely shatters. A sinister smile creeps across Seongbin's face as he confesses his long-held murderous intent. He declares that the hierarchy has shifted, and he is the new boss now. Blinded by pure rage, Bongyu lunges forward to crush the life from the traitor. The room explodes into chaos as the two monsters engage in a brutal struggle. Seongbin expertly maneuvers behind the giant, locking him in a lethal, suffocating chokehold. Their subordinate watches in absolute horror as the gang's leadership tears itself apart. The betrayal turns physical, as the gang members finally turn on their own. Blood spills as the once unified group descends into a savage and mindless brawl. From the sidelines, the former victims watch the monsters tear each other apart. Minjun's sharp eyes widen as he realizes the perfect opening has finally arrived. He urgently whispers to Yena that this chaos is their only ticket to freedom. Seongbin tightens his grip, determined to end the reign of the former warlord. Seizing the moment, the pair sprints toward the exit while the predators are distracted. Just as safety feels within reach, a rough hand violently snatches Yena back. Minjun freezes in pure horror as his chance at escape instantly goes up in flames. A cold blade meets her throat as the remaining scavengers refuse to let them go. The scavenger screams a final warning, threatening to end her right then and there. Desperation takes over as Yena sinks her teeth deep into her captor's flesh. Minjun can only watch in shock as the girl finally fights back. Enraged by the pain, The predator raises his blade for a lethal strike. But before the steel can bite, a desperate hand catches the killer's wrist. The former victim finally stands tall, putting his life on the line. The thug's face twists with pure malice at the sight of this pathetic interference. A brutal kick to the gut sends Minjun doubling over in agonizing pain. He collapses under the weight of a follow-up blow from the enraged scavenger. In the chaotic struggle, the deadly blade clatters harmlessly against the cold floor. Fresh blood stains the cold floor as the price of defiance is finally paid. Yenna can only watch in silent horror as her protector finally falls. The wound is deep, a lethal reminder of his fragile mortality in this world. Surrounded by predators, the boy who fought back is now completely cornered. A vicious strike lands with bone-shattering force, ending his desperate resistance. The scavengers swarm like vultures, relishing every blow against their former victim. Before she can escape, a rough hand clamps down hard on her wrist. Her past catches up as a familiar face reveals his twisted, long-term obsession. He mocks her fallen status, claiming the world belongs to the ruthless now. In this new apocalypse, the predator boasts that he is finally the king. Yenna trembles as her captor mocks her former status with a twisted grin. The predator reveals his sickening desires, leaving her completely paralyzed with fear. A brave bystander tries to intervene, shouting for the madness to finally end. But mercy is a foreign concept to a monster who only knows violence. With a single brutal strike, the only hope for help collapses in agony. Standing over his fallen elder, the young psycho promises a permanent, lethal end. His eyes turn cold as he decides the old man has run out of chances. Violent hands seize the victim, preparing to deliver a final, crushing blow. He effortlessly slams the man down, proving that strength is the only law. Yenna watches in horror as the last shred of order is violently destroyed. Manager Kim lies broken on the cold floor, his body failing him. He begs for mercy as the shadows of the undead close in for the kill. Horrified witnesses watch in disbelief as the psychopath's cruelty reaches a new level. Seongbin coldly orders his men to dispose of any survivors left in the building. He demands that everyone be thrown to their deaths, sparing only the school queen. Yenna rushes to Minjun's side, desperate to know if her protector is still alive. With his last bit of strength, Minjun begs her to escape before it's too late. The monster smiles, telling her that hell is her only home now. A piercing scream echoes as the last hope for survival crumbles into the dust. Standing over his fallen rival, Seongbin prepares to deliver the final, lethal blow. The thugs laugh as they drag Minjun's broken body toward the edge. They heave him upward, preparing to toss him into the dark abyss below. But in a final act of defiance, Minjun's hand snaps shut like a vice. The predator's face pales as he realizes he's no longer the one in control. With a guttural roar, Minjun drags his executioner down into the depths with him. A bone-chilling scream echoes through the facility as the monsters watch in horror. Seongbin stares down at the wreckage, cursing the sudden turn of lethal events. Two bodies hit the cold concrete below, silenced by the brutal impact. The thug gasps for air, desperately trying to process the agonizing impact. His world turns to static as he gazes at his own mangled, twisted leg. Minjun staggers through the shadows, his broken body pushed to its absolute limit. A desperate hand suddenly snatches his leg, anchoring him to the site of carnage. Seongbin looks up with murderous eyes, trapped beneath the weight of his own failure. He spits out curses of betrayal, his broken leg a testament to Minjun's defiance. A blood-drenched nightmare rises behind the bully, forcing a pathetic plea for salvation. The sound of tearing flesh and fresh blood splatters against the cold concrete. Terror consumes the remaining gang members as their hierarchy dissolves into pure madness. Yenna freezes as the realization hits that her captor has finally been cornered. Seizing the moment of chaos, she sprints toward a freedom she never thought possible. Seongbin flees in a blind panic, desperately trying to outrun the inevitable end. Yenna drops onto the precarious scaffolding, her heart hammering against her ribs. Every step is a gamble as she moves across the rusted metal. Bongyu roars in fury, demanding she stop her suicidal flight immediately. His face contorts with rage, cursing her for daring to defy his authority. He warns that the undead are waiting below, but she refuses to look back. A narrow gap is all that stands between her and a temporary sanctuary. Ignoring his screams of vengeance, she prepares for a leap of pure faith. Her foot pushes off the edge, committing her life to the empty air. For one breathless second, she soars above the crumbling world in total silence. Gravity reclaims its prize as she crashes down, the impact stealing her breath. Yenna looks back in terror, realizing her pursuer is closer than she thought. Bongyu mocks her desperate flight, confident that her escape has finally reached its end. The massive warlord lunges forward, certain he has his prey cornered at last. But the aging structure groans under his weight, the metal screaming before it snaps. Terror replaces arrogance as the ground vanishes beneath his feet in a heartbeat. Gravity claims the tyrant as he plummets into the darkness of the lower levels. He slams into the debris below, his body broken by the environment he once ruled. Seeing her chance, Yenna stands at the precipice, ready to seize her moment. She screams into the night, using her voice to summon a far greater horror. The blood-soaked monsters below hear the call, their white eyes locking onto fresh prey. The predator becomes the prey as Seongbin screams for someone to save him. Realization hits like a physical blow when he sees Yenna's cold, calculating eyes. She stands high above, using her voice to summon a nightmare from the shadows. A blood-curdling screech echoes through the facility, freezing the bully in his tracks. The blood-soaked monsters emerge from the dark, sprinting toward their terrified new target. Seongbin flees for his life as the mindless predators close the gap in seconds. Amidst the chaos, Yenna searches the darkness for the only man she trusts. Her heart pounds against her chest, desperately praying that Minjun survived the fall. A familiar figure stumbles into the light, battered and broken but still breathing. Overcome with relief, she calls out to her savior from the safety of the heights. Minjun gasps for air as Yenna desperately calls for him to climb higher. His trembling hand reaches out, gripping the freezing metal with every ounce of strength. Every muscle screams in agony as he hauls his broken body toward the ledge. Yenna watches with bated breath, silently pleading for her only hope to survive. She lunges forward, her hands locking onto his in a frantic grab for life. He collapses onto the hard roof, his consciousness fading as the adrenaline finally ebbs. Though dizzy and battered, he assures her the monsters haven't claimed his soul yet. Their brief respite is shattered when a bloodthirsty scavenger emerges from the shadows below. Clutching a fresh wound, Minjun knows they must disappear before the pack arrives. They prepare for a desperate sprint across the heights, leaving the carnage behind them. Minjun hits the pavement hard, his body finally giving out from the sheer exhaustion. Every breath is a struggle as he remains pinned to the cold, unforgiving ground. Refusing to leave him behind, Yenna hauls his dead weight into the shadows. Blood-curdling screams echo through the night, signaling that the monsters are hunting nearby. The darkness above offers no comfort as the sounds of predation fill the air. They realize the night has become a death trap, swarming with things that hunger. Drenched in cold sweat, Minjun's consciousness begins to slip away into the dark. He weakly urges her to save herself, but she refuses to abandon her protector. A fierce determination burns in her eyes as she vows to keep him alive. Searching for a path without the scent of death, she leads them toward safety. A flickering street lamp is the only witness to the nightmare unfolding in the shadows. Yenna desperately drags Minjun through the suffocating darkness, his life force slowly draining away. Suddenly, she freezes as a chilling realization strikes her heart. A single sliver of light from a cracked door offers a fleeting hope. Inside the derelict facility, the hum of dying lights echoes like a funeral dirge. She peers into the gloom, searching for any sign of the predators hunting them. The silence is terrifying, leaving her to wonder if they are truly alone. Risking everything, she hauls him into the cold sanctuary of a storage room. Minjun's strength finally fails, sending him crashing to the floor in agony. She watches him breathe his ragged breaths, praying he survives the night. Minjun lies broken on the floor, his breath hitching in a desperate struggle. Tears well up in Yenna's eyes as she witnesses the cost of his sacrifice. A crushing weight of guilt settles in her heart as she admits her mistakes. Everything went wrong the moment she led him into this nightmare construction site. She finally realizes his torment began long ago back in the halls of school. Clutching his clothes with trembling hands, she begs for him to just stay alive. Suddenly, a heavy footstep echoes through the silence, shattering her momentary grief. Her blood runs cold as she peers into the suffocating darkness of the hallway. A long, distorted shadow creeps across the tile, signaling the arrival of a predator. Terror grips her soul as she wonders who or what has finally found them. Heavy footsteps echo as a dark shadow looms over the terrified survivors. Two armed men emerge from the darkness, catching Yenna in their sights. The survivors freeze in shock, realizing they aren't facing a mindless monster. Recognition flashes in Yenna's eyes as she realizes these men are familiar faces. A sudden memory reveals these men were once saved by a mysterious benefactor. They finally recognize the boy who risked everything to keep them alive. The tension breaks as the group reunites amidst the ruins of the site. But the relief vanishes when they see Minjun collapsing from a lethal wound. Yenna frantically explains that a blade, not a bite, is draining his life. Every second counts as they scramble for a medical kit to save him. Yenna thinks she is saved until the cruel reality of her rescuers finally sets in. A rough hand silences her screams as the scavengers reveal their truly disgusting nature. They treat her like a prize, planning to drag her away into the suffocating dark. When she fights back, they decide to break her spirit with a spiked, bloody club. A sudden, chilling command echoes through the room, forcing the monsters to freeze mid-act. Standing before them, a lone survivor gives the gang 3 seconds to leave or die. The thugs laugh at the threat, choosing to murder the witness instead of retreating. One scavenger lunges forward with a weapon, fueled by a fatal lapse in judgment. Their heavy club clatters against the cold tiles as the balance of power instantly shifts. With a sharp click, the mysterious man draws his blade to finish the one-sided fight. Kim lunges forward with speed that defies his middle-aged frame. A single blow sends blood spraying as the scavenger collapses instantly. Desperate for a shield, the remaining thug grabs Yenna from the shadows. He presses a blood-stained axe against her throat, screaming for a way out. The predator doesn't flinch, raising a cold blade with murderous intent. In a blur of motion, the hostage-taker is brutally silenced before he can react. Yenna stares in horror at the monster who just became her unlikely savior. But a new player enters the fray, a North Korean defector with lethal eyes. The rules of survival are changing as the true monsters begin to emerge. With medical supplies ready, the next phase of this nightmare is about to begin. Minjan lies unconscious, while his new savior confirms the gut wound is not fatal. Inside this hidden sanctuary, the exhausted survivors finally catch a desperate breath of air. Yenna watches in awe, wondering how a stranger possesses such expert surgical precision. The stoic defector demands to know why they risked everything for a rumored sanctuary. She recounts the false hope of the helicopters and their brush with death. The memory of the construction site massacre still haunts her every word. His gaze turns cold, realizing the predator Seongbin might still be hunting them. He meticulously cleans his blade, revealing that the promised safe zone is a lie. Outside, the city's fragile defenses are crumbling as the infected swarm the barricaded streets. He warns that the true monsters are the humans lurking in the dark. Hakshiol warns that the entire city has transformed into a lawless, predatory wasteland. Yena listens in horror as the realization of their total isolation finally sinks in. She wonders why a man with his skills is still hiding in this hellhole. The stoic survivor remains guarded, refusing to reveal the secrets of his past. Her heart races when he mentions a suicidal plan to cross the river tomorrow. Within their fragile sanctuary, they realize the government has officially abandoned them to die. He confesses that the situation is collapsing far faster than anyone could have predicted. Beyond the walls, the inhuman shrieks of the infected signal a coming tidal wave. The bridges to salvation are now choked with blood and twisted, metal wreckage. Every escape route is a death trap where the living are hopelessly outnumbered. The stoic survivor reveals the bridges are nothing but a graveyard of broken dreams. Yena stares in horror as the crushing reality of their isolation finally sets in. One flickering light remains as he proposes a suicidal gamble across the dark river. Even their distant hope of sanctuary in Gangnam might be a blood-soaked lie. A hidden motive emerges when he confesses his sister is trapped in that hellhole. The room falls silent as he prepares to recount the day his world shattered. It began in a temporary shelter where the desperate clung to any fleeting hope. When the military arrived, they brought a promise of safety that felt like salvation. But that salvation was selective, tearing families apart in a heart-wrenching moment of betrayal. He watched helplessly as his sister vanished into the unknown, leaving him alone. The promise of a safe haven in Gangnam was nothing but a cruel lie. He sits in the silence, recounting how the military abandoned them to rot. A single question about his family brings the crushing weight of reality back down. Blood painted the floors when the infected turned their sanctuary into a slaughterhouse. The story ends in shadows as the grim truth of his survival finally surfaces. She stares in disbelief, realizing the man who saved her is truly all alone. He reaches for his gear, ready to leave the only safety they have left. His cold declaration of leaving at dawn sends a new wave of pure terror. Desperate for a lifeline, she begs to follow him into the unknown city ruins. He knows that in this hell, more people only means more certain deaths. Minjun lies unconscious, his battered body finally forced into a state of desperate rest. Yena clasps her hands, pleading for a chance to reach Minjun's mother in Gangnam. She drops to her knees, willing to sacrifice her pride for a single lifeline. Her savior watches with a cold, unreadable expression that hides his next move. He notes how much the former school queen has changed in this brutal world. In the quiet shadows, he admits she is nothing like the girl he remembered. With a heavy pack, he commands her to sleep until the morning sun rises. Left in the silence, she whispers a fragile thanks to the man holding their lives. Outside, the ruined city waits as the light of a dangerous new dawn approaches. Sunlight filters into the quiet sanctuary as the survivors finally find a moment's rest. But for Yena, the peace of sleep is quickly shattered by a lingering dread. She wakes to find her mysterious savior preparing to return to the death trap. Hakyol calmly announces his plan to head back into the heart of the chaos. He needs supplies and answers, even if it means walking into a hornet's nest. Terrified, Yenna begs him to stay, warning that the site is crawling with monsters. A cold, confident smirk creeps across the man's face at her desperate warning. He reveals the impossible distance he traveled to survive as a mere child. The staggering truth leaves Yenna speechless as she realizes his true, terrifying scale. He survived a 10,000-kilometer trek through hell that would shatter any normal man. The staggering price of his freedom leaves Yenna paralyzed in a state of shock. Clutching his brutal weapon, he commands her to protect the boy until he returns. The door clicks shut, leaving her alone in the crushing silence of the sanctuary. Beyond these walls, the city has transformed into a desolate graveyard for the weak. He moves with lethal grace, effortlessly scaling the heights of the urban decay. He lands like a phantom, returning to the hunting grounds he once called home. Every breath is calculated as he prepares to face a past that still lingers. Now, he searches for the one monster who might still be breathing in this ruin. Deep in a coma, the boy who survived a lethal fall finally stirs. She watches him with bated breath, the weight of their survival pressing down. He wakes in a daze, his mind fractured by the trauma of the fall. She frantically explains that an unlikely ally from their past saved his life. Memories of the construction site are a blur of blood and shattered concrete. Suddenly, she lunges forward, gripping his hands with a desperate, trembling strength. Tears well in her eyes as she confesses the terror of nearly losing him. The sudden intimacy leaves him paralyzed, his face burning with unexpected shock. In this silent sanctuary, the distance between them vanishes in a heartbeat. But relief turns to impact as she strikes him in overwhelmed emotion. She lashes out in a frantic panic, terrified that his recklessness nearly cost everything. He offers a weak apology, realizing the immense burden she carried to save him. Her voice softens as she relays the warning that his body needs time to heal. Despite the agony, he insists they cannot waste a single second as lockdown looms. A sudden wave of crippling pain forces him back down, his strength completely failing. She demands he remain still, her frustration masking a deep-seated fear of losing him. Amidst the clutter of their makeshift sanctuary, the tools of survival lie ready. A sharp, rhythmic knocking at the door shatters the brief moment of heavy silence. Their mysterious savior returns, announcing his presence before stepping into the dimly lit room. He drops a heavy tactical bag, signaling that the next phase of survival begins now. He presents the worn backpack, a ghost from a life before the world ended. The mysterious soldier explains he scavenged it from the ruins of the construction site. Staring at the familiar fabric, he feels a rare spark of warmth and comfort. Then, he holds out the one item that truly restores his vision and hope. Clutching his glasses, the survivor finally feels like himself again in this nightmare. Gratitude fills the room as they realize their savior did more than just fight. But she quickly shifts the focus to the monster still lurking in the shadows. His eyes darken as he prepares to deliver the grim news about the site. He had returned to that graveyard of steel, searching for any sign of life. Instead, he found a blood-soaked hellscape where every single soul had finally turned. She trembles, realizing the monster who ruined their lives is still out there hunting. But the veteran soldier remains cold, promising that he never loses a lethal encounter. His gaze hardens as he reveals the impossible mission to finally leave this district. The power dynamic shifts as he looms over them with a question of survival. Despite his broken body, the young survivor is ready to risk everything right now. Calmly, the fighter reminds him that a reckless move will only lead to death. He reaches for a marker, knowing that a perfect strategy is their only hope. Turning to the board, he unveils a secret path across the treacherous Han River. The map reveals a hidden artery through the city that no one else sees. Suddenly, the terrifying reality of the underground tunnel hits him like a physical blow. The veteran explains that the subway tunnels are their only hope of avoiding infected. But even this path is a gamble, since the government might have sealed them. Time is ticking away, as they realize the walk to the station is treacherous. Outside, the city remains a silent, pink-hued graveyard waiting for their first mistake. To survive the nightmare ahead, he establishes the first absolute law of the wasteland. Standing before them, the defector prepares to drop the harsh truth of survival. He warns them never to rush because desperation is a faster killer than monsters. The young survivors listen in silence as he forbids them from traveling in groups. His voice turns cold as he prepares to deliver the most ruthless command yet. In this world, you must never throw your life away trying to save others. Minjun absorbs the heartless logic that survival requires a total lack of empathy. Hakchiol declares that he too would abandon anyone to ensure his own breath continues. The lesson is absolute. Trying to be a hero will only get you killed. Sunlight filters into the kitchen as the time for hiding finally comes to an end. Strapping on their packs, the survivors prepare to venture into the pink-hued graveyard. Hakchiol hands over a gruesome club, a crude tool designed for one purpose: killing. Minjun's grip falters as the sheer weight of the blood-caked weapon sinks in. It is meant to crush skulls and keep human scavengers at a safe distance. The veteran survivor demands he swing with everything, showing no mercy to the monsters. The thought of piercing hearts and brains makes Minjun realize his innocence is gone. The decision is made, and the safety of the labor center is left behind. Under a deceptively clear sky, the city has transformed into a silent, urban wasteland. Armed and ready, the group begins their treacherous march through the abandoned streets. Minjun's mind races with the terrifying weight of the violence he must now commit. Bloody warnings on the walls remind him that the monsters were once someone's family. He fears that taking a life, even in defense, will turn him into a murderer. The threat of future judgment haunts him as they pass grim reminders of the law. A sharp voice cuts through his spiraling thoughts, demanding his immediate attention. Hakshiol senses his hesitation and commands him to stop wasting time on useless worries. In this brutal new world, a soft heart is nothing more than a death sentence. Yenna hesitates as they press deeper into the suffocating silence of the city. Suddenly she stops, her instincts screaming that something is deathly wrong. She warns the group that a horde of infected is waiting just ahead. Hakshiol demands to know how she could possibly detect a hidden threat. A foul, distinct stench fills her lungs, signaling the presence of the monsters. The veteran leader stares in disbelief at the girl's impossible sensory gift. He asks if she can truly pinpoint their location through the thick smog. Minjun finally connects the dots, remembering her strange sensitivity back in the sanctuary. Every time they were in danger, her nose had warned her first. Trusting her intuition, Hakshiol moves forward alone to scout the bloody path ahead. Hakshiol creeps through the shadows, scouting the path for his small band of survivors. Suddenly, his breath hitches as he witnesses a nightmare unfolding just around the corner. A pack of blood-soaked monsters tears through the street, confirming their worst fears. He realizes Yenna's impossible senses were right, and the danger is closer than imagined. Returning to the group, he admits her intuition saved them from a certain death trap. The veteran leader orders a detour, but Minjun spots something strange lurking high above. They peer into the narrow gap between buildings, searching for a hidden watcher. Atop the rooftop, a bloodied soldier remains motionless, a grim omen of failed defense. A flash of shock crosses the defector's face as he spots a game-changing opportunity. Without a second to lose, he drags Minjun away to investigate the fallen warrior. They stumble into a room littered with the remnants of a desperate struggle. The veteran leads them higher, promising safety from the monsters lurking below. He raises his binoculars to scout the horizon for any lingering threats. 3 infected soldiers haunt the nearby rooftop like shadows of a fallen army. One creature still clings to a lethal rifle, a prize worth any risk. Minjun frantically warns that the plan is far too dangerous to even attempt. The distance is short, but the path is crawling with undead killers. To their shock, the quiet boy reveals he knows exactly how to kill. The veteran decides they must take the weapon to survive the coming night. Yenna watches in horror as they prepare for a truly suicidal mission. Yenna realizes the only way to claim the weapon is through the undead. 3 infected soldiers patrol the rooftop, guarding the lethal prize they desperately need. Minjun feels a nagging sense of familiarity that he simply cannot ignore. Before the world ended, he spent countless hours mastering the art of digital warfare. Every movement and every shot in the game perfectly mirrors this new reality. The memory of a simulated kill shot sparks a dangerous idea in his mind. He realizes that securing that rifle is the only path to their survival. Minjun stuns the group by declaring they are going after the weapon immediately. The veteran tells a terrified Yenna to stay hidden while they risk everything. Left with no choice, she watches as her companions prepare for a suicide mission. Hakshiol finally yields, agreeing to lead this desperate gamble for firepower. He orders a trembling Yenna to stay behind, guarding their gear in silence. Outside, the suffocating silence of the city masks the horrors waiting above. A lone infected wanders the shadows, a gruesome reminder of their constant peril. Hakshiol moves like a ghost, slipping past the monster without making a sound. He signals Minjun to climb, testing the boy's resolve in this vertical nightmare. Minjun admits his fear only sharpens his focus, turning terror into a weapon. They reach the summit, discovering the rooftop is crawling with the undead. Hakshiol peers over the edge, calculating the distance to their ultimate prize. 3 fallen soldiers now stand guard, their rifles just out of reach. Hakshiol warns that the enemy soldiers are positioned too close for a stealthy kill. He questions if Minjun's knife-throwing skills are enough to eliminate the threat instantly. The veteran survivor sets a brutal deadline, demanding the encounter end in 10 seconds. Minjun trembles at the impossible task, wondering how they can move that fast. Hakshiol plans to bait the monsters, drawing their focus while he strikes the first. He orders the boy to use his nail bat to crush the second target's skull. High above the city, the weight of their desperate gamble crushes Minjun's spirit. Sensing the boy's hesitation, the leader calls out his name to snap him back. He sees the internal conflict tearing the former victim apart as they face death. In this new world, morality is a luxury they simply cannot afford to keep. Minjun finally accepts the grim reality that his old life is gone forever. He remembers the moment he realized these monsters were no longer human beings. Now, 3 blood-soaked soldiers stand between them and their only hope of escape. High on the rooftop, the veteran survivor prepares to lead the desperate charge. With a silent landing, the countdown to their 10-second slaughter begins right now. The undead warriors let out a bone-chilling roar as they catch their scent. Hakio lunges forward, a blur of lethal precision aimed at the nearest target. He knows he must strike perfectly to end this fight with a single blow. The monsters stumble blindly, unaware that their true predator has already arrived. He delivers a devastating kill shot, proving that hesitation is a death sentence here. Hakshiol's eyes widen as he realizes the sheer number of monsters closing in. Surrounded on all sides, the veteran realizes his tactical advantage has vanished completely. He lunges forward, knowing his only hope lies in a single lethal strike. The blade bites into cold flesh, but the wound is far too shallow. Suddenly, the undead soldier retaliates, pinning the elite fighter in a death grip. As another monster lunges, he desperately screams for his companion to intervene. Minjun emerges from the shadows, eyes locked onto the target, with cold determination. With a sickening crack, his nail bat connects directly with the creature's skull. For a brief moment, the silence of the rooftop suggests the battle is over. But the nightmare isn't dead yet as the mangled corpse roars back to life. Hakchiol realizes his skills alone won't be enough to survive this nightmare. Swarmed by undead soldiers, the elite warrior finds himself completely outnumbered and outmatched. He prioritizes the armed threat, knowing one shot could end it all. Every movement is a desperate struggle as he fights to keep the monsters back. With a brutal thrust, he drives his blade deep into a decaying throat. The impact sends them both crashing to the cold, unforgiving ground. Terror strikes as his only weapon slips away, lost in the chaotic struggle. A bloodthirsty predator looms over him, ready to tear his life away. Minjun is trapped against the wall as another monster joins the fray. Covered in blood and exhausted, he can only pray for a miracle now. Desperation drives him to reach for a weapon with only 2 rounds left. His bloody fingers grip the cold steel as every second counts for survival. On this desolate rooftop, the line between predator and prey has completely vanished. Nearby, Minjun fights a losing battle against a monster with supernatural strength. He screams for his mentor, realizing his own strength is reaching its limit. The chaos erupts as the survivors are pushed to the very edge of death. Despite the carnage, the veteran acknowledges the boy has finally proven his worth. Now, the true slaughter begins as he levels the rifle at his enemies. Miles away, the thunderous crack of gunfire shatters the silence for a terrified girl. She counts the shots, knowing each one signifies a life hanging in the balance. Yenna watches through binoculars, desperately praying for her friends to survive the chaos. Relief washes over her as she spots the 2 men alive on the rooftop. Hakhiol wipes the blood away, telling the boy he must master his weapon soon. Minjun questions his mentor's incredible marksmanship after witnessing a display of pure instinct. The veteran checks his remaining rounds, knowing every single bullet is a precious lifeline. Minjun stands frozen, realizing just how close they came to a gruesome final end. Eerie growls echo through the alleyways as the gunfire draws the infected toward them. They scavenge what they can from the fallen, searching for any scrap of ammunition. Inside the derelict room, the silence is heavy among the scattered remains of survival. Yenna scans the horizon again, worried that her protectors have suddenly vanished from sight. Yenna hesitates in the shadows, hearing the gut-wrenching screams of the monsters below. She peers through the glass as the guttural roars of the undead fill the air. Below her, a swarm of infected sprints toward a distant, unknown slaughter. Trapped and trembling, she wonders if her allies will ever make it back alive. Her breath catches as her gaze locks onto a horrifying sight in the street. Amidst the mindless corpses, one man stands perfectly still, staring directly at her. The creature twists its bloody face into a sickening, sentient grin that defies all logic. She collapses against the wall, paralyzed by the realization that she has been spotted. A cold dread sinks in as she questions if that monster truly just smiled. Violent crashing echoes from the stairwell, signaling that the nightmare is finally coming up. The silence of the stairwell is shattered by a guttural, inhuman shriek. A twisted silhouette emerges from the shadows, dragging itself toward the light. Every corner of the abandoned hallway echoes with the sounds of a slaughter. Yenna trembles in the dark, realizing the nightmare has finally found her. They had barricaded every entrance, yet the defenses have somehow been breached. Panic sets in as she wonders how these mindless monsters got inside. This level of coordination shouldn't be possible for a simple infected creature. The heavy thud of footsteps signals that death is climbing the stairs. Bloody, bare feet step onto the landing, marking the end of her sanctuary. A sentient monster stares back, proving that no wall can keep them out. The creature climbs the stairs, its body drenched in the blood of its victims. Yenna holds her breath, praying the monster passes her hiding spot in the shadows. But the nightmare stops, turning its twisted, smiling face toward her trembling form. Every wet footstep on the cold tile signals that her sanctuary has been found. She suppresses a sob, knowing that even the slightest sound means certain death. Her eyes fill with tears as she realizes there is nowhere left to run. The creature lunges with a horrific grin, its silent hunt ending in a piercing scream. Suddenly, a lethal strike tears through the air, painting the floor in fresh crimson. Stunned and covered in gore, she stares at the savior who arrived just in time. Hakyeol and Minjun stand over the corpse, demanding to know if she is still alive. The cold silence of the utility room masks a truth that defies all logic. Hakyeol stops cold when he hears the infected are beginning to show human emotions. Within their fragile sanctuary, the group realizes their hunter was no mere beast. Minjun points out that the barricades were dismantled with terrifying, purposeful precision. This was not a mindless rampage, but a calculated break-in by a thinking predator. Yenna struggles to process the horror of monsters that still carry human habits. A dark realization dawns that the infected are undergoing a rapid, lethal evolution. The fear of coordinated attacks and strategic ambushes turns their sanctuary into a cage. Suspicion flares, as Hakyeol demands to know how Minjun predicts these impossible changes. Caught in a lie, the boy can only blame his intuition as a gamer. Minjun whispers that these monsters mirror the mechanics of a lethal video game. The group sits in heavy silence as his wild theory fills the room. Terrified of being found out, the boy frantically begs them to forget his words. Hakyeol grounds them in the brutal reality of the world's most devastating outbreak. He questions if the boy is tainted, but Minjun confirms only bites spread death. Their meager arsenal sits on the table, the only line between life and extinction. The leader hands Minjun a blade, forcing the boy to accept his new role. He turns to Yenna next, demanding she take up steel for her own survival. Her eyes widen in horror, realizing she can no longer hide behind others' protection. Soon, they must master the rifle if they hope to survive the coming slaughter. Hakyeol prepares them for the worst, warning they must master the rifle if he falls. A heavy silence fills the room as the weight of his words sinks in. Minjun tries to break the tension, mocking the cliché of death flags in movies. But the leader remains cold, swearing to survive by any means necessary. Alone on the sofa, Minjun admits a dark curiosity about firing a real weapon. He turns to Yenna, asking if she shares the same desperate desire for power. Without a word, she recoils, physically distancing herself from the boy she once trusted. Her gaze is hollow, lost in the trauma of the horrors they just escaped. She issues a chilling command, telling him to stay far away from her. Confused and shaken, Minjun realizes the mental toll of the apocalypse has finally broken her. Minjun stands frozen, unable to process the sudden wall she built between them. Her cold eyes reflect a cruel past where he was nothing but a ghost. The weight of her own trauma makes even breathing feel like a heavy chore. Curled up and broken, she feels the grime of the apocalypse staining her soul. Trivial thoughts of hygiene clash with the brutal reality of their fight for survival. Every fiber of her being screams to distance herself from the boy beside her. He wonders when he started caring so much about someone who feels only contempt. She buries her face, drowning in the suffocating annoyance of her own conflicting emotions. Outside, the deceptive beauty of the morning sky masks the horror waiting below. A blood-soaked van serves as a grim reminder that death is always one step behind. The group moves through the silence, every step echoing against the desolate pavement. Hakyeol scans the perimeter, searching for a path through the infested urban labyrinth. With Yenna's keen senses guiding them, the impossible weight of survival feels almost manageable. But even the strongest warriors have their limits as a hidden weakness begins to show. Minjun notices their leader faltering, realization dawning that their protector is physically broken. The news of a torn ligament sends a wave of pure panic through Minjun's heart. They desperately urge him to rest, knowing their survival depends entirely on his strength. To a man who survived the North, a shattered leg is just another minor inconvenience. Suddenly, Yenna freezes before a sealed door marked with a grim, blood-red warning. A monstrous roar erupts from within, shattering the silence and their fragile sense of security. A desperate shout from above shatters the trio's focus as they navigate the streets. High on a rooftop, a terrified survivor begs for a rescue he cannot reach. He explains that a simple supply run turned into a nightmare of being hunted. With monsters blocking the only exit, He remains a prisoner to his own fear. Another survivor already sealed his fate, locking the doors and leaving him behind. Their leader demands to know exactly how many monsters are waiting in the dark. He silently weighs the truth against the lethal risk of a narrow stairwell. To everyone's horror, he coldly refuses to risk their lives for a single stranger. He turns to leave, ignoring the desperate pleas of a man facing certain death. The man screams about his waiting family, but the world has no room for mercy. The group ignores a man's desperate screams to avoid attracting a deadly swarm. Their leader coldly declares that unnecessary risks are a luxury they cannot afford. Haunted by the man's pleas, the young gamer remains frozen by his conscience. He stops the group, frantically asking if they can truly just walk away. The veteran warrior stands silent, his heavy pack hiding a lifetime of survival. With a heavy sigh, he prepares to shut down any hope of a rescue. He turns with a skeptical gaze, demanding to know what plan he has. Stepping forward, the boy reveals a strategy born from years of high-level gaming. Armed with a spiked bat, they face the wreckage blocking their only path. The plan is simple but lethal. Lure the infected into a deadly trap. The plan is set to turn this narrow tunnel into a final choke point. Memories of a simpler time give him the confidence to move the heavy wreckage. With the veteran injured, the young gamer must become the primary bait. His companions watch in silence, realizing the suicidal weight of his proposal. He claims to be fast enough to outrun the monsters lurking in the dark. Every inch of the alleyway is calculated to trap the swarm behind steel. Inside the getaway vehicle, fresh blood tells a story of a previous, failed escape. The veteran demands to know why they are risking everything for a complete stranger. In this world, sacrifice is a luxury that usually ends in a shallow grave. Doubt begins to poison the air, as they wonder if the target is worth saving. Minjun gazes into the distance, his mind calculating a move that defies survival logic. He stands before the desperate survivors, offering a mercy that most have long forgotten. Trembling with an unfamiliar hope, the young boy prepares to serve his first guests. The man stares back in shock, unable to believe a protector still exists here. Standing between a loaded gun and a stranger, Minjun chooses to defend a life. He confesses that the man reminds him of his father and those left behind. The veteran leader remains silent, judging if this sentimentality will get them all killed. They pivot to the immediate threat, planning to block the entrance with heavy steel. Above the decaying city, the calm before the storm feels like a suffocating trap. With every ounce of strength, they barricade the path to keep the monsters out. Pushing with everything they have, Minjun and Yena struggle to move the heavy van. The rusted wheels finally groan and turn as their desperate plan gains momentum. Behind the wheel, the veteran leader prepares to steer them toward a narrow hope. They force the massive vehicle into position, sealing the only entrance to their sanctuary. The steel wall is finally set, but the silence following it feels hauntingly temporary. Standing amidst the ruins, Hakchiul warns that gunfire must remain their absolute last resort. Minjun explains the gamble, using noise to lure the monsters into a lethal trap. The tension peaks as the leader calls out to the boy who saved them. He chambers around, reminding Minjun that one mistake means certain death for everyone. Haunted by the threat of evolved monsters, Minjun prays his logic holds true. Hakchiul makes it clear that his loyalty ends with his own flesh and blood. He stares cold-bloodedly at the boy, declaring this the final suicide mission. Minjun can barely swallow his fear as the weight of the gamble sets in. The desolate alleyway waits like a graveyard, holding its breath for the coming chaos. Silence reigns over the urban ruins until the first spark of the trap ignites. Desperate shouts and violent banging shatter the stillness, echoing through the hollow corridor. Feet hammer against the concrete steps as the hunter becomes the ultimate bait. He bursts into the open air, knowing there is absolutely no turning back now. Screaming for his life, he leads a wave of bloodthirsty nightmares into the street. The sprint toward the extraction point begins with death snapping at his very heels. Minjun sprints past the wreckage as the monster's roar shakes the very air. From the shadows, the hunters watch their bait lead the swarm into position. The signal is given because the perfect moment to strike has finally arrived. A narrow concrete trap waits to swallow everything that dares to enter it. They take their final positions, knowing one mistake means a gruesome end. Yena can feel her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She silently pleads for Minjun's safety as the chaos draws closer than ever. For a fleeting second, the corridor remains a silent, terrifying void of anticipation. Suddenly, the bait bursts through the entrance with death screaming at his back. He screams for them to execute the plan before the nightmare catches up. They throw their entire weight against the steel to seal the narrow passage. A heavy thud echoes as the trap locks firmly into its final position. The mindless horde screams in fury as they rush headlong into the bottleneck. Adrenaline fades into relief as their desperate gamble finally pays off. Suddenly, a new face emerges from the shadows of this concrete graveyard. A broken man collapses in gratitude, weeping for the lives they just saved. Minjun reaches out to the survivor, urging him to move before death returns. Hakyul remains silent, his cold gaze scanning for any hidden deception or danger. They find a makeshift sanctuary littered with the remnants of a former life. A massive stockpile of fuel reveals the secret to this man's improbable survival. The group hunkers down as their new ally reveals his stash of survival supplies. While Hakyul scavenges for resources, the man confesses his daily search for his daughter. Minjun feels awkward being treated with such respect by a man twice his age, but the survivor insists, eternally grateful to the teenagers who pulled him from death. As trust grows, they discuss their desperate plan to escape the impending citywide lockdown. Yena presses for more details about the family he lost in the initial chaos. Guilt weighs heavy as he describes the moment he missed his chance to evacuate. Seeing his pain, Yena offers a rare moment of genuine empathy in this nightmare. The man's curiosity turns to Hakyul's lethal weaponry, sensing he isn't a normal student. With the sun dipping low, the reality of finding a safe sanctuary becomes urgent. A desperate offer of a fully stocked sanctuary changes the stakes for the survivors. Hakyul realizes they can't survive the night without a real roof over their heads. Minjun remains cautious, but he trusts the veteran's judgment in this lawless hellscape. They quickly pack their remaining supplies, preparing for a treacherous trek across the city. The group moves through the shadows as the sun begins to fade over Gangbuk. Their guide finally stops, revealing a hidden gem tucked away from the main streets. A massive detached home stands before them, a fortress amidst the surrounding urban decay. Solar panels line the roof, promising power while the rest of the world remains dark. High brick walls and a heavy steel gate provide the security they desperately need. With barbed wire lining the perimeter, they have finally found the perfect safe house. Hakyul racks his weapon, ready for the inevitable bloodbath waiting ahead. He warns the stranger that in this world, kindness is a death sentence. The man offers a nervous smile, claiming he is just another desperate survivor. They step into the lion's den as the guide announces their arrival. Meanwhile, a shadowed office building hides a far more sinister secret. Inside the dark workplace, the stench of decay and betrayal fills the air. Heavy footsteps echo against the door, signaling a predator's violent return. With a thunderous crash, the entrance is shattered by a man seeking vengeance. Park Seongbin grips a blood-stained blade, his mind warped by constant slaughter. He scoffs that the living are far more dangerous than the walking dead. Seongbin rests his blood-soaked blade, savoring a moment of twisted peace in the darkness. His eyes narrow as he notices a mysterious whiteboard covered in cryptic tactical notes. Every mark reveals a secret path toward a station they hope will lead to safety. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the hunter finally finds his prey's trail. He realizes they are moving with a dangerous soldier he never expected them to find. Sitting amidst the ruins, he pieces together their desperate plan to cross the deadly river. Miles away, a nervous guide leads the group toward a house that seems too perfect. Hakyul senses the hidden danger and immediately signals Minjun to hold his position. The veteran soldier decides to take the lead, refusing to let the kids walk first. As the guide enters his home, Minjun wonders if they are walking into a trap. Hakyul enters with his rifle ready, prepared to take the house by absolute force. But the soldier freezes as the sounds of a family reunion echo through the halls. Tears flow as a desperate father finally returns to the wife and son he loves. Watching the emotional embrace, the cold veteran begins to question his own brutal instincts. Standing in the shadows, Minjun and Hakyul witness a miracle in this broken world. The guide introduces the teenagers as the heroes who saved his life from certain death. The hum of a working fan signals a comfort they haven't felt in ages. A kind woman offers them food and the impossible luxury of a warm shower. Yena stares in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sudden prospect of feeling human again. A gentle touch confirms that this sanctuary might actually be the peace they needed. The kind woman clutches Yena's hands, stunned by her radiant beauty amidst the chaos. Flattered but overwhelmed, Yena can only offer a shy thanks for the unexpected warmth. Suddenly, a heavy silence falls as a painful memory flickers across the woman's face. With a trembling voice, she reveals a daughter who shared Yena's age and spirit. The cruel reality of the apocalypse surfaces as she mentions her child went missing. Yena offers a desperate hope, insisting that the girl must still be alive somewhere. Brushing away the grief, the mother insists on preparing a meal for her guests. Minjun watches silently as she offers clean clothes, treating them like her own children. From the shadows, a young boy peeks out before quickly vanishing into the darkness. Minjun's sharp eyes catch the movement, noting the presence of another innocent young survivor. Hakyul collapses onto the sofa, his body finally feeling the weight of the war. The sight of his mangled, swollen foot reveals the brutal cost of their journey. Even a hardened soldier like him knows they cannot survive another day without rest. Despite the exhaustion, his tactical mind refuses to let their new sanctuary remain unvetted. Behind closed doors, the rare sound of running water offers a brief, flickering hope. Yena finally washes away the literal and metaphorical filth of the decaying world outside. But even the warmth of a shower cannot drown out her racing, anxious thoughts. She remembers the terrifying moment Minjun risked everything by charging into certain death. To her, his sudden transformation into a reckless hero feels frustratingly out of character. She resolves to stop him before his newfound courage leads them all to ruin. The rhythmic ticking of the clock echoes through the heavy, suffocating silence. A rare feast sits before them, a haunting reminder of the world they lost. Surrounded by safety, the survivors share a meal, while a loaded rifle waits nearby. The professor warns that every path to Gangnam has been ruthlessly severed by chaos. Hakcheol reveals a desperate gamble through the dark, forgotten tunnels of the subway. The mention of the underground route sends a sudden shock through the weary professor. He reveals his missing daughter was last seen at a station on that line. Hakcheol realizes their dangerous path leads directly toward the girl's last known location. The map confirms that Gwangnaru is the final threshold before crossing the river. He offers a sliver of hope, promising they might find her in the darkness. The professor admits he was thinking the exact same thing as the others. He recalls the day traffic froze, trapping him in a sea of abandoned steel. Every escape route was a slaughterhouse, overflowing with the blood of the infected. Paralyzed by fear for his family, he watched his last hope slowly wither away. Hakcheol questions if the local roads remain too treacherous for any vehicle to pass. The streets are now graveyard labyrinths, choked by debris and the promise of death. Realizing that driving is a suicide mission, the leader searches for a new path. Amidst the tension, the professor finally reveals his true identity to his young protectors. A fleeting moment of civility returns to the house as introductions begin to flow. But outside these walls, the silent, frozen city waits to swallow them all whole. Inside a room frozen in time, the remnants of a lost life remain. Their host offers a rare luxury, a bed far from the cold asphalt. She insists the girl find peace in a world that has forgotten it. But a lingering glance reveals the heavy weight of trauma still remains. Despite the offer, she chooses the hard floor over a soft, empty bed. He does not understand why she would reject the only comfort they have left. Tension boils over as he questions her sudden change in heart and attitude. A sudden strike breaks the silence, masking the fear with familiar, petty bickering. Their leader watches the chaos, knowing these fragile bonds are all they possess. Outside, the darkness deepens as the city prepares to claim its next victim. The lights finally flicker out as the survivors whisper their last goodnights. Even behind locked doors, the leader refuses to let go of his rifle. Every second that ticks by feels like a countdown to another disaster. They huddle in the darkness, trying to ignore the shadows creeping inside. Rest is impossible when the weight of survival keeps your eyes open. While the group drifts off, the silence between them grows heavy. A sudden movement in the dark breaks the stillness of the room. She sits up, unable to ignore the boy who is still awake. Soft whispers fill the air as she asks what is haunting his mind. He finally confesses that the memory of his mother is all he has. Amidst the warmth of a new family, Yena cannot stop thinking about her mother. The weight of her absence hangs heavy in the suffocating silence of the room. She suddenly vows to help Minjun find his own lost mother at any cost. Minjun stares up in shock, never expecting such a selfless promise from his companion. He whispers his gratitude while trying to process the sudden intensity of her gaze. But the boy cannot let the conversation end without uncovering her own hidden pain. He shifts the focus, asking what happened to the parents she left behind. He wonders if she is truly fine, living with the mystery of their disappearance. Her eyes go cold as the beauty mark beneath them highlights her sudden hesitation. Finally, she decides to break her silence and reveal the truth to young Minjun. Yena finally breaks her silence, starting a confession she has never shared before. She reveals that her family life was nothing more than a fractured, blended mess. Minjun sits in stunned silence as the girl he protected calls her family a wreck. Behind the facade of elite, famous parents lay a bitter divorce and deep-seated abandonment. The memories shift back to their school days before the world fell into ruin. Back then, she viewed his silent endurance as a personal insult to her status. She looked down on him, disgusted by a boy she deemed weak and utterly pathetic. In her cruelty, she even planned to unleash a predator to break him completely. Returning to her cold, luxury home, the weight of her past sins began to settle. Now she realizes that a monster like her has no right to pity him. Returning home was a nightmare she was forced to endure every single day. She stepped into the luxury apartment, dreading the toxic atmosphere waiting inside. Discarded shoes and muffled moans confirmed her worst fears about what was happening. Disgust washed over her as she realized her home had become a den of sin. With her father always away, her stepmother's blatant infidelity was an open secret. Retreating to her room, she tried to strip away the filth of her reality. Suddenly, the woman who ruined her family burst in with a drunken, furious scream. They traded venomous insults, the stench of alcohol and betrayal thick in the air. She didn't hold back, mocking the pathetic life her stepmother chose to lead. In this house of lies, the only thing sharper than their words was the hatred. Caught in the act, the stepmother shows zero remorse for her cold-hearted betrayal. A single click of a camera captures the ultimate proof of her illicit affair. Yenna holds the evidence, threatening to shatter her father's hollow world for good. While her lover panics, the manipulative influencer remains disturbingly calm under the pressure. This is Choi Soo-jin, a woman who traded her reputation for a life of lies. She mocks Yenna, claiming her father is far too weak to ever oppose her. With a puff of smoke, she offers to reveal the father's own dark secrets. If the truth leaks, his entire career and hospital empire will burn to ashes. Her manic laughter echoes through the home, signaling the total collapse of their family. Brushing past her stepdaughter, she leaves Yenna alone in a house built on rot. The confrontation explodes as Soo-jin loses her mind, screaming for Yenna to die. She hurls vile insults, claiming Yenna is just as trashy as her mother. With one final venomous command, the stepmother orders her to leave forever. A heavy door slams shut, sealing the fate of a family built on lies. Yenna wanders through the night, vowing to never return to that domestic hellhole. Her eyes harden with a chilling resolve to erase every memory of this place. She walks alone, wishing for the entire world to simply crumble into nothingness. But the universe has a cruel sense of timing, starting at a karaoke bar. While seeking a brief escape, the first signs of a global catastrophe appear. Suddenly, a frantic call reveals that the nightmare is only just beginning. Yenna wanders the neon streets as her phone explodes with frantic emergency alerts. A blood-curdling scream pierces the air, shattering the fragile peace of the night. Pure chaos erupts as a wave of terrified citizens flees from an unseen nightmare. Trembling in the shadows, she gasps for air after narrowly escaping the sudden slaughter. The cold, silent surveillance of an empty stairwell offers a brief, haunting sanctuary. Desperate for salvation, she finds that even the emergency lines have gone completely dead. Her father ignores her plea, proving once again that she is entirely on her own. Memories of her distant mother resurface, bringing a flicker of hope that quickly fades. With oceans between them, she realizes no family is coming to save her tonight. Left with no choice, she prepares to call the one person she truly despises. Desperate for a lifeline, she dials the one person she absolutely despises. But the woman on the other end answers with nothing but cold venom. Yenna pleads for rescue, explaining that the entire world has turned into hell. The response is a cruel death sentence, telling her to figure it out alone. As her stepmother hangs up, Yenna realizes no family is coming for her. The call disconnects, leaving her stranded in the deafening silence of the apocalypse. In this moment of total isolation, her mind drifts back to a darker time. Memories of a fractured home resurface as voices scream for her to open up. She was always a girl trapped behind closed doors, hiding from her own life. With every bridge burned, she can only weep for the mother she truly needs. Curled in a corner, Yenna drowns in the crushing weight of her own isolation. She confesses that her family has truly abandoned her to this living nightmare. The betrayal runs deep, leaving her heart cold toward those who left her behind. Through the trauma, one desperate wish remains. She just wants her real mother. The distance to America feels infinite, especially after years of silence and ignored calls. Minjun finally realizes the hidden motive behind her desperate desire to flee the country. Guilt haunts her as she remembers the cruel words she spoke before the separation. Looking at the ruins of her life, she believes she is completely alone now. Silence fills the room as the weight of her tragic confession settles between them. Minjun breaks the quiet, promising her that she will never have to face this alone. After everything she lost, Yenna finally looks at the only person who stayed. Minjun reminds her that they are a team, and she is no longer alone. He makes a solemn vow to survive this nightmare together, no matter the cost. For the first time in a long time, hope flickers in her eyes. She softly agrees, letting the warmth of his words finally reach her heart. As the clock strikes midnight, the weight of their long journey demands rest. Outside their fragile sanctuary, the undead continue their relentless, mindless prowl through the streets. The silence of the neighborhood is a terrifying mask for the monsters lurking nearby. Exhaustion finally takes over as she drifts into a deep, much-needed sleep. Even in slumber, Hakchil never lets go of the weapon that keeps them alive. Cruel threats from his past echo like thunder across a blood-stained sky. Long ago, he was just a broken boy, paying for his family's supposed sins. A monster's laughter mocked his destiny, claiming he would rot in filth forever. Suddenly, the nightmare shatters as the roar of an engine jolts him awake. The impossible sound of a working car cuts through the deadly silence of night. Hakyul warns the professor to stay back while he investigates the potential threat. Shadows dance against the fortified walls as the mysterious vehicle comes to a halt. Gripping his rifle, he knows the noise will surely draw every monster nearby. A sudden movement catches his eye, forcing his combat instincts into overdrive. Someone has already breached the perimeter, leaving a ladder against the cold stone wall. An abandoned ladder stands against the wall, marking a breach in their sanctuary. Hakyul scales the height, his finger hovering over the trigger of his rifle. He clears the ledge with lethal precision, ready to eliminate the unknown intruders. But the sight before him forces the hardened soldier to pause in disbelief. Below him, two scavengers loiter near the gate, completely unaware they are targeted. The situation turns deadly when he spots a high-caliber handgun tucked away. Hakyul commands them to freeze, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. He threatens to open fire if they do not surrender their weapons immediately. Realizing their lives are on the line, the strangers discard their only defense. Hakyul watches them closely, wondering how these amateurs got their hands on firepower. Hakyul stares down from the rooftop, demanding to know if these men are looters. He keeps his rifle aimed, refusing to buy their story about this empty house. The younger intruder trembles, claiming he found the pistol on a dead body. Hakyul calls out the lie, knowing civilians do not possess such high-caliber weapons. He notes that while his rifle is military, their firearm is something far rarer. The strangers desperately explain they are just survivors, seeking refuge from Gunja Station. The mention of that specific station makes the hardened soldier stop in his tracks. He calculates the distance, knowing Gunja sits right next to his intended destination. The man confirms a massive underground shelter is currently holding out against the end. However, the path is blocked by a sea of monsters occupying the subway tunnels. Hakyul demands the truth, his cold eyes searching for any sign of a lie. The intruders mention a specific name, sending a ripple of shock through the group. Realizing the potential value of their intel, the soldier finally grants them entry. Within the walls of this fragile sanctuary, a desperate hope begins to flicker. Hearing the name of a massive underground shelter, the aging professor nearly collapses. The strangers describe a systematic city beneath the earth where hundreds are still breathing. This news hits home for a father still haunted by his daughter's final location. Every second of that tragic day is burned into his memory like a brand. He vividly remembers the moment the world ended while she was trapped underground. Her screams for help through the phone still echo in his broken heart. The professor's last memory of his daughter is a frantic, unfinished phone call. He remains haunted by the uncertainty of whether she escaped that mechanical tomb. A witness reveals the train was a death trap heading straight for Gunja Station. The subway sped through the darkness, carrying hundreds toward an uncertain, bloody fate. A sudden sliver of hope emerges that the girl might still be breathing. Terrified and desperate, the father offers a photo to see if they remember. Amidst the chaos of 200 survivors, a single face is hard to find. The brutal truth remains that she could already be one of the mindless monsters. Attempting to enter the fortified shelter alone would mean facing a hail of bullets. Hakyul takes command, mapping out a lethal path to the promised underground sanctuary. A lifeline is offered in the form of a small, battered walkie-talkie. The price for communication is steep, demanding 2 days of precious survival supplies. Trust is a rare currency in this wasteland, and he desperately seeks it. Hakyul remains silent, weighing the potential risk against the reward of a deal. Outside, the desolate streets hide the lurking shadows of a world gone mad. News of a shelter at Gunja Station sends a shockwave through the group. Suspicion flares as they debate whether this new hope is merely a lethal trap. Time is running out, and the professor must decide his family's ultimate fate. Moving on foot through the apocalypse is a guaranteed death sentence for them. A single vehicle could be their only salvation, or their final burning tomb. Hakyul issues a chilling ultimatum, refusing to guarantee anyone else's safety during the escape. The professor hesitates, knowing a single wrong choice could lead to his family's slaughter. His wife and son watch in terrified silence, waiting for their fate to be decided. Remnants of a peaceful life hang on the walls, soon to be abandoned for survival. Yenna begins gathering rations, preparing for the grueling trek that lies ahead tomorrow morning. But a sudden realization hits her as she notices the group's protector has vanished. She searches the quiet house, her footsteps echoing through the tension-filled halls. Peering into a bedroom, she finds an unexpected moment of calm amidst the chaos. Minjun sits with the boy, bonding over the very games that taught them survival. Even in this dying world, a small dream of a future manages to survive. Yenna breaks the silence, teasing Minjun about his unexpected bond with the boy. Her eyes drift toward the wall, catching a glimpse of a familiar face. A vibrant poster of the idol group Lumina stands out in the room. She questions the protector, wondering why he is staring at the pop stars. The blonde beauty Yujian represents a world that no longer exists. Yena smirks, asking if this famous idol is actually his ideal type. Minjun freezes in place, his expression morphing into one of pure shock. He reveals a hidden truth, claiming he knew the star since childhood. Yena's face contorts in disbelief at his sudden and impossible confession. She erupts into mocking laughter, calling his claim a load of total bull. Minjun insists his connection to the superstar is real, despite the years apart. He admits they now live in two completely different worlds of brutal survival. Yena stares with cold suspicion as he recounts being called a delusional liar. She mocks him relentlessly while he retreats from her sharp and biting insults. A heavy silence falls over the room once the laughter finally dies down. Doubt begins to gnaw at her as she questions if he was actually lying. The idol's perfection serves as a haunting reminder of the life they lost. Meanwhile, within their fortified sanctuary, a desperate new plan begins to take shape. The professor confronts the leader to discuss the grim reality of their situation. He confesses that staying hidden is no longer an option for his family's survival. Hakchiol and the professor realize they must reach the Gunja shelter to survive. A vehicle is their only hope, but finding one means entering the dead zone. The professor reveals his SUV is trapped in an area crawling with the infected. He suggests a nearby ambulance with enough space to carry the entire group. The ambulance sits abandoned, a steel coffin housing at least 3 hungry monsters. Hakchiol demands absolute confirmation before they risk everything on a gamble. The professor swears he saw the creatures trapped inside just 3 days ago. The warrior finally agrees that 3 monsters are a risk they can handle. As the clock ticks, the deadline for their desperate morning escape is set. Tomorrow, they leave this sanctuary to face the nightmare waiting in the streets. The bags are packed, signifying the end of their brief sanctuary in this house. Hakchiol questions if they have overlooked any crucial details before the dawn raid. Minjun suggests crafting lethal firebombs to tip the scales against the undead horde. He knows that in the coming chaos, raw strength alone won't be enough. The veteran warrior nods, recognizing the cold necessity of such devastating weapons. Night falls over the silent refuge, masking the terror waiting just outside. While the others find restless sleep, Hakchiol remains a watchful shadow in the dark. Suddenly, a static-filled voice breaks the silence, demanding an update on their escape. He whispers back, confirming the plan to seize the ambulance at first light. They pray for a smooth operation, knowing any single mistake means certain death. The city remains a graveyard of shadows under the oppressive weight of the night. Their target sits waiting in the fog, a blood-stained beacon of hope and horror. A final radio transmission crackles through the air, wishing them luck in the coming slaughter. Inside the quiet refuge, the survivors steal a few moments of peace before dawn. Yena drifts into a deep slumber, her mind seeking escape from the brutal reality. Suddenly, the nightmare fades into the warm, golden glow of a world long lost. She wakes in her old classroom, the weight of the apocalypse feeling like a dream. She laughs off the memory of the undead, convinced it was all just a delusion. But the silence of the empty school begins to feel unnervingly familiar and cold. Time is running out as the boundaries between her past and present start to blur. Yena steps back into the past, walking through the halls of her old school. A sudden collision breaks the silence as she bumps into a familiar figure. Annoyed by the interruption, she turns to snap at whoever crossed her path. Her breath catches when she sees Minjun standing there, looking completely different. She questions why he is still here instead of heading home like everyone else. The boy who once couldn't meet her eyes now stares with terrifying intensity. Before she can react, he reaches out and grips her wrist with crushing force. He slams her against the wall, cutting off any hope of a peaceful dream. Panic flares in her eyes as the submissive victim she knew vanishes completely. Trapped and trembling, she realizes the nightmare has followed her into the light. He spits out a curse, his patience finally snapping after months of silent abuse. Minjun confronts the girl who treated him like garbage, his eyes burning with resentment. He pins her against the wall, listing every single time she looked down on him. Yena trembles as the boy she once bullied threatens to finally get rough. He grips her wrist tight, warning her that one more insult will change everything forever. In the empty classroom, the power dynamic shifts as he mocks her false bravado. She dares him to strike her, still clinging to the lie that he is weak. Her breath hitches as she realizes this version of Minjun is dangerously different. She drifts deeper into the chaos of a mind, broken by fear and hidden desire. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, realizing the terrifying encounter was only a twisted dream. Yena awakens to find herself inches away from the boy she once despised. The shocking reality hits as she realizes they spent the entire night together. Her heart races with embarrassment, wondering how she ended up in his arms. She suspects he might be faking sleep just to stay close to her. Nearby, their protector remains oblivious, lost in a deep and heavy slumber. Despite her frustration, she finds it impossible to simply pull away from him. As she studies his face, a strange and unsettling realization begins to dawn. In the past, she avoided him, repulsed by a scent she couldn't stand. But now, the boy lying before her seems like a completely different person. Driven by curiosity, she leans in to uncover the truth behind his transformation. She leans in, stunned to find his scent has completely changed. Her intuition screams that something about this boy is fundamentally different now. Without his glasses, the fragile victim she once knew looks like a hero. Curiosity lures her closer until their breathing begins to synchronize in the dark. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, catching her in the middle of a mistake. Time freezes as they lock eyes, inches away from a world-shattering revelation. Panic floods her system as the reality of their proximity finally hits home. She lashes out with a violent strike to hide her own racing heart. Their lethal protector springs into action, weapon drawn and ready to kill. She frantically screams at him, terrified of the intense feelings he just awakened. Tension boils over as they argue about who truly witnessed the other's vulnerability. Minjun stares in disbelief as the weight of his actions begins to sink in. Yena trembles with hurt, recalling how he cruelly lashed out at her earlier. A sudden, violent strike to the face serves as her desperate, emotional retaliation. Left alone in the silence, the confusion of the night weighs heavily on him. Horrified realization strikes as he remembers the venomous words he spat in his sleep. Time ticks away while he wonders if his subconscious mind has finally snapped. Outside, a cold, suffocating fog settles over the ruins of their crumbling world. The group prepares a high-stakes plan to secure a vehicle and escape this nightmare. Their leader issues final orders, demanding absolute focus for the dangerous mission ahead. The scouting team bids a heavy farewell as they head into the unknown. The heavy iron gates seal shut, trapping those left behind in absolute silence. Every remaining resource is precious now in this makeshift sanctuary under siege. Outside, a lethal fog swallows the streets, hiding monsters in the gray mist. Minjun keeps a desperate watch, scanning the horizon for any sign of life. Through the lens, only abandoned wreckage remains in the suffocating urban void. Yena joins him on the roof, her voice trembling as hours tick by. They calculate the distance, praying their allies haven't fallen into a deadly trap. Just as hope begins to fade, a thunderous crack shatters the uneasy quiet. Multiple gunshots erupt in the distance, signaling a battle they cannot see. The sudden crack of a gunshot freezes the air as they realize the danger. Minjun instantly recognizes the sound isn't from their allies' familiar rifle. Suspicion falls on the mysterious strangers who arrived only a day ago. Yena's eyes widen as a chilling realization washes over her entire body. She recoils in horror, struggling to breathe as a sickening sensation takes hold. A foul, deathly stench drifts upward, signaling something truly monstrous is near. The boy senses a presence closing in, his instincts screaming of an impending threat. A desperate, frantic shout for help echoes from the streets below. He quickly raises his lenses to identify the source of the chaos. Through the mist, a bloodied survivor runs for his life toward their sanctuary. A blood-soaked survivor sprints through the streets, desperately screaming for the gates to open. Below in the courtyard, the group stands frozen as a familiar face returns in terror. The man looks up with hollow eyes, barely recognizable from the day before. From the safety of the balcony, Minjun and Yena realize the situation has turned lethal. Gasping for air, the intruder collapses against the heavy metal door of their sanctuary. He pounds frantically with his weapon, begging for any shred of mercy or protection. When asked about his partner, he delivers the crushing news of a brutal death. Trembling with fear, he whispers the arrival of a horror that defies all logic. He screams that their firearms are useless against the nightmare stalking them from the shadows. Minjun quickly scans the horizon, searching for the monster that just rewrote the rules. Minjun stares in pure horror, as his worst nightmare finally manifests before him. Heavy blood-stained footsteps echo through the street as a monster calls for Yena. He remembers when this beast was once just a friendly and smiling neighbor. Now the creature's distorted face begs for an acceptance that can never come. Years ago, Minjun encountered this exact horror while hiding behind a gaming screen. A digital warning from his past begins to blur with his terrifying reality. If the game was a prophecy, then the world is truly beyond saving. The lingering doubt vanishes as the bullet-riddled monstrosity steps into the light. There is no mistaking that voice or that hulking, blood-soaked frame anymore. Silence falls over the foggy neighborhood as the true apocalypse officially begins. Rewinding the clock reveals the bloody carnage trapped inside a stranded ambulance. Hakyol and the professor realize they are surrounded by the groans of the undead. Sudden gunshots pierce the heavy silence, signaling that they are no longer alone. A frantic radio transmission warns of a new problem that changes everything. The tactical veteran recognizes those shots as coming from a dangerous past encounter. He prepares to clear the vehicle before the swarming horde can close in. Elsewhere, footsteps echo through the halls as a desperate survivor races for safety. Screams for mercy erupt behind a heavy door as time finally runs out. Minjun throws the entrance open, only to find a man begging for his life. But death is already reaching out from the shadows to claim its next victim. Minjun stares ahead, his eyes reflecting a nightmare he thought he escaped. Outside, a brutal struggle erupts as a man fights for his very soul. The sanctuary gates offer no protection against the carnage unfolding just inches away. Yena can only watch in paralyzed horror as her worst fears manifest. From the thickening fog, a massive, bloated nightmare emerges to claim its prey. The creature groans with a sickening familiarity, proving that death is never final. Collapsing in terror, she realizes the monster has finally tracked them down. Violent blows rain against the metal, threatening to shatter their only remaining barrier. Minjun stands frozen as the desperate screams of the dying echo through the steel. In this moment of pure despair, they realize the true horror has only begun. Minjun recognizes the monster as a former friend turned into a living nightmare. The bloated creature stomps forward, screaming Yena's name with a guttural, undead hunger. Terror grips Minjun as he realizes they are completely outmatched and must flee. Conventional weapons are useless against this beast, and their strongest fighter is gone. A deafening crash echoes through the sanctuary, signaling the end of their safety. The reinforced steel gate groans under the weight of an impossible, violent force. With one final strike, the metal begins to buckle against the monster's relentless assault. Minjun frantically orders the others to hide before the sanctuary becomes a tomb. A desperate spark of hope ignites as he remembers their only remaining weapon. Grabbing Yena, he begs for her help to execute one final, suicidal gambit. Yena freezes in absolute terror as the sanctuary's defenses begin to fail. Minjun screams for her to focus before they are both slaughtered. He quickly outlines a desperate plan to use fire against the approaching horde. They only have 8 makeshift explosives left to survive this living nightmare. Shaking with fear, she finally finds the strength to agree to his gamble. He orders the other survivors to retreat upstairs while he holds the line. Reaching for their last hope, he grips the cold glass of a weapon. He rushes back into the chaos, carrying the flames of their salvation. The front gate buckles as he prepares to test his life or death theory. With everything on the line, he charges toward the breaking point to strike. The defensive explosion rips through the air to block the incoming horde. But a monstrous force begins to tear through the barricade's burning ruins. A massive, bloated foot crushes the embers as the nightmare steps forward. Minjun realizes their sanctuary will fall unless he stops this specific beast. The creature mocks them with a voice that should have died long ago. From above, Yena prepares to douse the monster in a flammable catalyst. The liquid drenches the behemoth as it howls in a distorted rage. With a final curse, Minjun hurls their last hope directly at the target. A blinding blast of fire consumes the space between life and death. The monster becomes a living pyre, screaming as the trap finally snaps shut. Minjun screams for the girls to keep raining fire onto the advancing horde. But the defensive line breaks as a charred monster surges through the gate. He realizes with horror that their precious stockpile of weapons is nearly gone. From the balcony, the girls desperately hurl another bottle into the rising smoke. Minjun grips his final Molotov, knowing this is his last chance at survival. Before he can act, a burning creature lunges forward and slams into him. The nightmare pins him down, its scorched hands clawing at his throat. Watching from above, Yena lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure desperation. She realizes throwing more fire will kill him and prepares to rush down. Minjun struggles beneath the beast as the surrounding flames begin to close in. Minjun screams for Yena to stay hidden as a blood-soaked nightmare pins him down. He realizes that if any more of these monsters break through, they are finished. Just as the burning horde prepares to tear him apart, the end seems inevitable. Suddenly, a thunderous gunshot echoes through the air, spraying blood across the pavement. Minjun flinches as a rain of lead begins to systematically dismantle the attackers. Rapid fire tears through the silence, turning the tide in a matter of seconds. Through the thick smoke, a commanding voice orders him to get up immediately. A seasoned soldier stands tall, wielding the firepower needed to survive this hell. Looking up, Minjun recognizes the man who just saved him from certain death. An unbreakable grip pulls him back from the brink of the abyss. The burning titan falls, its flesh melting away in a chorus of agony. Hakshiol screams for the survivors to move before the perimeter completely fails. A fresh wave of infected lunatics surges forward with mindless, murderous intent. One blood-soaked predator lunges from the shadows, targeting the open rescue vehicle. A single, precise shot erupts, painting the pavement with the creature's remains. Peering into the chamber, he realizes only one lethal bullet remains. Blood spatters the rescue vehicle as the engine roars to life. Hakshiol orders the driver to push through the carnage without looking back. The heavy ambulance tears through the horde, crushing anything in its path. They disappear into the smoke, leaving the nightmare behind for now. The driver grips the wheel as sweat pours down his terrified face. In the mirror, the burning sanctuary fades behind a wall of mindless monsters. Everything they built is now a towering pillar of ash and roaring flames. He knows there is no turning back from this absolute devastation. The ambulance weaves through a graveyard of abandoned cars and hungry shadows. A heavy, suffocating silence hangs over the city like a funeral shroud. They race past the remnants of civilization, searching for a place that is safe. Inside the cramped vehicle, the survivors sit in a hollow, shell-shocked trance. Minjun stares into the void, haunted by the cost of their narrow escape. Desperate screams echo against a locked gate as the nightmare claims more victims. Minjun remembers the frantic moment he pulled a survivor into their crumbling sanctuary. Death was inches away, a blood-stained nightmare clawing at the man's heels. Minjun watched it all with cold, analytical eyes, calculating every possible outcome. Now, the phantom pain of his gut wound returns to haunt his every breath. Yena notices his silent agony, whispering that he needs to get his stitches checked. Their ambulance weaves through the wreckage of a city, swallowed by a thick fog. Hakchiol monitors the map, steering them toward a meetup that might be a trap. As dark clouds gather, they realize they must find shelter before the rain starts. The driver gasps in relief as a familiar structure finally looms through the mist. The Sky Motel appears, offering a fleeting hope in this world of absolute ruin. The group finally arrives at the Sky Motel, seeking refuge from the relentless fog. Inside, the flickering lights reveal a hallway stained with the remnants of past violence. Hakshiol leads the trembling survivors through the darkness, scanning for any sign of life. They freeze at the sight of a door marked with a bloody, ominous warning. Tensions rise as the group debates how to split up in this house of horrors. They decide on their designated rooms, hoping the locks are strong enough to hold. Yena admits she is too terrified to sleep alone in this haunted, silent place. The survivors finalize their sleeping arrangements, unaware of the secret their leader is keeping. Slipping away into the shadows, Minjun finally lets his stoic mask crumble in private. Alone in the dark, he realizes his hidden wound is becoming a death sentence. Minjun peels back the tape, exposing the secret he has been hiding from everyone. His breath hitches as the terrifying reality of his condition finally sets in. Sudden panic floods his mind while staring at the gruesome sight before him. The gut wound has transformed into a rotting, necrotic nightmare that defies logic. He realizes with horror that a lethal infection is already claiming his body. Staring into the dark mirror, he wonders if he is even still human. Desperate thoughts race through his head as he tries to trace the source. He frantically checks for bite marks, but his skin shows no typical signs. Memories of the brutal stabbing and a lethal fall flash through his mind. Even the blood-soaked chaos of the earlier monster attack offers no clear answers. He desperately recalls the veteran's theory that only a direct bite brings certain death. Staring at the rotting gash, he prays this is merely a mundane, treatable infection. The weight of the truth suddenly hits him with the force of a physical blow. His strength evaporates as he collapses against the cold tile in a state of shock. In the silence of the bathroom, he finally accepts the horror of his own transformation. A solitary flame flickers nearby, unaware of the tragedy unfolding within the dark room. His companion waits outside, her expression clouded by a deep and growing sense of unease. She finally loses her patience, shouting for him to answer her through the locked door. The door slides open to reveal a man harboring a secret that could kill them. She demands an explanation, unaware that her leader has already become a ticking time bomb. Minjun asks for a private room, his face pale with a cold, desperate sweat. Yena stares back in confusion, unable to understand his sudden need for total isolation. He insists he simply feels unwell, masking the terrifying infection spreading through his veins. The suggestion leaves Yena alone with the stoic marksman, creating a thick, suffocating tension. Without another word, he reaches down and grips his survival gear with trembling hands. She tries to laugh it off as a joke, desperately hoping he isn't serious. His eyes burn with a lethal seriousness as he begs her to just let him go. The rejection hits her like a physical strike, leaving her frozen in the silent room. He disappears into the shadows, leaving his only allies behind to face the dark alone. The veteran marksman watches in silence as their fragile unity begins to crumble. She accepts the cold distance, left alone with questions that have no answers. He retreats toward the isolation of the second-floor room to hide. Every turn of the handle brings him closer to a truth he cannot escape. He enters the shadows, carrying a burden far heavier than his survival gear. A cold breeze from the window reminds him that happy endings are just fiction. Standing alone in the filth, he realizes his role in this world has changed. He collapses against the door, paralyzed by the viral terror pulsing through his veins. The infection is spreading, and the man who saved everyone is finally out of time. His sanctuary has become a graveyard of shattered dreams and empty bottles. Minjin accepts his fate, certain he will vanish as a nameless, infected extra. He questions every hope he ever held in this miserable, dying life. Paralyzed by grief, the broken leader sobs against the cold, locked door. Outside, the monsters claim the night with blood-curdling roars that haunt the city. Dawn breaks over the motel, but the rising sun brings no salvation today. Yena frantically pounds on the wood, terrified that her protector has finally vanished. Hakchiol prepares to force entry, sensing the dark secret hidden in the shadows. The handle clicks open, ready to reveal a truth that could destroy them all. Hakchiol reaches for the handle, only to find the room sealed tight from within. A cold sweat breaks across his face as a terrifying realization begins to take hold. He whispers the unthinkable, suggesting their leader has finally succumbed to the viral infection. The news hits Yena like a physical blow, her eyes wide with mounting horror. She desperately argues that he was never bitten, but Hakchiol demands proof they never saw. He reasons that a healthy man would have answered their calls long before now. The silence from the other side suggests the protector they relied on is already gone. Trembling with rage and fear, she warns him to stop his cruel, twisted jokes. She slams her fists against the wood, begging her friend to stop this nightmare. Yena bangs on the door, refusing to believe the silent nightmare is real. She stands frozen before the threshold, her heart racing in the oppressive silence. With a trembling voice, she calls out his name one last time. Desperation turns to fury as she hammers against the wood, demanding an answer. Tears stream down her face as she screams for him to stop this game. Then, the heavy lock clicks, and the door begins to slowly groan open. Her eyes widen in pure terror as the darkness finally reveals its secret. The group stands paralyzed, unable to process the sight waiting for them inside. Their leader emerges, trembling and broken, admitting that his body is no longer his. Long before the world fell, a mysterious fortress stood as a grim, silent warning. Local rumors spoke of a lunatic hiding behind steel walls, fearing an impossible end. Driven by morbid curiosity, two children approached the gate to uncover the truth. One feared a bullet, while the other doubted a monster could truly exist here. Young Minjin stood frozen, his mind racing with questions about the man inside. 18 years ago in Pennsylvania, a sudden departure left him alone against the barricade. Abandoned by his friend, the boy remained drawn to the cryptic warnings painted in red. A gravelly voice pierced the silence, demanding to know who dared approach his sanctuary. The stranger spoke of a coming plague, warning that the dead would soon walk. Standing in the shadow of madness, the child wondered what a zombie even was. The boy confirms the language he spoke was Korean, bridging the gap between two worlds. He clarifies that he lives with his uncle, not the couple the stranger expects. A heavy silence falls when the man behind the gate asks about his parents. With a hollow gaze, the child reveals his parents died back in his homeland. He explains that he and his twin were sent across the ocean alone. The stranger's frantic warnings about a zombie apocalypse sound like the ramblings of a madman. Looking at the makeshift fortress, Minjin wonders if this is all just elaborate roleplay. The voice grows desperate, demanding to know if he has been bitten by the monsters. Suddenly, a mechanical hum vibrates through the air as the heavy gate begins to move. The barrier finally lifts, exposing the young boy to a truth he isn't prepared for. The armed man screams for the boy to move before it's too late. Young Minjun stands frozen, unable to process the chaos unfolding around him. Massive steel fences rise toward the sky, sealing them away from the world. This ordinary house has been transformed into a grim fortress against the coming end. Every corner is packed with supplies and structures built for a long, desperate siege. Boarded windows hide the horrors outside, turning a home into a dark sanctuary. Inside, the remnants of a final meal sit untouched amidst the growing silence. Minjun questions the strange word zombie as his savior leads him deeper inside. The stranger warns that sinners face a hell far worse than anything he imagined. When hell finally overflows, a merciless judgment will fall upon the entire world. The stranger warns that when hell overflows, the restless dead will walk the earth. Young Minjun listens intently, his childhood innocence fading under the weight of this prophecy. This savior preaches that divine retribution is inevitable and only the prepared will survive. With a grim look, the man promises to reveal the ultimate secret to survival. He reveals a massive stockpile of food, enough to outlast a decade of isolation. Next, he unveils an arsenal of high-caliber weaponry designed for a war against monsters. They descend further into the darkness of the fortress to witness his final masterpiece. The boy stares in absolute disbelief at the terrifying scale of the man's preparation. The veteran survivalist knows the apocalypse isn't a theory, but a mathematical certainty. Hidden in the shadows sits a monstrous armored vehicle built to crush the coming nightmare. The world outside has already fallen to the mindless monsters roaming the streets. Behind the door of room 202, a deadly secret is brewing. 18 years later in Seoul, the sanctuary has become a high-stakes standoff. Hakcheol aims his rifle at his own leader, refusing to take any chances. He knows that if their savior snaps, no one in this room survives. The professor realizes the infection is spreading faster than any known medical logic. Minjun stares at the ceiling while a viral infection rots him from the inside. They whisper about incubation periods, knowing time has already run out for him. The virus entered through a single cut, turning a simple wound into a death sentence. Yenna watches in horror as her savior slowly transforms into a lethal monster. Yenna reels in shock as she realizes the infection has already taken hold. Hakcheol keeps his weapon ready while they debate the ticking clock of transformation. In that cramped room, a desperate theory emerges that their leader might be immune. Even the hardened veterans know there are no guarantees in this rotting world. Minjun listens in silence while the virus burns through his veins like liquid fire. A flicker of impossible hope ignites as he wonders if he can truly survive. The sun dips below the horizon, marking the start of a long, agonizing night. Monsters howl in the darkness while the survivors wait for a change that never comes. When morning finally breaks, the silence over the motel feels heavier than the screams. Against all medical logic, the boy remains anchored to the world of the living. In the suffocating silence of the room, she remains a solitary sentinel of hope. Her heart skips a beat as the impossible happens and his eyes finally open. Relief washes over her as the lethal fever that consumed him finally begins breaking. Time has become a blur, leaving him shocked to learn he nearly slept away. He questions her presence, unaware of the depth of her loyalty during his crisis. A dark fear lingers as he asks if she fears his inevitable transformation. She meets his gaze with a steady intensity that defies the surrounding apocalypse. A fragile smile returns when she reveals the whispers of his potential immunity. He praises her newfound strength, causing her to mask her vulnerability with defensive pride. Her face flushes red while she struggles to find words for her hidden feelings. Minjun offers a rare moment of gratitude as the deadly fever finally breaks. Yenna notices a profound change in the man who once seemed so fragile. She admits that his survival is the only thing keeping her hope alive. The scattered remains of their desperate struggle litter the floor of their shelter. Hidden away in the Sky Motel, they find a temporary reprieve from the chaos. Minjun reveals a chilling connection between the monsters outside and a survival game. He is certain that this nightmare was engineered by someone with a twisted vision. The group questions if a massive corporation intentionally unleashed this viral extinction event. Struggling to recall the mastermind's identity, a name begins to surface from his memory. A phantom from the past appears as the name Daniel Jin echoes through the room. A young boy speaks of a legendary developer he once deeply admired. Deep within their hideout, the group realizes Daniel Jin is no ordinary name. This genius creator conquered the gaming world before the nightmare even began. His studio shifted from virtual zombies to the terrifying reality of high-stakes biotech. In the West, his influence rivaled the world's most powerful tech giants. But the mystery deepens as rumors of a famous twin brother surface. The connection between zombie games and medical research is becoming undeniably clear. They struggle to understand why a billionaire would orchestrate such a horrific extinction. Minjun stands frozen as the pieces of this twisted puzzle finally lock together. Somewhere in the darkness, the true architect of the apocalypse is watching. An elite investigator confronts the man responsible for the world's downfall. Years ago, a childhood defined by trauma and betrayal forged a cold, calculating mind. In a sterile room, the dark history of a broken family is finally exposed. Even those meant to protect him eventually turned their backs for a price. Success in the biotech world provided the perfect cover for a global catastrophe. The genius demands an immediate return to the epicenter of the viral nightmare. They suspect his suffering fueled a god complex designed to erase his own people. He stands accused of being the true architect behind the horrific Korean outbreak. Silence hangs heavy in the facility as the ultimate truth remains locked away. Yet, the creator insists that the real monster is still hiding in the shadows. The mastermind shifts the blame, claiming his brother is the one to fear. An elite CIA commander demands to know why the brother vanished into Korea. Tensions rise as the investigator links the suspicious lab acquisition to the outbreak. Massive stock profits suggest the entire global tragedy was a calculated financial play. Daniel recalls his brother's twisted past, hinting at a deep-seated hatred for humanity. He reveals his brother harbored a dark, vengeful hatred for the entire Korean nation. Outraged by the accusations, the genius claims he only works for humanity's future. As thousands die outside, he warns that only his research can stop the end. The investigator reveals a lethal infected sample is already heading toward American soil. With the virus spreading across Asia, the creator demands a return to the epicenter. Tension mounts as agents admit the prime suspect has vanished without a single trace. An elite tactical officer confirms that every word from the mastermind currently rings true. A specialist operative steps forward, determined to hunt down the man behind the chaos. In the high-security room, a desperate deal begins to take a very dangerous shape. The genius offers himself as bait, promising to stay under strict international custody. His gaze hardens, knowing his brother cannot resist the lure of their final confrontation. The interrogator listens, as the creator claims to be the only one with answers. With the world burning, he declares himself the sole savior of a dying humanity. Meanwhile, 2 days earlier, a ruthless predator navigates the fog of a ruined city. Low on power and surrounded by mist, the scavenger hunts for his next advantage. Seongbin stalks the desolate streets, calculating the path of his prey through the ruins. A blood-soaked monster emerges from the mist, but the predator shows zero fear. The screech of tires signals the end of the chase for this mindless beast. He steps off his ride, ready to test his steel against the walking dead. Cold metal catches the light as he prepares for a lethal, intimate strike. With a single, fluid motion, he drives the blade deep into his rotting target. The savage execution continues, until the creature finally stops twitching on the pavement. He realizes that taking a life feels far more addictive than a simple brawl. Suddenly, the heavy silence of the city is shattered by a series of distant gunshots. Seongbin freezes, wondering who else is still alive and armed in this nightmare. Seongbin freezes, wondering if the military has finally brought actual guns to Korea. He eyes his blood-stained knife, realizing a firearm would be the ultimate power. Despite the danger, he turns his ride around to investigate the source of chaos. He passes through a graveyard of abandoned cars with their engines exposed and cold. The scooter hums as more shots ring out, sounding dangerously close to his position. He counts the rounds, realizing someone is burning through ammunition at an incredible rate. A desperate voice suddenly calls out, forcing him to slam on the brakes. A man perched on a rooftop warns him of a massive swarm nearby. Covered in blood, the stranger pleads for help, claiming he is badly injured. Seongbin looks up with cold eyes, weighing the value of a dying man's life. Fresh blood stains the floor, leading into a dark and silent room. Seongbin freezes as the weight of a sudden revelation hits him hard. The wounded man reveals a group is hiding nearby at a local motel. His leg is a mangled mess of gore from a narrow escape with death. He describes a chaotic scene of heavy gunfire and a desperate ambulance escape. Seongbin offers assistance while pressing for more details about the mysterious survivors. The stranger mentions a North Korean defector and a young high school boy. A cold realization flashes in Seongbin's eyes as he recognizes the descriptions. He demands confirmation, his voice trembling with a mix of shock and predatory intent. He frantically asks if a girl and a boy with glasses were among them. The survivor describes a small group of people he encountered during the chaos. Seongbin freezes, demanding to know if the leader is the legendary Kang Hakcheol. The wounded man nods, confirming the name heard through a desperate radio call. A dark realization settles over Seongbin as the pieces finally fall into place. He rattles off the names of his prey with terrifying, pinpoint accuracy. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he claims they are his friends. Relieved, the survivor believes he has finally found a savior in this nightmare. Seongbin presses for their location, learning of a potential escape in an ambulance. The dying man begs for a vehicle, unaware he is speaking to a monster. Now, the location is clear. The hunt leads straight to the Sky Motel. Seongbin looms over his prey, laughing about finally hitting the ultimate jackpot. Without hesitation, the predator reaches for the dying man's only means of survival. He coldly reminds the survivor that a dead man has no use for supplies. Terror fills the room as the victim realizes he is facing a true monster. The mask slips, revealing a heartless predator who views the weak as trash. Betrayal stings harder than the virus as Seongbin mocks the man's desperate pleas. A twisted smile creeps across his face, savoring the smell of absolute fear. With a chilling gaze, he offers a final, lethal mercy to the broken man. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the house as the blade finds its mark. Outside, the silence returns, leaving only fresh bloodstains on the cold, unforgiving pavement. At the worst possible moment, the getaway vehicle finally gives up the ghost. Seongbin realizes his fatal error as he stands stranded in the middle of nowhere. He desperately scans the horizon, trying to remember the path to his only sanctuary. Fast forward 48 hours, and the survivors finally reach the safety of the motel. Inside, The group debates a chilling theory about the game designer's twisted reality. Yena looks at Minjun, realizing he might be the only human immune to the virus. But Hachiel is focused on a different mystery: the origin of their enemy's firepower. A high-caliber desert eagle is a rare sight in Korea, pointing to something much darker. They trace the trail back to a shooting range, yet the math still doesn't add up. Minjun stares into the distance, sensing that a much larger conspiracy is unfolding around them. With the weather clearing, Hajin prepares his family to finally leave their temporary sanctuary. Minjun steps forward, determined to scout the path despite his lingering exhaustion. Yena stares in disbelief, unable to process his reckless desire to face the mist. She physically bars his exit, swearing that he won't take another step outside. He tries to play it cool, but she knows he nearly died yesterday. If he insists on leaving, she refuses to let him go without her protection. Hachiel watches the heated exchange, joking that the two are now inseparable. A flustered Yena explodes, claiming her fury is only for a friend's safety. Overwhelmed by emotion, she shoves him back and tells him to just die then. Minjun stands frozen as his fiercest defender retreats into a silent, hurt pout. Minjun turns his back, leaving Yena paralyzed by his sudden and reckless decision. She stares in cold fury, unable to believe he is actually walking away. Meanwhile, the looming shadow of the Sky Motel hides a far more sinister threat. Blood-soaked footsteps echo against the pavement, marking the arrival of a true predator. The desolate entrance stands quiet, a graveyard waiting for its next victim to arrive. Seongbin finally tracks them down, his hunt leading him to this final hiding spot. A twisted smile spreads across his face as he anticipates his long-awaited reunion. Covered in the blood of his previous victims, he prepares to finish the job. Suddenly, he freezes in his tracks as a dangerous memory flashes through his mind. He remembers Hachiol's deadly warning, realizing his target might be armed and dangerous. Seongbin hesitates, knowing a direct confrontation against that man is suicide. The silent entrance of the motel holds secrets he isn't ready to face. He scales the perimeter, haunted by the memory of Minjun's deadly training. From the shadows, he watches his targets finally emerge from their hiding spot. Hachiol leads the way, gripped by a rifle that could end any life. The predator freezes, realizing his prey is far better armed than he anticipated. His eyes drift upward, calculating the vulnerability of the fortress left behind. A sickening realization hits him as he imagines Yena trapped and completely defenseless. He scoffs at the danger, convinced that no one inside can match his cruelty. The empty streets wait in silence for the bloodshed that is about to begin. A guttural scream echoes from the darkness, signaling the arrival of something hungry. As they step into the light, Minjun questions the veteran's lethal childhood origins. Hachiol reveals a chilling truth, confessing he took his first life before escaping. His entire family paid the price, branded as traitors, and lost to torture. Driven to the brink, he executed his tormentor and fled with his siblings. Minjun stands frozen, stunned that such a heavy burden started at age 12. They navigate a world of discarded lives where comfort is a forgotten luxury. Gripping his rifle, the survivor admits his strength was forged through pure desperation. When asked about returning home, he walks away with a cold, final answer. But in the shadows of room 203, an even darker secret awaits them. Silence hangs heavy as Yena grapples with a storm of unspoken emotions. Her guardian notices the tension, questioning the sudden spike in her obvious irritation. Frustration boils over as she admits her friends are finally pushing her buttons. They discuss Minjun, a man constantly risking everything despite his own physical weakness. Though protected by powerful allies, a strange annoyance continues to gnaw at her. The conversation takes a dark turn, imagining the void left if Minjun never returns. A blunt question pierces through the air, challenging the true nature of her heart. She recoils in shock, desperately denying any romantic spark for her childhood friend. Alone with her thoughts, the seed of doubt begins to take root deep inside. She wonders if her concern has twisted into something far more dangerous and obsessive. Yena desperately tries to convince herself that her feelings aren't what they seem. She claims he is simply the only person left she can truly trust. Minjun once saw himself as a loser, grateful for her mere presence. But the girl who once looked down on him has fundamentally changed. In this dead world, the old social hierarchies have been completely erased. Before the fall, Yena was a goddess who had every man's attention. Yet, one person always remained inexplicably immune to her undeniable charm. The realization hits her like a physical blow. Minjun doesn't worship her. His lack of emotion makes him feel as cold and unreachable as stone. Now, his sudden indifference is driving her toward a dangerous, obsessive edge. A sudden rhythmic knocking shatters the fragile silence of their sanctuary. The sound echoes from the pitch-black hallway, carrying a heavy, predatory weight, Desperate for safety, the woman calls out for her missing husband. She frantically hopes her young son has finally made it back home. Yena wonders if their protectors have returned to save them from this nightmare. Instead of a voice, the handle rattles with a violent, persistent force. Terror grips their hearts, as the silence on the other side grows deafening. One small peephole is the only barrier left between them and the unknown. But the hallway appears empty, masking the monster lurking just out of sight. Outside, Seongbin grips a bloody blade, relishing the thrill of his next hunt. Seongbin grins as he recognizes Yena's voice echoing through the desolate hallway. He grips his bloody blade while strategically marking the rooms for his hunt. A massive red warning sign marks a door hiding the horrors of the infected. The predator pauses in the shadows, his senses sharpening at a sudden sound nearby. His murderous focus shifts toward the quiet entrance of room 206. Seongbin forces his way inside, as the unsuspecting occupant calls for his son. A terrified father freezes when he comes face to face with the killer. Pure panic sets in as the man realizes he is cornered by a monster. With dead eyes, Seongbin reveals he is only there to butcher Han Yena. The man's final screams echo as he stares into the abyss of his executioner. A cold blade glints in the darkness as a predator demands a final answer. Hajin stands paralyzed as the sounds of a brutal struggle fill the hallway. The young boy stares in absolute horror at the unfolding scene of violence. Seongbin ruthlessly overpowers the father, while the helpless child watches his world crumble. Fueled by desperation, Hajin lunges forward to protect his father from the monster. A vicious kick sends the boy reeling as the killer sneers at his weakness. Yena hears the distant screams and realizes the predator has finally found them. The mother's heart shatters as she witnesses her husband's life slipping away. Yena desperately holds the woman back to stop her from running into certain death. With trembling hands, she draws a tactical dagger to make her final stand. Yena bursts into the room with her tactical blade held ready. A frantic warning stops her cold as she looks back in confusion. Hakiol rushes through the corridor with Minjun following close behind him. The veteran survivor pivots at the doorway, aiming his rifle with precision. Inside, Seongbin is caught mid-slaughter while brutally interrogating his terrified victim. Hakcheol stands his ground, demanding the murderer surrender his bloody weapon. The lethal standoff intensifies as the rifle remains locked on the predator. Seongbin stares back as the victim's son cries out in total despair. Hakcheol vows to use his very last bullet to end Seongbin's life. With a cold farewell, the veteran prepares to pull the final trigger. The veteran pulls the trigger to end this nightmare once and for all. But a hollow click echoes through the room, signaling a fatal equipment failure. Panic surges as the rifle jams at the most critical moment of the fight. The predator lunges forward, seizing the chance to kill his cornered prey. The useless weapon clatters to the floor, leaving the survivor completely defenseless. A lethal blade is raised as the standoff turns into a desperate struggle. The scene shifts as footsteps come to a sudden, heavy halt. Hakcheol turns to see a disturbing change in his young companion's eyes. Minjun whispers that the terrifying viral symptoms are finally starting to return. He reveals a horrific, stitched wound, proving the infection is still alive. Hakcheol feels a lethal fever return as his vision begins to blur and fade. He decides to escort Minjun back to safety before the sickness takes total control. Minjun realizes the situation is becoming desperate as his own infection pulses with pain. The agonizing symptoms of the virus strike deep at the most vulnerable possible moment. A deceptive silence hangs over the empty city streets as the shadows start moving. The sudden sound of a violent struggle shatters the quiet and alerts the pair. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the corridors of the nearby apartment building. Yena is consumed by panic as she is ordered to run and find cover. The survivors rush into the dark hallway to face the nightmare waiting inside. Stepping into the doorway, he aims his rifle at the looming threat ahead. A desperate survivor levels his rifle, finally pinning the predator in his sights. He declares he has one bullet left, specifically reserved for Seongbin's heart. With a final, cold goodbye, he pulls the trigger to end the nightmare. A hollow metallic click replaces the expected blast, signaling a fatal mechanical failure. Terror fills his eyes as the weapon remains silent at the most critical moment. He frantically attempts to clear the jam while his target watches with murderous intent. Seongbin seizes the opportunity, lunging forward like a beast released from a cage. The useless rifle is knocked away, leaving the shooter stripped of his only protection. The predator towers over his victim, raising a blood-slicked knife for the kill. Desperate hands clash in a brutal struggle where only the most ruthless will survive. He grips the blade with a cold, murderous resolve that signals the end. The struggle shifts instantly as the prey becomes the ultimate predator. Steel bites deep into flesh before his opponent can even react. Blood sprays across the room as the momentum of the fight completely flips. He doesn't stop at one strike, delivering a relentless barrage of lethal stabs. A devastating blow sends the scavenger reeling back in absolute agony. Screaming in pure rage, the wounded beast realizes he is finally outmatched. He gasps for air, shocked by the terrifying efficiency of his opponent's skills. Standing tall, the former victim stares down his enemy with eyes of ice. He can only wonder how many times he was cut in that single instant. A blood-stained blade is gripped tight by a man who has stopped holding back. The predator realizes he is now the prey, paralyzed by a cold, calculating killer. He demands to know how many souls have been claimed by that kitchen knife. With Minjun watching from the shadows, the scavenger's sanity begins to crumble. A dark admission escapes his lips, revealing a terrifying thirst for the coming violence. To him, ending the life of a monster is the ultimate high-stakes rush. Desperation takes over as the bully tries to laugh off the impending execution. A cold silence meets his plea, signaling that no mercy will be found today. He demands they hand over Minjun and Yena in exchange for a ceasefire. But Hakcheol sees through the lies of a man who slaughtered an innocent professor. Seongbin desperately screams for an honest fistfight to avoid the blade. He taunts his opponent, hoping to bait him into dropping his weapon. But the cold-blooded executioner doesn't hesitate for even a single second. A flash of steel ends the debate as the bully is cut down. Reality sets in with a spray of blood and a severed finger. The scavenger's bravado shatters into a chorus of agonizing, high-pitched screams. Pure terror reflects in his eyes as his power completely evaporates. Hakcheol looks down with the indifference of a man killing a pest. From the darkness, Minjun watches the monster finally meet his match. Now the predator begs for life, offering anything to survive this nightmare. Hakcheol listens to the pathetic pleas of a man who deserves no mercy. He declares that the only payment for Seongbin's sins is a cold, final death. The bully realizes his time is up as the shadow of execution looms closer. A blood-stained blade clatters to the ground, signaling the end of the first round. But cornered rats are the most dangerous, and Seongbin prepares one last, desperate gamble. For a split second, the cold executioner is caught off guard by the sudden shift. The scavenger vows to trade his own life just to drag his killer down. With a feral scream, the wounded predator lunges forward in a suicidal counterattack. Hakcheol barely has time to react as the distance between them vanishes instantly. Steel meets flesh in a sickening crunch that will decide who survives this night. Blood-stained sneakers skid across the floor as the life-or-death struggle reaches a fever pitch. Seongbin lunges with primal fury, screaming at the man who tried to execute him. Every muscle strains as the two predators lock in a desperate, bone-crushing embrace. The predator pins his victim down, raising a knife to end the fight forever. Hakcheol chokes out a final breath as the weight of death presses against him. Seongbin laughs hysterically, reveling in the fact that he finally has the upper hand. The shock of a third party's presence freezes the killer in his tracks. Minjun emerges from the shadows like a vengeful ghost wielding a spiked baseball bat. Sweat pours down his face as he prepares to deliver a crushing, final strike. Minjun winces in agony as the lethal virus begins to ravage his body again. Seongbin screams in pure shock as the sudden intervention shatters his absolute control. Hakcheol gazes up with his final bit of strength before everything goes dark. The light leaves his eyes as he succumbs to the crushing weight of exhaustion. His blood-slicked weapon slips from his fingers, signaling the end of his resistance. The veteran warrior falls silent, leaving Minjun alone against a relentless, bloodthirsty predator. Seongbin bursts into a manic, high-pitched laughter that echoes through the dark corridor. He mocks Minjun's weak resolve, claiming a loser like him could never win. Pain flares through Minjun's veins as the lethal virus begins to paralyze his movements. A sadistic smile creeps across the killer's face now that the veteran is gone. Seongbin displays his severed finger, fueled by a new and terrifying level of rage. Minjun's gaze sharpens behind his glasses, fueled by a promise of agonizing revenge. A spiked weapon lies abandoned on the floor, signaling a shift in the battle. The predator pauses in confusion as his victim begins to act completely unhinged. Seongbin stares in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster he has actually cornered. Agony ripples through Minjun's body as the lethal virus finally takes total control. The killer draws his knife, deciding to finish his prey regardless of the infection. A tense standoff unfolds in the narrow corridor as the stakes reach their peak. Minjun stumbles toward the entrance of room 205 with fading strength. He slams his fists against the wood, desperate to unlock the door to safety. A blood-curdling roar erupts from within, proving that some doors should stay closed. The predator freezes in total terror, realizing the room is a literal death trap. Minjun hammers on the wood, welcoming the nightmare waiting behind the sealed door. Seongbin watches in horror, wondering if his prey has finally lost his mind. He lunges forward, determined to end his target before the monsters can interfere. A sickening click echoes through the hall as the lock finally gives way. With his last ounce of strength, the boy plunges into the suffocating darkness. Sudden chaos erupts from within as the killer hesitates at the threshold. Guttural snarls rise from the shadows, signaling the arrival of something truly inhuman. Rotting limbs step into the light, dripping with the blood of former victims. The true masters of the apocalypse emerge, turning the corridor into a total slaughterhouse. Seongbin freezes as the undead swarm the hallway, blocking his only path to safety. Panic sets in as the hunter realizes he has finally become the prey. Minjun watches from the shadows, his eyes cold and devoid of any remaining mercy. The boy who was once a victim now holds the power of life and death. Memories of a twisted past resurface, fueled by snacks, cigarettes, and pure malice. Years ago, Seongbin took everything from him, treating his suffering like a cruel game. Forced into humiliation, the scars of those days never truly healed for the survivor. Endless days of torment and violence defined Minjun's life under the bully's boot. But today, the debt of 1,000 insults is finally being paid in blood. With a single command, Minjun unleashes the monsters to deliver his final judgment. Seongbin stares in frozen horror as his past sins finally catch up to him. A witness trembles, whispering the name of the boy who became a monster. Minjun reflects on the life stolen from him by a single cruel man. He levels a judgment against the man who destroyed his entire world. With a chilling command, he unleashes the horde to claim their prize. The narrow hallway offers no escape for the predator turned prey. Caught in the crossfire, a terrified survivor watches the bloodbath begin. He bolts down the corridor, fueled by pure, unadulterated survival instinct. His only hope lies behind a heavy door in the suffocating darkness. He slams it shut, barricading himself against the nightmare outside. Desperate and cornered, the former bully fights like a cornered animal for his life. He lashes out with lethal precision, carving through the flesh of his relentless attackers. Every breath is a struggle, as the corridor fills with the stench of death. He drives his blade deep, ending the life of another monster in the dark. Covered in blood, he curses the mastermind who orchestrated this entire gruesome trap. He scans the shadows, demanding his enemy show his face and end this game. A terrifying howl shatters the silence, signaling that the true hunt has begun. The darkness ahead swallows all hope as the hallway becomes a bottomless abyss. Steady, rhythmic footsteps emerge from the gloom, marking the arrival of the inevitable. The predator finally becomes the prey as the shadows close in for the kill. Seongbin curses the man who turned his perfect world into a literal graveyard. Nearby, Minjun realizes the situation has spiraled far beyond his most calculated predictions. The weight of a sudden, horrific revelation leaves him frozen in the cold darkness. He watches helplessly as the carnage unfolds, the cost of survival growing too high. Screams echo through the halls as the undead horde surges forward like a tide. Seongbin realizes his time is running out as the predators finally find their prey. He lunges toward the only escape left, a single door standing between life and death. His blood-slicked hand fumbles with the latch as the monsters close the gap. He throws himself inside, desperately sealing the threshold against the nightmare outside. The wood groans under the weight of a dozen corpses hungry for his flesh. Seongbin gasps for air, his back pressed against the only barrier left. The low growl from the other side confirms his worst nightmare has arrived. Suddenly, the wood splinters as a rotting hand claws at his throat. He screams in terror as the hungry horde finally breaks through his defenses. Meanwhile, Minjun stands amidst a sea of corpses, his expression cold and unreadable. The echoes of carnage surround him, but he remains the eye of the storm. Elsewhere, Hakiol rushes into the room, desperate to find the fallen professor alive. The dying man gasps that his time is over, despite the medical supplies nearby. He whispers a chilling warning that the physical wound is not his true end. Hakchiol freezes as the truth about the mysterious knife finally comes to light. Hakchiol kneels over the professor as the light of life begins to fade. He desperately vows to find medical supplies before it is too late. Stepping into the dark hallway, he searches for any sign of the boy. Minjun stands alone amidst a gruesome scene of blood and broken bodies. Hakchiol rushes forward, demanding to know how the monsters were defeated. The boy reveals he trapped the horde, but their greatest enemy escaped. A chilling question arises regarding why the monsters refused to attack him. Minjun confesses that his worsening viral symptoms make him invisible to death. Hakchiol can only stare in silence at the monster standing before him. Suddenly, the boy snaps back to reality and asks if the professor survived. The professor's wound is manageable, but the surrounding darkness is closing in fast. Terrified cries fill the hall as the group rushes toward their injured leader. Hakchiol secures his weapon, preparing to hunt for life-saving supplies in the chaos. Minjun stares at the rifle, wondering if his last bullet will find its mark. The magazine snaps home, signaling the start of a desperate and bloody mission. Metal grinds against metal as the chamber is cleared for a final, lethal shot. Hakchiol demands to know if the boy remembers the violent skills he taught. Their target is bleeding out, but he remains the school's most dangerous predator. Minjun's eyes burn with a cold fury that no infection could ever match. Entrusting the professor's life to others, the boy walks toward his final revenge. Hakyul watches in silence as the boy prepares to cross the point of no return. The Sky Motel looms ahead as a grim landmark in this urban graveyard. Fresh blood stains the asphalt, telling the story of a predator turned into prey. Minjun tracks his target through a city, crawling with the restless undead. Every crimson footprint leads him closer to the man who ruined his life. Terror strikes as his viral symptoms begin to fade at the worst possible moment. Without his camouflage, he is just another piece of meat to the starving monsters. The neon signs of the district offer no sanctuary in this lawless new world. The trail continues upward, proving that even a cornered rat will try to climb. Screams echo through the alleys as the horde senses fresh life nearby. Seongbin's breath hitches as the weight of his own mortality finally sinks in. Surrounded by a city of screams, the former predator vows to survive at any cost. He stumbles through the shadows, cursing the missed opportunity to escape while he could. A trail of crimson droplets leads directly into the mouth of a silent sanctuary. Inside the abandoned house, the air grows heavy with the metallic scent of death. He frantically searches for medical supplies, feeling his life force drain onto the floor. Bitterness consumes him as he blames his enemies for the hell he now endures. But the silence is shattered by the unmistakable metallic click of a weapon chambering. Terror paralyzes him as the one man he never expected to see stands there. Cornered and bleeding, he realizes the Reaper has finally come to collect his debt. Minjun stares coldly, explaining how the scent of blood led him straight here. Seongbin sneers, questioning why the monsters seem to ignore his old victim entirely. He scoffs at the weapon, betting the boy doesn't even know how to fire. Dark eyes remain unblinking as the weight of the moment begins to settle. The bully demands to know if his prey has ever actually taken a life. Minjun admits he has never spilled blood, not even from the mindless undead. He confesses that through all the chaos, his hands have remained clean until now. Raising the rifle, he declares that his streak of mercy ends this very second. A desperate, mocking laugh erupts from the man who once ruled the school. In the heavy silence, he realizes how pathetic his final moments have truly become. The bully sneers, betting that Minjun lacks the stomach to pull the trigger. He mocks the boy's kindness, calling him too good to be a killer. In this lawless world, he claims murder will still haunt a pure soul. A pathetic, fake apology follows, as he desperately tries to manipulate his prey. But Minjun's gaze remains cold, untouched by the coward's desperate pleas for mercy. He realizes that some monsters simply don't deserve to breathe the same air. Without a single word of hesitation, the rifle roars and spits lethal fire. A crimson spray marks the end of the man who ruled through fear. Blood paints the ceiling as the sound of the killing blow echoes loudly. Silence finally returns to the room, leaving only a corpse and broken shadows. Minjun stands over the carnage, his mission finally complete at a terrible cost. The heavy weapon clatters to the floor as the adrenaline begins to fade. His hands tremble from the weight of taking a life for the first time. The monster who once ruled the school is now just a hollow, blood-stained shell. In the quiet room, the boy looks down at the man he destroyed. Outside the motel, the world remains indifferent to the tragedy that just unfolded. He emerges from the shadows, carrying the burden of his dark choice into the light. A sudden realization stops him in his tracks as he sees a familiar face. Yena stands there waiting, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and relief. She throws her arms around him, offering warmth to a soul turning cold. Yena collapses into his arms, her world shattered by the weight of their loss. Minjun stares into the void, haunted by the news of the professor's final moments. Under the flickering lights of the motel, two broken souls cling to one another. But inside the cold walls of the sanctuary, a different tragedy is reaching its end. Family and friends gather around a man whose light is rapidly fading from this world. Despite the pain, the professor offers a gentle smile to mask his own suffering. Young Hajin can barely breathe through the tears, watching his hero slowly slip away. A hidden truth comes to light as the dying man reveals his secret terminal illness. He begs the boy to stay strong, refusing to let death be a burden. With his final ounce of strength, he reminds the child of his true mission. Blood stains the concrete as a grim reminder that death claims every soul eventually. In the quiet sanctuary, the dying man shares a final, bittersweet story with his family. He forces a gentle smile, trying to comfort the boy through his own fading life. Minjun stands in the shadows, a silent witness to a tragedy he cannot prevent. Behind the numbered door of the sanctuary, the atmosphere grows heavy with unspoken secrets. Suddenly, the truth begins to unravel as the hero admits his final, desperate deception. The shocking revelation hangs in the air as he admits the cancer was a fabrication. He only invented the illness to soften the blow of his inevitable, violent end. As the infection claims his body, he fears the boy cannot handle the brutal reality. With his dying breath, he begs his companions to take this lie to their graves. Hakshiel stands frozen as the weight of a father's final sacrifice settles in. The professor accepts his fate, finding peace in a life well lived despite the end. He gazes toward the window, haunted by the daughter he will never see again. With his final breath, he entrusts his family's future to his most loyal ally. A trembling, infected hand reaches out, bridging the gap between life and death. A grieving survivor collapses, crushed by the weight of a dying man's last request. A heavy silence fills the room as the reality of the transformation takes hold. Hakshiel prepares to fulfill the chilling command to lock his mentor away forever. He chooses the mercy of starvation over the horror of becoming a mindless monster. They cling to a flicker of hope that a future cure might save him. The professor lets out a final growl, pleading for a return he'll never see. Hakshiel stares at his mentor, knowing this is the last time they meet. A haunting promise to wait echoes through the darkness of the sealed room. High above at the Sky Motel, the weight of the apocalypse settles in. The survivors gather on the roof, desperately questioning if a cure even exists. Hakshiel shatters their hope, admitting that returning from infection is practically impossible. He explains that once the virus takes hold, the human host simply vanishes. Yena breaks the tension, questioning the impossible scene she witnessed in the hallway. Hakshiel reveals the chilling truth that Minjun appeared to be commanding the undead. Yena stares in disbelief, terrified by the mystery of the man standing before her. Minjun desperately denies that his screams actually controlled the monsters that killed his enemy. He questions if the horde simply attacked because a fresh human was standing nearby. Hakshiel wonders if the viral symptoms protecting Minjun will ever return to save them. A chilling memory from a game flashes through Minjun's mind about a legendary ruler. The undead king is a conscious monster that commands the horde with human intelligence. Minjun refuses to believe he is that monster despite his flickering and unpredictable symptoms. He realizes the only way to know the truth is to test his power. Yena watches him in silence as a terrifying realization begins to poison her mind. She wonders if standing next to him means she is slowly breathing in death. Fear takes hold as she realizes her savior might be the most dangerous infection. Yena realizes a normal life is impossible if the virus has claimed his soul. She stares at her savior, mourning the human experiences he is destined to miss. A wave of pity washes over her as she contemplates his lonely, cursed existence. Minjun senses the growing distance between them but remains trapped in his own silence. The survivors prepare to leave their sanctuary as the world outside continues to rot. Hakshiel takes command of the group, ensuring no essential supplies are left behind. In this lawless wasteland, legalities no longer matter as he prepares to drive. His eyes harden with the weight of leadership and the grim path ahead. Young Hajun remains completely shattered, his spirit broken by the loss of his mentor. Hakshiel organizes the seating, forcing the group into a tense journey toward the unknown. Gunja Station is miles away, and every inch of this road is deadly. The engine roars to life as they prepare to plunge into the rotting unknown. Leaving the motel behind, their makeshift ambulance becomes their only hope for survival. Hakshiel breaks the heavy silence, calling out to the boy lost in his grief. He reveals a past forged in fire, escaping a different hell at a young age. Tragedy defined his childhood, losing his family while fleeing across a cold, unforgiving border. In this world, there is no room for tears, only the cold gear of survival. Empty comfort won't save them now, and Hakshiel knows the brutal truth of leadership. He reminds the boy that he is the final shield for those he loves most. With eyes hardened by trauma, he commands the youth to stay sharp or die. Hajin hears the brutal truth that his days as a normal kid are over. The weight of survival settles heavily on the youth's trembling shoulders. Up ahead, Hakshiel spots a terrifying sight that forces him to stop. A chilling presence looms just ahead in the middle of the desolate street. The ambulance screeches to a halt, the air thick with sudden, suffocating dread. A monstrous black vehicle emerges, modified for a world that has gone insane. Screams of pure agony echo from a machine built for nothing but slaughter. A living man is displayed like a gruesome trophy on the front bumper. This armored beast slowly stalks toward them, claiming the road as its own. Trapped and exposed, the survivors realize they are no longer the only predators. The driver frantically orders everyone to stay low as a shadow falls over them. Cold sweat beads as he realizes the driver of that vehicle is no amateur. A nightmare on wheels blocks the road, carrying a crucified man as its shield. Inside the transport, Yena and Minjun fear that the infected have finally found them. The victim on the bumper wails in agony, acting as a gruesome, living siren. The armored beast screeches to a stop, sealing their only path to safety. Dread fills the cabin as they wonder if their presence has been compromised. A hand grips a survival knife, preparing for a fight that seems utterly hopeless. The tortured screams draw the starving infected out from the surrounding urban ruins. A silenced barrel slides from the armor, ready to end the struggle in seconds. A sudden silenced shot paints the pavement red with a lethal headshot. Minjun freezes, as the muffled crack of a firearm echoes through the cabin. Bloodthirsty scavengers laugh from behind their armor, hunting for any sign of life. These predators care only for their quota, treating human lives like mere groceries. The armored beast rumbles past their hiding spot, oblivious to the prey nearby. Breath held tight, they watch the mechanical nightmare slowly fade into the distance. Relief washes over them, but the grip on his survival knife remains tight. Despite the silence, a sickening intuition tells Minjun that the danger isn't over. They must abandon this kill zone before the scavengers decide to double back. High above the chaos, a looming corporate monolith holds the key to survival. Shattered glass and twisted metal line the path through this urban graveyard. Abandoned vehicles transform the once busy thoroughfare into a desolate maze of steel. Minjun listens intently as his companion notes the surprisingly clear path ahead. They calculate the remaining distance, hoping to reach their destination on foot soon. A sudden flicker of movement in the mirror shatters their fleeting sense of security. The armored nightmare from earlier is back, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Panic erupts inside the cabin as they realize the predators never lost their scent. Tires scream against the asphalt as the driver desperately swerves to maintain control. The engine roars in a frantic bid to outrun the relentless hunters behind them. The predator looms in the distance, turning their escape into a lethal chase. The armored monster roars through the streets with a terrifying figure leading the charge. The predator stalks them through the concrete maze like a shark scenting blood. The driver freezes as he realizes the hunter is right on their tail. Their only path forward is suddenly choked by a graveyard of twisted metal. His heart hammers against his ribs while he searches for a way out. A dark descent into a parking garage offers a desperate chance at survival. They smash through the barrier, plunging into the shadows to lose their pursuer. Tires scream against the concrete as they gamble everything on this final escape. Yenna screams in the back, realizing they are being hunted by a monster. But even the darkness offers no sanctuary when the garage is also blocked. Minjun realizes they have reached a final, lethal crossroads. He orders his terrified companions to stay hidden while he faces the unknown. Stepping into the oppressive silence, he prepares for a potential bloodbath. His only hope is a broken rifle tipped with a jagged, makeshift blade. Bringing a knife to a gunfight is suicide, but he has no choice. Every shadow in this concrete tomb feels like a waiting predator. He decides to shoulder the burden of survival entirely on his own. Creeping toward the light, he prepares to strike the first blow. Suddenly, he realizes the hunters are hesitating at the garage entrance. A chilling realization sets in as the predators refuse to follow them down. A lone scout trembles as he is ordered into the dark abyss. Realizing he has no choice, he prepares to face the unknown alone. These ruthless hunters carry advanced weaponry meant for total slaughter. Panic strikes as the realization of their overwhelming power sets in. There is no time left to hesitate. They must flee or die. Inside the getaway vehicle, the atmosphere turns heavy with sudden desperation. His allies frantically check if the lethal virus is finally taking hold. Yenna senses multiple predators waiting for them within the pitch-black garage. Armed with only a flashlight and grit, he steps into the kill zone. A haunting groan echoes as the light reveals a scene of fresh carnage. Sneaking through the shadows, they navigate a graveyard of rusted steel and rotting flesh. One man steps into the darkness, scouting for a path through the suffocating silence. A frantic signal beckons the group forward into the relative safety of the hallway. The beam of a flashlight cuts through the gloom, revealing a door left unlocked. Hakshiol commands the others to ascend while he prepares for a final, desperate stand. Minjun argues against the madness, knowing his friend is walking into certain death unarmed. The plan is simple yet suicidal, as he prepares to lure the predator away. With a heavy heart, the young leader watches his protector vanish into the void. Armed with nothing but a blade and courage, he returns to the kill zone. Screams erupt from the darkness as the monsters descend upon their lone, brave prey. Hakchiol grips his suppressed rifle, fearing a single shot will alert the entire swarm. He wonders how such a lethal weapon ended up in this hellish urban war zone. Every second feels like an eternity while he waits for the monsters to pass. If the situation turns south, he is prepared to run and leave everything behind. The abandoned reception area remains eerily still as the group moves further inside. Minjun leads the exhausted survivors toward a room that might offer a final refuge. They find other students hiding among the desks, their faces drained of all hope. Yenna collapses into a seat, desperately believing that Hakshiol will somehow make it back. Minjun makes a sudden, dangerous choice to return to the kill zone for him. She grabs his hand with trembling fingers, pleading with him to stay for safety. Yenna pleads for him to stay, her voice trembling with the fear of abandonment. Minjun hesitates, caught between his duty to the group and his loyalty to Hakshiol. Her fingers reach out, a desperate anchor in a world falling into total chaos. She argues that the danger outside is too great for a suicidal rescue mission. Reminding him of their friend's trust, she begs him to wait by her side. Behind his glasses, his tired eyes finally soften as he gives in to her. An oppressive silence settles over the empty reception area as the minutes crawl by. Every tick of the clock feels like a countdown to a tragedy they cannot stop. Suddenly, a violent thud echoes through the room, shattering the group's fragile peace. Driven by instinct, Minjun creeps toward the door to face whatever nightmare just arrived. A rhythmic, heavy, pounding echoes from the darkness of the locked entrance. The door handles rattle violently as someone tries to force their way in. Minjun and Yena freeze in terror, desperately hoping their ally has finally returned. But the growing dread in Yena's eyes tells a much more terrifying story. Gripping his weapon, Minjun prepares for the nightmare he believes is waiting outside. The frantic clanking continues as the mysterious intruders struggle with the stubborn lock. They realize with a jolt that these aren't mindless monsters, but living survivors. Voices from the other side reveal they are only returning for a hidden stash. A sudden realization hits Minjun as he recognizes the familiar tone of the strangers. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the group faces an unexpected and dangerous encounter. Yena screams a desperate warning as Minjun approaches the threshold of the unknown. Ignoring her pleas, he reaches for the handle to face whatever waits outside. The door bursts open as Minjun lunges forward into the dim stairwell. His eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the faces before him. Two former classmates stand there, armed with bats and drenched in cold sweat. Confusion turns to tension as both sides demand to know how they survived. Behind him, Yena recoils in disgust from a stench that feels utterly inhuman. The survivors question why the strategic Minjun is protecting a girl like her. Panic takes over as she realizes one of them carries the mark of death. She points a trembling finger, accusing the newcomer of being a walking corpse. Sunho leans in close, confirming the stench is just the scent of a survivor. He brushes off the rot as simple sweat, but Yena remains deeply unconvinced. BJ apologizes for his lack of hygiene while leading them through the threshold. They step deeper into the oppressive darkness of the silent, abandoned hallway. Minjun freezes in shock after learning they escaped from the legendary Gunja shelter. Sunho reveals their sanctuary has grown into a massive fortress of hundreds. This building serves as a vital outpost for their expanding territory and patrols. Suddenly, a desperate woman interrupts their talk with a plea for help. She holds up a glowing screen, begging for news of her missing daughter. The name Hagyong-seo hangs in the air, sparking a new, dangerous mission. Memories resurface as the scavengers recognize the missing girl from a nearby quarantine zone. A flicker of desperate hope ignites within the mother at this sudden, narrow lead. Though the connection is uncertain, the possibility of her survival hangs heavy between them. Minjun senses a deeper trap, hesitating as the group considers returning to the shelter. He presses for details about armed pursuers and the nightmare vehicle tailing their path. Even amidst the stench of survival, the terrifying reality of being hunted sinks in. They realize their missing comrade, the former defector, is now their only line of defense. Silence from the front lines for 30 minutes signals that something has gone horribly wrong. To reclaim the tactical advantage, Minjun prepares to scout the high ground for answers. But a sudden, trembling grip warns him that stepping outside might be a fatal mistake. Yena begs Minjun to stay, fearing the shadows lurking just outside their reach. She suggests sending the others instead, desperate to keep her only protector close. Minjun refuses, insisting he must scout the roof to ensure their immediate survival. Reluctantly, she lets go, her eyes filled with the haunting weight of uncertainty. The group prepares for the ascent, knowing any noise could draw a death sentence. They climb the desolate concrete stairs toward a light that offers no real comfort. Reaching the summit, the cold wind carries the stench of an empty, dying city. But the street below is terrifyingly vacant. The hunter's vehicle has completely vanished. Minjun grips his binoculars, realizing their only hope might have already been taken. No gunshots echoed through the air, suggesting a silent, professional execution took place. A rough hand suddenly grabs Minjun's collar, demanding he reveal the hidden truth. B.J. O roars in his face, obsessed with Minjun's suspicious relationship with Yena. Minjun stammers in shock as his life is threatened over a simple romantic rumor. A bitter voice mumbles from the side, insisting that Yena is not so innocent. Sunho Bei adjusts his glasses, recalling the girl as a cruel, untouchable queen bee. Yet, B.J. O admits her beauty makes any level of malice easy to forgive. They corner him, convinced that Yena's sudden protective streak proves they are dating. Minjun desperately explains their alliance was born purely from the chaos of survival. He reveals the tragedy of her missing parents and the weight of her anxiety. The jealous survivors press further, demanding to know how deep their intimacy truly goes. Minjun desperately tries to shift the focus to finding his missing ally Hakchil. The tension rises as they mention a lethal shootout occurring right outside their shelter. They rely on primitive weapons and a radio link to an armed response team. Uncertainty clouds Minjun's mind as they suggest the mysterious pursuers have finally vanished. Sunho suggests a calculated delay before they make their move toward the station. A radio appears in BJO's hand as he explains the shelter's strict intake rules. Minjun's heart stops when he recognizes the specific radio his friend once held. He recalls the frantic escape where Hakchul's gear was abandoned in the chaos. BJO officially checks in with headquarters to report their current position. The scouts confirm they have secured 4 survivors from their old high school. The radio crackles with a cold reminder that every survivor must face infection testing. Minjun freezes as the realization of a mandatory medical screening hits him like ice. BJO stalls for time, claiming they need to locate their missing comrade first. The command from headquarters is absolute. Report any suspicious activity without any delay. Desperate for safety, Minjun questions if this clinic is truly the only way inside. His former classmates explain that a specialist there can detect the virus with perfection. A terrifying question escapes his lips. What happens if a survivor tests positive? The answer is a death sentence, promising immediate execution for anyone carrying the plague. Panic begins to spiral as Minjun realizes the impossible corner he has been backed into. He clutches his chest, terrified that the test will expose his own dark secret. Minjun and his former classmates stand completely exposed atop the desolate city roof. They have no idea that predatory eyes are watching from the shadows nearby. A hidden scout from a rival faction tracks their every single move. He recognizes them as the survivors who sparked a lethal shootout days ago. Crouched in the darkness, the observer reports their location back to his base. Masked in a skull veil, he warns his team about their stolen weaponry. Bloodlust rises as he demands justice for the allies they previously slaughtered. The predator keeps his distance while the unsuspecting group discusses their next move. A chilling command echoes through the radio to eliminate them without hesitation. The targets are marked, and the order to kill has been officially signed. High above the city, a masked predator reports a target escaping their grasp. He warns his team that the survivors are armed with lethal military-grade rifles. Blood has already been spilled, and the thirst for vengeance is growing cold. The chilling order comes through: capture them alive or execute them on sight. With a cold acknowledgement, the scout prepares to finish the job alone. Doubt flickers as he realizes he is vastly outnumbered by these dangerous ghosts. Across the gap, the unsuspecting group gathers, unaware that death is watching. He raises his binoculars, marking each target for a systematic and brutal execution. The mission parameters change as the scout decides to simply kill them all. The survivors walk toward a trap, stepping closer to their final moments. Minjun watches his only allies, wondering if their bond can survive his dark secret. The weight of his hidden infection burns, a ticking time bomb between true friends. Doubt consumes him as he questions if his supposed immunity is actually a lie. If he is a special case, his sanctuary will become a cage of suspicion. He considers sending them to safety alone to prevent a bloodbath he cannot stop. For now, the truth remains buried as he focuses on finding their missing leader. They enter the desolate facility where death lingers in every dark corner and shadow. Time is a luxury they do not have, as the clock counts down their doom. A desperate signal cuts through the static, but only haunting silence answers the call. Their last hope for backup vanishes as their strongest warrior remains terrifyingly out of reach. Minjun decides to wait before taking matters into his own hands. A sudden noise from the shadows forces him into high alert. Tension rises as he questions the true motives of his old classmates. The group stands ready, unaware that a greater threat is watching them. Outside, the sun sets on a city consumed by a silent, decaying rot. The desolate streets hold secrets that are about to be violently unearthed. A single open window becomes the gateway for an impending, calculated slaughter. From the darkness, a masked predator confirms his targets are finally trapped. He knows they are all gathered inside, waiting like lambs for the harvest. With the infected lured into place, the final trap is ready to spring. The silence of the facility is a precursor to a coming nightmare. Tension boils as the group is forced back into the dangerous unknown. A sudden piercing crash shatters the fragile peace they work to build. Panic sets in as the sound of breaking glass echoes through the halls. Fear grips the survivors when a second impact confirms they are being hunted. Minjun races toward the source, knowing every second could mean their certain death. The room erupts into a violent inferno as a deadly trap is sprung. Desperate screams for help ring out while the heat begins to consume them. Nowhere is safe as the flames spread with calculated murderous intent. This is no accident. Someone just launched a lethal Molotov cocktail attack. Minjun delivers the crushing news that their secret sanctuary has been compromised. Panic surges as a desperate call for backup goes out over the radio. The survivors are ordered to pack everything before the unknown attackers arrive. Yena stands frozen in shock, realizing their fragile peace has finally shattered. A sudden noise from the stairwell draws everyone's attention toward the exit. Ignoring the warnings to stay back, Minjun reaches for the heavy door. His blood runs cold the moment he sees what is waiting outside. A pack of blood-soaked monsters has already breached the building's inner defenses. The nightmare is real, as the undead begin their slow guttural advance. Horror settles in when they realize the monsters are already trapped inside. The emergency exit is breached as the infected begin pouring into the sanctuary. Panic spreads when they realize a traitor intentionally guided the monsters toward them. Minjun desperately clutches his chest, wondering why his viral symptoms have suddenly stalled. He remembers how the undead ignored him during his lethal confrontation with Seongbin. A terrifying realization hits that his powers might only trigger through pure hatred. The survivors watch in absolute confusion, as Minjun suddenly breaks into a primal scream. He bellows a curse at his dead tormentor, to force his infection to activate. Byungjun warns the group that backup is still 10 agonizing minutes away from arriving. A violent crash against the glass signals that their time has finally run out. Yena stares in horror, as the final line of defense begins to crumble. Minjun takes a stand, deciding to lure the monsters away to save his friends. He shoves his gear towards Sunho, demanding they escape while he creates a distraction. With a heavy heart, he tells them where to meet if they survive this nightmare. Yena screams his name in a desperate plea for him to stay by her side. Her fingers brush the air as he slips away, leaving her reaching for a ghost. He charges into the darkness alone, carrying the weight of everyone's survival on his shoulders. The group watches in stunned silence as their leader disappears into the jaws of death. Minjun bellows a challenge at the bloodthirsty horde, drawing their mindless rage toward himself. The undead lunge forward with primal roars, closing in on the boy who defied them. Gasping for air, he sprints through the stairwell, leading the monsters into the unknown. Minjun steels his resolve, willing to sacrifice his body to save his friends. He gambles on his hidden immunity, hoping he won't be torn completely apart. Behind him, a relentless tide of the undead screams for fresh blood. He bursts through the final door, his heart hammering against his ribs. Gasping for air, he desperately tries to lose the horde on the roof. But as he reaches the edge, the realization of his situation hits hard. The monsters swarm the rooftop, cornering him against a drop to the streets. Looking down at the chaos below, the height offers no easy escape route. Trapped and exhausted, his mind begins to drift back to where it started. His memory flashes back to the very first day this nightmare began. Before the world fell, a chance encounter saved him from a dark, final choice. Seeing her face that day changed everything, giving his life a sudden, desperate purpose. Now, cornered by a relentless horde, he reflects on the debt he owes her. He remembers his vow to survive this nightmare together, no matter the cost. With death staring him in the face, he offers a final, vulgar defiance. He screams that he won't let these monsters be the ones to end him. Pushing past his fear, he prepares for a leap that defies all logic. He hurls himself into the abyss, clutching his weapon with white-knuckled intensity. Screaming into the void, he gambles his life on a single, impossible jump. Meanwhile, his allies navigate the dark corridors, unaware of his life-or-death struggle. Yena watches the stairs, her heart heavy with the weight of their desperate escape. She retreats into the darkness, silently praying for him to return to her alive. Minjun casts aside his fear and launches himself into the deadly, open air. He gambles his life on a single, impossible leap across the city's jagged skyline. His boots hit the ledge with a bone-shattering force that nearly sends him back. Balance fails him as he tumbles backward into the ruins of a dark classroom. He slams into the floor, his body colliding violently with the abandoned school desks. Pain flares through his limbs as he gasps for air on the cold tiles. He lies broken and still among the wreckage of a life he once knew. A voice breaks the silence, expressing sheer relief that he survived the suicidal jump. The impact of the fall leaves Minjun paralyzed by a wave of searing pain. A sinister cackle cuts through the silence, signaling he is no longer alone. A masked enforcer stalks forward, relishing the sight of his broken prey. Minjun realizes with horror that he has fallen into the hands of his enemies. A violent kick explodes against his ribs, stealing the very air from his lungs. He curls into a ball, desperately begging the hunter to spare his injured side. The captor reports his success, identifying Minjun as a member of the Gunja group. Agony radiates through his chest as he clings to what remains of his consciousness. Faint pleas for mercy die in his throat, while the world begins to fade. The masked predator raises his heavy boot to deliver one final, crushing blow. The violent echoes of a previous struggle still haunt these empty, desolate halls. Hidden away, the survivors hold their breath, waiting for a sign of safety. A desperate radio call confirms that help is waiting just outside the building. They prepare to move, knowing the window for escape is closing fast. However, Yena refuses to leave, unwilling to abandon the man who saved her. Her companions remind her that staying behind means certain death for everyone. Anxiety ripples through the group as the pressure to flee becomes unbearable. They argue that their only hope lies in reaching the sanctuary together. Paralyzed by grief and fear, she weighs the heavy cost of her loyalty. The path to survival is open, but it requires leaving her friends behind. Bloodstains lead deep into the shadows of a silent, derelict restroom. Behind this door, the line between hunter and prey has completely vanished. Outside, heavily armed soldiers from Gunja Station lock down the entire street. Cornered in a stall, Minjun faces a man who sees through every lie. Beads of cold sweat betray him as his desperate excuses fall flat. Despite the raging fire nearby, the killer remains chillingly calm and focused. A deadline is set for midnight, and time is rapidly bleeding away. The cold steel of a blade signifies a promise of certain death. Minjun must pray for a miracle, or this bathroom becomes his grave. Fear paralyzes Minjun as the lethal infection begins to ravage his weakened body. Bound and helpless, he struggles to maintain his facade while his humanity slips away. A heavy knock echoes through the room, signaling the arrival of a ruthless interrogator. The masked predator pivots, ready to execute anyone standing in his path to victory. A cryptic location is whispered through the door as a desperate test of loyalty. Tension hangs heavy in the air while the two survivors wait for a response. Minjun searches for the meaning behind the strange code that determines his fate. The final piece of the password is spoken, cutting through the suffocating silence. Relief washes over the killer as he realizes his ally has finally returned safely. The door creaks open as the masked hunter welcomes his comrade back home. He levels his rifle, prepared to kill anything that moves within the darkness. A brutal spray of blood coats the air, marking a lethal end for another. Minjun collapses in terror, his heart racing as the smell of iron fills the air. Menacing footsteps echo through the hallway as the killer closes in on his prey. He looks up in total shock, finally recognizing the man standing over him. The soldier lowers his weapon, shouting that his friend is finally safe. He explains his late arrival while the boy struggles to comprehend the sudden rescue. Behind them, the mangled body of a predator reveals the price of his interrogation. Minjun wonders if the man who saved him is actually from the special forces. They speak of a nearby shelter where familiar faces from school are waiting. The weight of the world crashes down as Minjun feels his leg give out. Hakyol offers his strength to the boy who barely survived the rooftop leap. A simple pair of glasses becomes a symbol of trust in a dying world. Shadows stretch across the city as the sun dips below the horizon. Terror returns when Minjun realizes his dormant infection symptoms are finally waking up. He looks toward their destination, questioning if the people there are even human anymore. The soldier stays silent, knowing the true nightmare is only just beginning. The neon lights of the arcade now glow over a silent, blood-soaked graveyard. A broken man desperately whispers secrets, pleading for a mercy that will never come. He claims they are constantly moving, hiding like rats in the city's shadows. But his lies crumble under pressure when he pathetically claims to be just ordinary. A cold voice reminds him of the comrade who was stabbed by a criminal. In this desolate room, the truth reveals a fate far worse than simple murder. Terror strikes as he realizes the blade that cut him carried a lethal infection. Hope for a cure is a fairy tale that died with the world outside. Now, the same tainted steel prepares to deliver a slow, agonizing transformation. Hakshiol looms over his prey, a tainted blade promising a fate worse than death. He offers no mercy, only the cold promise of becoming a human science experiment. Broken and bleeding, the captive begins to spill the dark secrets of his past. He confesses to being a monster unleashed from a prison during the initial chaos. The interrogation turns colder as Hakchol realizes the scale of the threat before him. Every criminal is the same in this new world, and none deserve second chances. But the high-grade military hardware in their hands points to a much deeper conspiracy. Trembling with fear, the scavenger admits the weapons were never truly meant for them. A mysterious helicopter from above recently delivered the tools of destruction to the surface. Hakshiol listens intently as the broken scavenger reveals a terrifying truth about their origins. The captive admits they are armed with military-grade rifles and grenades from fallen soldiers. These high-tier supplies were originally meant to support elite special forces units in the field. A shadowy entity is intentionally flooding the streets with lethal weaponry to control the chaos. Minjun struggles to process the idea of a global conspiracy fueling this brutal survival game. He realizes that the scale of this orchestrated disaster is far worse than imagined. Hakiol senses a shift in the air as they approach a new, deadlier territory. Countless lives have already been extinguished in the wake of this systematic slaughter. Ahead lies a forbidden zone where any survivor will be executed on sight. The city has become a graveyard of burning steel and spilled blood. Blood-red warnings announce a new law where mercy is a distant memory. Minjun and Hakchul finally reach the shelter, desperately seeking a moment of peace. But safety is a lie when a silent predator watches from the rooftops. A lone soldier levels his rifle, turning this sanctuary into a lethal kill zone. Pure terror strikes as they realize they are caught in a sniper's crosshairs. The deafening crack of a gunshot shatters the air, signaling an immediate execution. A pained cry echoes through the street, freezing Minjun in his tracks. The bullets aren't for them, but for the monsters emerging from the shadows. Every shot fired is a dinner bell for the nightmare swarm closing in. Minjun and Hakchiol sprint through the shadows, desperate to find a way out. Every step is a struggle as Minjun supports his wounded comrade through the alley. Knowing his own viral secret, Minjun urges his friend to save himself first. Their hearts sink as they reach a fence, fearing they have found a dead end. The silence is shattered by the guttural roars of a fast-approaching nightmare swarm. With no time to waste, Hakchiol levels his rifle to hold back the tide. Suppressed rounds find their mark, painting the walls with the blood of the infected. Suddenly, a heavy gate swings open, as a voice calls them into the sanctuary. They collapse into safety while soldiers unleash a hail of lead upon the monsters. The iron bolt slams shut, finally sealing the world of horrors away. Safety was a lie as cold steel barrels greeted them at the gate. Hidden snipers tracked their every move, leaving no room for a desperate escape. The soldiers questioned how mere students could possess such high-grade military hardware. Forced to their knees, they were treated like invaders rather than desperate survivors. Hakhiel's claim of being an ordinary student only fueled the guards' growing suspicion. He desperately recounted the recent shootout to prove they were running from monsters. One soldier roared in fury, convinced they were spies for a rival faction. A calmer voice intervened, ordering a mandatory quarantine and testing for all newcomers. Minjun trembled as the word testing echoed, knowing his secret was a death sentence. The viral scars were fading, but any medical check would reveal his monstrous truth. Minjun begs to see his friends before the military forces him into quarantine testing. The soldiers remain indifferent, explaining that the patrol team has already moved out. One guard raises his radio to confirm if the named survivors have actually returned. Hakshul and Minjun wait under heavy guard for an answer that could change everything. Minjun trembles in silence, fearing his hidden infection will be discovered at any moment. Above the desolate buildings, a crimson sky signals the coming of another nightmare. Static fills the air as the situation control room finally responds to the inquiry. The report reveals a terrifying truth. Only one of his friends made it back. Minjun screams in pure shock, certain that everyone had escaped the facility together. The report confirms a female survivor stayed behind to find her missing friends alone. The guards receive word that their missing friends are still trapped outside the walls. Hakshiol frantically confirms that the girl left behind is definitely their friend Yena. He realizes that another ally is still out there protecting the girl they love. Panic sets in for Minjun as he realizes his secret is about to be exposed. He begs to return for her, knowing she is risking everything to find them. The authorities shut him down, claiming their own patrol teams will handle the rescue. As night falls over the city, the safety of the zone becomes a prison. The cold demand for a mandatory infection test marks the beginning of the end. Hakshiol offers his strength, completely unaware of the rot spreading inside his friend. They head toward the facility, searching for the missing woman and child among survivors. Minjun watches in silence as the guards reveal the shelter's massive expansion. This small station has transformed into a sprawling fortress of steel and wire. Yet the undead still haunt the dark corners of buildings they couldn't clear. A nearby skyscraper stands as a silent monument to the world they lost. The soldiers plan to reclaim every floor to house the growing crowd of survivors. But instead of feeling safe, Minjun is paralyzed by a terrifying new reality. The mention of mandatory infection testing signals the end of his desperate secret. Fear takes hold as he realizes the sanctuary has become an inescapable cage. While the outside world burns, a different kind of war begins within. All that remains of young Minjun's struggle is a spiked bat left behind. Yena traces Minjun's fading scent, wondering why he left his spiked bat behind. A former classmate warns her that the spreading fire makes this building a death trap. She coldly demands to be left alone, reclaiming the weapon for her own survival. Despite her hostility, the boy insists on protecting her with his newly acquired rifle. Yena stares him down, doubting he even has the stomach to pull the trigger. His pathetic stuttering only confirms her suspicion that he is completely out of his league. She makes it clear that only the strongest survivors deserve her time or respect. He watches her walk away, bitter that she only shows favor to Minjun. Suddenly, her icy demeanor cracks as she offers a rare word of genuine gratitude. That single moment of kindness sends his heart racing, fueling a dangerous new delusion. Yena mocks his pathetic attempts to get close, leaving him stunned and humiliated. He realizes she is manipulating his weakness for her own survival games. Suddenly, her cold stride halts as a chilling presence fills the hallway. The faint sound of approaching footsteps echoes behind the heavy metal door. Terror washes over them both as she frantically whispers for him to hide. A metallic scraping sound rings out from the other side of the entrance. They press against the cold wall, weapons drawn in a desperate bid for life. She prays it might be a friend, but the dread tells another story. If the person outside isn't an ally, they are already as good as dead. Silence falls over the desolate building as a new nightmare finally arrives. Darkness swallows the once bustling clinic, leaving behind only an unsettling, deathly silence. Minjun marvels at the artificial peace, praying his mother found similar sanctuary. The fragile calm shatters when a terrified former classmate emerges from the shadows. Desperation takes hold as Minjun demands news about the girl he left behind. A cold sweat breaks as the scout admits the rescue team was dispatched. Fear turns to pure horror when he learns they have lost all contact. Miles away, the extraction point has become a desolate graveyard of smoke and ash. A lone radio crackles on the concrete, broadcasting desperate pleas into the void. Muffled screams for mercy echo behind the heavy steel of a locked isolation ward. Minjun tries to charge back into hell, but the facility guards refuse passage. The facility guards warn that the streets belong to the monsters after sunset. If this newcomer is hell-bent on suicide, they refuse to take responsibility. Ha Do-hyun, a hardened veteran, has never seen a survivor this reckless. No one has ever tried to abandon the shelter on their very first day. But Minjun cannot breathe while his friends are still out in the dark. Hakchiol begs him to wait for sunrise, pointing out his mangled, failing leg. The choice is made as Minjun prepares to descend back into the nightmare alone. He is breaking his own golden rule of survival just to save them. Seeing his resolve, the guards finally step aside to let him face the night. His old classmates watch in silence as he prepares for a suicide mission. Knowing Minjun is crippled, the guard offers a silent, electric lifeline for the journey. Hakchiol realizes he cannot let his friend face the abyss alone, and begins packing. His face bears the scars of a world that has already taken too much. The veteran fighter turns his back on safety to follow a boy with nothing. He declares they will brave the infection together, bound by a debt of blood. Minjun accepts the help but demands his weapon back for the coming slaughter. The onlookers watch in disbelief as the shelter's strongest warriors prepare for suicide. Outside, the city is swallowed by a cold, suffocating darkness that hides 1,000 teeth. Beyond the gate, the starving shadows of the infected are already scratching to get in. With a final plan and silent wheels, they descend into a night of pure chaos. A heavy weight is handed over as a final gift for their survival. The guard offers his last blessing, knowing the odds are against them. He commands the signal, initiating a plan that leaves no room for error. Thunderous gunshots tear through the silence, acting as a lethal dinner bell. The starving horde rushes toward the noise, clearing a path through the carnage. With a rusted groan, the gates of safety swing open into the abyss. They ride into the darkness, trading their sanctuary for a slim chance at rescue. Watching them go, the veteran knows only love could drive such madness. The city waits to swallow anyone brave enough to search for the lost. Their journey leads them to a place where luxury has turned to rot. Yena collapses to the cold floor, her sanctuary finally breached by a new nightmare. She looks up in pure terror as a sinister laugh echoes through the luxury rot. A hulking scavenger mocks his fallen comrades, his eyes locked on his new prize. Surrounded by predators, the girl realizes there is nowhere left to run or hide. From the shadows emerges a man whose presence demands absolute, terrifying submission from everyone. He crouches before her, a silent predator, assessing the value of his latest find. A calloused hand forces her gaze upward, stripping away any shred of remaining hope. With a chilling calm, he admires her beauty while questioning how long she survived. Trapped in his shadow, Yena finds herself face to face with a monster unlike any zombie. She recoils in disgust, but the grip of her captor only seems to tighten. The predator's gaze turns cold as he observes the trembling girl before him. He stakes his claim, warning his subordinates never to lay a finger on her. Walking away with indifference, he dismisses her as nothing more than a child. A depraved criminal scoffs at morality, claiming the law died with the old world. Even fellow convicts tremble, knowing that crossing their leader is a death sentence. The air grows heavy as the monster prepares to remind them of his status. He whispers a chilling warning about the dark past that landed him in prison. One wrong move and the lackey will find himself at the end of his life. Terror instantly replaces arrogance as the reality of his situation finally sinks in. Now, a helpless captive faces a gruesome fate as bait for an upcoming trap. Jihu cold-bloodedly plots to use the girl as a key to seize the station. Horror strikes Yena's face as she realizes her friend's life is on the line. She desperately begs for mercy, offering anything to keep the helpless captive alive. Overwhelmed by her words, the prisoner can't believe she actually called him a friend. In his delusional mind, her desperate pleas for his life look like true love. While he dreams of a confession, she only sees a pathetic man worth saving. Shame washes over him as he feels excitement in the shadow of certain death. The convicts laugh, viewing their new toy as nothing more than a disposable tool. A sadistic suggestion to play with the captive sends a fresh wave of terror. The leader leans in with a piercing question about the boy's experience killing monsters. Yena freezes as the ruthless leader demands to know the secret of her survival. A predatory silence hangs in the air while Jihu calculates his next dark move. Even his most hardened convicts recoil in shock at the leader's sudden, twisted command. The scavengers whisper that killing a girl this beautiful is a total waste of resources. Pure terror grips her heart as she realizes these monsters view her as disposable trash. Jihu looms over her, claiming that only the strong have the right to survive. He violently forces a makeshift weapon into her trembling hands, sparking a deadly ultimatum. His cold gaze pierces her soul, telling her she has no choice but to kill. He whispers a sadistic mantra, urging her to stab through the faces of her enemies. Driven to the brink of madness, she must now embrace her darkest survival instincts. Jihu explains that surviving in this cruel world is actually quite simple. A trail of fresh blood leads into a room filled with lingering death. Yena collapses in terror as the weight of her situation finally sinks in. She stares at the shattered remains of a world that no longer exists. Surrounded by carnage, she realizes there is no escape from this nightmare. Horrific choking sounds echo from behind the door, signaling a coming monster. Clinging to a useless silver fork, she trembles while the dying gasps grow louder. Suddenly, the entrance bursts open to reveal a sight more twisted than death. A mutilated, armless figure crashes onto the floor in a pool of gore. Jihu cold-bloodedly reveals he removed the creature's limbs to make the kill easier. Desperate warnings of madness echo as Yena faces a blood-soaked nightmare alone. The heavy metal door locks, trapping her inside with a starving predator. A guttural growl fills the silence, signaling the start of a gruesome hunt. She clutches a simple silver fork, her only defense against the coming slaughter. The mangled creature screams, lunging toward her with a thirst for human flesh. Chaos erupts as she narrowly avoids the initial strike of the mindless beast. Terrified and breathless, she recoils as the monster prepares for its next attack. Cold sweat drips down her face while her sanity begins to fracture from fear. She frantically claws at the locked door, pleading for an escape that won't come. Her screams for help go unanswered as she pounds against the cold, unyielding metal. The bloodthirsty monster lunges forward with a deafening roar of pure hunger. Violent impact shatters the silence as she is pinned against the unyielding wall. Her makeshift weapon clatters uselessly away, leaving her completely defenseless and exposed. Death stares her in the face as the creature prepares for its final strike. Desperate prayers for salvation go unanswered, while the monster's lethal grip tightens. Suddenly, a powerful hand emerges from the shadows to seize the beast's throat. With terrifying, effortless strength, the creature is hurled across the room. She gazes up in disbelief at the man who just snatched her from death. The ruthless scavenger leader stands tall while his subordinates mock her pathetic struggle. He retrieves her fallen tool, whispering that survival requires a shattered mind. The predator looms behind her, wrapping his hands around her trembling frame. He forces a crude weapon into her grip, mocking her hesitation to kill. Suddenly, a blood-soaked monster charges from the dark with a guttural roar. With inhuman speed, he catches the beast by its throat mid-air. He pins the creature back, using her as a shield for his lesson. Coldly, he whispers that she must embrace insanity to survive this hell. He wrenches her arm upward, guiding the metal point toward its target. She shuts her eyes tight, unable to witness the horror he demands. A sickening squelch echoes as hot blood paints the cold concrete walls. Spattered in gore, the leader stares down with eyes devoid of any humanity. The mangled remains of her former tormentor lie cold on the blood-soaked floor. A makeshift weapon clatters against the pavement, its jagged tines dripping with fresh gore. Trembling uncontrollably, she stares at hands now permanently stained by a forced execution. Her strength finally vanishes as she collapses amidst the absolute carnage of the kill. The predatory leader kneels beside her, whispering that this trauma is vital for survival. With eyes devoid of pity, he promises to continue until she becomes a killer. He grants her a brief reprieve before the next horrific lesson in madness begins. Surrounded by death and splattered walls, she is left alone with her shattered innocence. Meanwhile, the silent city streets remain eerily still under the weight of the apocalypse. Suddenly, two shadows on scooters flicker through the night as her rescuers finally arrive. The city streets have become a hunting ground for the mindless, bloodthirsty infected. Minjun and Hakcheol navigate the ruins, racing toward the coordinates of a potential hideout. Every second counts as Minjun battles the overwhelming weight of the mission ahead. Deep within the shadows, a trail of fresh blood leads toward a secluded sanctuary. Inside a grim bathroom, scavengers report they have successfully captured one of the survivors. One captor nervously waits for orders, fearing the arrival of the rival Gunja group. Their leader remains cautious, refusing to reveal their exact location over the radio waves. The transmission cuts out, leaving the fate of the hostage hanging in the balance. Frustration boils over as the young scavenger curses his leader's cryptic and dangerous games. Unaware of the trap, the rescuers decide to scout one final building before moving. Hakcheol clings to the hope that their missing comrade hasn't been captured yet. A massive inferno begins to consume the nearby buildings, narrowing their window. They weave through a sea of ravenous undead, racing against the ticking clock. The darkness within the building feels like a heavy, suffocating shroud. Minjun guides the way upward, praying this floor remains a safe haven. Their relief instantly shatters upon finding a corpse slumped against the blood-stained wall. The green armband confirms this victim belonged to the allied Gunja group. A chilling realization washes over Hakcheol as he stares at the fallen soldier. Scattered shell casings on the steps tell a story of a desperate struggle. Hakcheol realizes they were ambushed and stripped of their weapons by professional killers. Hakcheol realizes the enemy is armed with the exact same lethal weaponry. He cautiously ascends the dark stairwell, the silence feeling heavier with every step. Outside, thick black smoke billows from the inferno consuming the lower levels. A discarded radio lies on the cold floor, a chilling sign of struggle. Finding the device confirms Minjun's worst fears that their friends were taken alive. Hakcheol keys the transmitter to report their grim discovery to the remaining survivors. He explains that while two men are dead, their primary targets are missing. His eyes harden as he prepares to hunt them down at the station. Minjun listens in stunned silence, knowing the rescue mission just became much deadlier. The city looms ahead, a sprawling graveyard hiding the predators they must now face. The streets near Gyeongdae Station are a graveyard where the dead never truly rest. Minjun and Hakcheol advance through the shadows, searching for their missing friend's location. High above the chaos, a lone sentry watches over the territory with cold indifference. This scavenger sits perched like a predator, oblivious to the real monsters approaching him. Lighting a cigarette, he mocks the idea of anyone actually finding this hidden nest. Meet Oh Sang-min, a violent convict forced into low-level grunt work for his boss. Suddenly, a flicker in the dark shatters his boredom and puts him on edge. He levels his rifle into the void, desperately searching for whatever just moved. Before he can even blink, Hakcheol's blade is pressed firmly against his trembling throat. The hunter has become the prey as Hakcheol demands answers before his time expires. Hakcheol begins a cold countdown as his blade bites into Sangmin's neck. The count reaches 0, and the scavenger collapses into a pool of blood. Hakcheol whispers for Minjun to move quickly before they are discovered. They slip into the oppressive darkness of a building reclaimed by shadows. Every footstep must be silent to avoid alerting the predators lurking nearby. Navigating the labyrinth, Hakcheol leads the way toward their missing allies. A sudden instinct makes the veteran warrior pause and scan the hallway. Ahead, a single elevator door stands open like a waiting trap. Hakcheol peers into the abyss of the shaft, searching for any movement. Eerie noises rise from the darkness below, signaling a new, hidden danger. Blood stains the floor of a corridor, where a violent struggle clearly took place. Within the shadows, a terrified survivor pleads for mercy from his ruthless captors. Surrounded and bound, he realizes these men are far more dangerous than any infected. A former Special Forces convict threatens to start the interrogation by severing a finger. Outside the room, a sentry hears a strange noise echoing through the desolate building. He pauses in confusion, sensing a presence that shouldn't be there in the dark. The guard cautiously scans the wreckage, unaware that death is already closing in. Deep within the alley bar, the silence is heavy with the scent of iron. An elevator door slides open, signaling the arrival of an unexpected and lethal guest. Hakcheol whispers into his radio, confirming they have finally found the convict's hidden nest. Hakcheol readies his radio and prepares to infiltrate the enemy's dark heart alone. Minjun watches with a heavy heart as his mentor disappears into the shadows. The path ahead is paved with shattered glass and the stench of fresh slaughter. Strange, guttural sounds echo through the halls as the true nightmare begins. Jihu looms over a broken man, demanding a final, impossible performance. Trembling and broken, Yenna begs for an end to this senseless, bloody torture. She stands amidst the carnage, her innocence stained by the violence surrounding her. The monster claims his cruelty as a gift, molding her for this dying world. His piercing gaze reveals a soul that has long since abandoned its humanity. Forced to face the horror again, she realizes there is no easy escape. A heavy hand grips the handle as the final act of violence begins. Blood-curdling screams echo through the hall, stopping the monster in his tracks. Jihu senses a shift in the air, his cold eyes narrowing in suspicion. Something is wrong, and even the most ruthless predator can feel the coming storm. Deep within the shadows of the facility, a silent mechanical beast slowly awakens. Hakshiol descends through the darkness like a ghost, rifle gripped and ready. From the ceiling above, a new player enters this twisted game of survival. He lands with clinical precision, a professional soldier ready to reclaim what was stolen. The rescue mission has officially breached the heart of the enemy's lair. A terrified scavenger realizes too late that the real hunter has finally arrived. The scavenger sentry senses a shift in the air a second too late. Hakshiol emerges from the shadows like a ghost with a suppressed rifle leveled. A muffled shot tears through the silence before an alarm can be raised. The brutal convict Tasik freezes as a distant scream echoes through the halls. The scavengers stare down the dark corridor, realizing the hunter has become the prey. Songcheol peeks around the corner, his heart hammering against his ribs in terror. He finds his comrade collapsed in a pool of blood among the shadows. Hakshiol keeps his weapon trained on the wounded man, demanding absolute silence. The veteran fighter catches his breath, knowing the mission rests on a knife's edge. Despite his lethal precision, he wonders if this tactical gamble will truly succeed. Hakshiol recalls the intel squeezed from his terrified captive. 3 scavengers are already dead, but the most dangerous ones remain. He calculates the remaining enemies while keeping his target pinned down. The veteran knows they are armed with military-grade rifles and grenades. Panic erupts among the convicts as they realize a hunter is nearby. High-caliber weapons and explosives sit ready for a bloody counterattack. A ruthless former Special Forces soldier prepares to defend his territory. Hakshiol demands the immediate release of his captured comrades. Silence falls over the blood-soaked hallway as the final showdown begins. Battered and broken, the hostage hears a voice of hope through darkness. The terrified convict shouts that the precious hostages are still trapped inside. A brutal blow silences the scream, as blood spatters across the dark floor. Hidden in the shadows, Minjun finally confirms his friends are still alive. The armed predator demands to know who is hunting them from the darkness. Hakshiol stares ahead with cold eyes, ready to unleash a psychological war. He claims a full military squad has the entire building completely surrounded. Panic sets in as the criminals realize they might be facing special forces. They desperately calculate their numbers, wondering if the hunter is actually alone. The lead killer acknowledges that their mysterious intruder has incredible guts. He prepares his weapon, unsure if he faces a pro or a madman. Hakshiol looms over the wounded scavenger and proposes a lethal bargain for their lives. He keeps his weapon trained on the man, promising a swift death for any resistance. The veteran demands the release of his friends in exchange for sparing their pathetic comrade. Back in the hideout, the criminals spiral into chaos as their leader remains missing. The former crime boss feels the weight of the trap closing in around them. Desperate to end the standoff, the subordinate suggests a heartless and explosive solution. Quan hesitates for only a moment before deciding to sacrifice his own man for survival. Realizing he is being discarded like trash, the wounded sentry freezes in pure terror. He screams for mercy, begging his ruthless superiors to choose his life over their pride. Even the hardened soldier is stunned by the cold-blooded depravity of these desperate monsters. Heavy footsteps echo across a floor stained by the blood of the fallen. The scavenger leader emerges with a cold gaze and a rifle in hand. Hidden in the shadows, the veteran soldier realizes the predator is closing in. A wounded subordinate begs for mercy from the man he once served faithfully. But this ruthless commander has no room for those who slow him down. A deafening gunshot rings out, ending a life with terrifying, effortless cruelty. The veteran watches in shock as the psychopath executes his own loyal soldier. Before he can even aim, the killer lunges forward to claim another victim. A devastating strike shatters the air as the two warriors finally collide. The sheer force of the blow sends the elite soldier reeling backward. The ruthless leader turns around only to find himself staring down a barrel. Minjun emerges from the shadows, holding his breath as he levels his weapon. In this deadly standoff, one wrong move means an instant and bloody end. Desperate to save his friends, the boy demands their immediate and safe release. The psychopath repeats the girl's name, a dark realization dawning behind his eyes. Slowly, lowering his heavy rifle, the predator decides to play a dangerous game. From across the blood-stained room, a hidden sniper waits for the kill signal. Surrounded by hostile killers, Minjun realizes he has walked into a lethal trap. The monster confesses his twisted fascination with the girl he refuses to surrender. Trapped in a nightmare, the young survivor prays his bluff is enough to survive. Trembling with rage, the boy levels his weapon and demands his friend's immediate release. The predator simply smiles, mocking the boy for letting a girl become his weakness. Sudden shouts from outside shatter the tension as backup finally arrives to surround them. Even the ruthless leader is caught off guard by the arrival of unexpected reinforcements. He warns that pulling the trigger now would only result in a mutual execution. Letting out a cold sigh, the monster decides this game has become too crowded. Turning his back with terrifying confidence, he tells the boy to do as he pleases. But his parting words carry a lethal weight that stops the boy's heart cold. The girl he came to save is currently trapped alone with a ravenous monster. Leaving the boy in a desperate panic, the psycho vanishes into the dark shadows. He sprints through the crimson-stained halls, every second feeling like a death sentence. Breaking into the room, he finds his friend alive but broken and bound. There is no time for relief as he learns his target is elsewhere. Behind him, the hostage mutters in a daze while the boy rushes back out. He reaches for the final door, his heart hammering against his ribs. The door swings open to reveal a sight that stops his breath entirely. The girl sits silently amidst a sea of gore and a mangled corpse. She doesn't move, her long hair masking the horror she just endured. Desperation takes hold as he calls out her name into the suffocating silence. He leans in, terrified that the girl he saved has finally lost her soul. A blood-stained figure lunges from the shadows, catching the boy completely off guard. Before he can react, she collapses into him, clinging as if to life itself. The girl's silent trauma finally breaks, her screams echoing through the gore-soaked room. He stares in disbelief, realizing the horrific weight of what she has just endured. Gently, he reaches out to steady her, his own hands trembling from the tension. He whispers that the nightmare is finally over and she is safe now. Only the sound of her broken sobs remains in the dark, empty hallway. Nearby, the tactical team surveys the carnage, finding only bodies left behind. Reporting through the static, the soldier admits the targets have vanished into the night. With the trail gone cold, the unit prepares to retreat to Gunja Station. Ha Do-hyun vents his frustration over the ruthless enemies they are currently facing. He acknowledges the high schooler's incredible skills despite his young age. Minjun worries the blood on his hands will bring a cycle of revenge. The sergeant wonders how a mere student became such a lethal marksman. Minjun reveals a dark past as a defector who survived through cold-blooded execution. He admits he once dreamed of joining the military to find purpose. Looking directly at the sergeant, he recognizes the man who inspired him. However, the veteran has a chilling secret he can only share in private. They step behind the closed doors of room 201 to face the truth. A gruesome scar is revealed, proving the nightmare is far from over. Minjun reveals a festering wound that proves the infection is already taking hold. The veteran guard warns that this secret must stay buried between them for now. He promises to handle the shelter's doctor while taking full responsibility for the risk. Stunned by the sudden mercy, Minjun struggles to find words in the tense silence. He nervously offers back the firearm he used to survive the hellish night. But the guard looks him in the eye, recognizing the cold necessity of power. In a shocking move, he commands the boy to keep the lethal weapon hidden. With a heavy heart, Minjun accepts the gift that could mark him a criminal. As night falls over the ruins, the group finally approaches their only hope. Now they must face a day of isolation before the shelter gates truly open. Minjun desperately searches for news about his mother at the massive Gangnam shelter. Reports suggest it remains the largest and most secure bastion of hope in Seoul. He prays they are safe, but the silence from the outside is chillingly absolute. The central government has completely collapsed as the infection consumes the entire Korean peninsula. High-security prisons have become isolated fortresses, locking out the world to maintain order. North Korea has vanished behind sealed borders, leaving their ultimate fate a dark mystery. Desperate refugees fleeing by sea accidentally carried the nightmare directly into Japan's bustling heart. Crimson blood stains the streets of once safe cities as the first horrific slaughters begin. Even the strictest lockdowns could not stop the monsters rising among the unsuspecting crowds. From China to Indonesia, the entire continent is drowning in an unstoppable death tide. America scrambles to evacuate citizens as the superpower seals its borders against the infection. No one knows if the stars and stripes can withstand the coming darkness. Sergeant Ha Do-hyun suspects this nightmare was never a natural disaster. Behind closed doors, a meticulous plan of serial bioterrorism was silently set in motion. Communication vanished in a single day, as simultaneous infections tore through every major city. While news anchors speculate on foreign attacks, the true source remains a terrifying mystery. The horrifying truth hides within the digital world of a survival game called Rage Z. A massive offline event was scheduled the very day the world began to rot. Now, The grotesque monsters from the screen are feasting on human flesh and reality. Minjun and his allies realize their survival depends on solving this twisted digital mystery. Chilling theories suggest the entire outbreak was a calculated act of global bioterrorism. Minjun stares into the abyss, questioning why Korea became ground zero for this madness. The terrifying truth is clear. Someone is forcing the digital world into our reality. An eerie stillness fills the clinic, masking the screams of the world dying outside. Professor Seo's daughter, Ha-kyung, breaks down as the weight of loss finally hits. A rare moment of hope flickers as a family reunites within the sanctuary walls. Yet, the atmosphere remains heavy with the knowledge that the professor didn't make it. Beyond the reinforced barricades, the monsters wait for the sun to finally set. Yena remains lost in her own mind, her spirit crushed by the scavenger's cruelty. A soft call brings her back, but the light in her eyes has vanished. Minjun calls out to the girl who barely survived the scavenger's hell. They sit in heavy silence, the trauma of the past still lingering. She claims to be fine, but her eyes tell a different story. He remembers the visceral horror she endured when her mind finally broke. A haunting image of her surrounded by blood remains scorched in memory. The weight of that moment is a burden no one should carry. Sunho approaches with a casual greeting, unaware of the tension in the air. Her cold, sharp rejection proves she is still fighting her inner demons. Minjun watches her closely, relieved to see a flash of her old self. Under the city lights, the results confirm they have survived another day. The sterile hospital walls hide a secret that could determine the fate of humanity. He finally faces the doctor, desperate for answers he might not want to hear. A gruesome wound reveals the terrifying truth he has been hiding for a week. The doctor realizes she is looking at a medical miracle that should be impossible. The sudden confirmation of his infection feels like a crushing death sentence. Survival against these odds suggests he carries a power hidden deep within his blood. His very existence might be the only key left to saving the entire world. Panic sets in as he fears becoming a literal human sacrifice for scientific research. This crumbling facility lacks the resources to even attempt developing a miracle cure. They vow to keep his condition hidden before the world tries to tear him apart. He demands a blood-bound promise that will decide the fate of their survival. The heavy silence of the hospital hallway hides a secret too dangerous to keep. A trembling confession reveals the lethal virus has already claimed its next victim. She stares in disbelief as he confirms he is the walking miracle they seek. A sudden memory flashes through her mind, revealing the doctor's true hidden agenda. Desperation takes hold as she sprints toward the only person holding the answers. The office door slams open as she screams for the doctor to stop everything. Time is running out while she pleads for a conversation that cannot wait. The doctor's cold gaze wavers, sensing the weight of the girl's frantic discovery. Behind the walls of medical prestige lies a truth that could shatter their world. The doctor senses her hesitation and demands to know what is being hidden. Ha-kyung begs for absolute secrecy before revealing the weight on her mind. A single name escapes her lips as the room grows heavy with tension. She nervously asks if an infected man can still be intimate with a woman. The doctor stares back in total silence as the absurd question sinks in. Time stands still in the office while the gravity of the situation shifts. Confusion takes over as the specialist struggles to process the girl's sudden concern. Stuttering through her embarrassment, she tries to explain the nature of her forbidden curiosity. The medical expert can hardly believe the ridiculous turn this conversation has taken. She finally snaps, demanding to know why such a foolish thought even exists. The doctor gasps in pure shock at the sudden revelation of a forbidden romance. Blushing furiously, she desperately screams that they are nothing more than close siblings. She rants about the tragic fate of a man destined to be forever alone. The medical specialist regains her composure to deliver a cold and brutal truth. A chilling question hangs in the air regarding the reality of kissing a monster. She reminds her that the man she loves is fundamentally no different from them. The weight of the diagnosis crushes her spirit as all hope begins to fade. Professional warnings on the wall emphasize that he is a danger to all life. The threat of infection through a single touch or kiss becomes a terrifying reality. She stares into the abyss, realizing he possesses a body that could kill her. The doctor reveals a secret that could destroy their only hope for survival. Even a simple shared meal is now a death sentence for anyone near him. At any moment, the boy could transform into a mindless, bloodthirsty predator. She approaches him, unaware that the rules of their relationship have changed forever. He confesses that their past closeness was a gamble with her very life. To protect the world, he must hide every inch of his tainted skin. Staying by his side means inviting a slow and agonizing infection. He decides to face the wasteland alone to save her from himself. The realization that their bond is broken shatters her heart into pieces. Overwhelmed by the crushing weight of the truth, she flees into the darkness. Sunho stands frozen as the weight of his secret crushes his soul. Within the eerie silence of the abandoned clinic, a heavy tension lingers. Ha-kyung sits alone in the shadows, her spirit broken by the cruel reality. He cautiously approaches her, wondering if his choices have fueled her silent rage. She looks up, her voice trembling with a gratitude he feels he doesn't deserve. His heart aches as he admits his terrifying fear of passing on the plague. She recalls his painful words, wondering if their bond is truly a curse. A sudden realization strikes him as she speaks his name with unexpected warmth. Masking her deeper pain, she blames her gloom on the memory of her mother. Refusing to abandon him, she chooses to face the nightmare by his side. Ha-kyung insists, the risk of infection is a burden she must carry alone. She dismisses Sunho for the night, urging him to find some rest. The door clicks shut, leaving her isolated in the oppressive silence. Fear consumes her as she realizes the virus might already be taking hold. Alone in the darkness, she breaks down under the weight of her secret. The empty hospital corridors hold only shadows and the scent of death. Morning light brings no relief as they face a new, grueling reality. A wounded survivor reveals the heavy price of their desperate escape. Sunho realizes they are trapped in this facility for 5 long weeks. They meet the shelter director, hoping this sanctuary isn't another cage. The director offers a warm welcome, but his eyes hide a terrifying past. Years ago, he was a ruthless commander who executed the infected without mercy. Sunho trembles, knowing his own infection would mean an immediate death sentence. His companions are paralyzed by the realization that their lives hang by a thread. Safety in this shelter requires constant surveillance under the watchful eye of the military. Stepping into his new room, Sunho finds a rare moment of absolute peace. These quiet halls seem worlds away from the blood-soaked streets of the city. The simple sound of running water feels like a miracle in this dying world. He wonders if they should stay, but the mission to find his mother remains. In the gathering shadows, he realizes that no sanctuary can hide the truth forever. Ha-kyung sits alone in the dim light of their temporary sanctuary. She promises to stand by him until his mother is finally found. Their bond strengthens as she vows to follow him into the unknown. Deep down, she knows that leaving this shelter means certain danger. Sunho listens in silence, wondering if his choices are leading them to ruin. The remnants of their daily lives are scattered across the cold floor. He realizes how precious her life has become in this dying world. A terrifying vision of her bloodied and broken flashes through his mind. Staring into the mirror, he refuses to let that nightmare become a reality. The memory of a peaceful world feels like a distant, fading dream. The growing sanctuary of Gunja Station has become a massive, organized residential zone for survivors. Life inside these walls feels disturbingly normal, mirroring a world that should no longer exist. But peace is a facade, maintained by the rigorous discipline of the physical training centers. Every able-bodied survivor is forced into combat training to ensure the shelter's continued security. Amidst the drills, a familiar face reveals that more classmates survived the initial slaughter. Ha-kyung stands frozen as her past life suddenly collides with her grim new reality. Old friends are overcome with shock, unable to believe she actually made it out alive. They trade harrowing stories of narrow escapes and the loved ones they lost along the way. The atmosphere shifts instantly when a survivor recognizes Sunho by a completely different name. He struggles to maintain his composure as his past connections are finally brought to light. Ha-kyung listens as the group gossips about who managed to survive the initial outbreak. Sunho breaks into a cold sweat when the conversation turns toward his hidden past. She promises to reconnect later, desperate to maintain a sense of normalcy despite everything. Behind his glasses, Sunho's eyes betray a growing fear that his secret is slipping. A quiet meal sits untouched while the harsh reality of survival looms over them. Elsewhere, a survivor mentions the underground tunnels as a possible path to safety. With the bridges blocked, he desperately hopes the subway lines offer a way out. The guard remains skeptical, knowing all too well that the tunnels are death traps. They realize that without a miracle, escaping to the city is a suicide mission. To prove his point, he prepares to show the horrifying truth of the station. The journey leads them to Gunja Station, a place frozen in time. Deep within the shadows, a heavy iron gate stands as the final barrier. These shutters were the only thing keeping the hungry monsters from flooding the halls. Ha-kyung and Sunho follow the patrol through what used to be a sanctuary. Descending into the darkness, the air grows heavy with the scent of death. Behind the glass, the horrifying truth of the subway system finally reveals itself. The guide explains how the infection surged through the tunnels like a tidal wave. He dreams of crossing the river, but their resources are already stretched thin. Even if they break through, reaching a blocked city would mean certain death. Sunho watches in silence, knowing their path to safety is actually a suicide mission. A hesitant voice breaks the silence as the weight of their situation sinks in. Sunho reveals a terrifying secret about how the infected strangely choose to ignore him. He offers to lead the charge through the tunnel during his next viral flare-up. The group stands frozen, questioning if the monsters truly see him as one of them. Time is their greatest enemy, with the protective symptoms lasting only a few hours. Even with this power, his body is breaking under the strain of the infection. Skepticism fills the air as they realize the plan is practically a death sentence. A map reveals the massive distance they must cover to reach the next station. To outrun the ticking clock, Sunho proposes a desperate race on an electric scooter. Every choice is a gamble, where one wrong turn means being torn apart alive. The shelter becomes a slaughterhouse as ruthless escapees leave a trail of blood behind. Sunho offers to sacrifice himself alone, claiming his infection makes him a disposable outcast. Hakyung shuts him down instantly, refusing to let him throw his life away recklessly. She warns that pushing his breaking body will lead to a lethal viral overload. The wounded sergeant agrees, calling the suicide mission a desperate and unnecessary gamble. They decide to wait for military reinforcement instead of charging into certain death. The group finally reaches the city railroad entrance, their only path to safety. Armed guards watch the perimeter, keeping the growing darkness at a distance. The weary survivors march through the gates, knowing the clock is still ticking. Suddenly, Hakyung stops in her tracks, her eyes widening at an impossible sight. A ghost from the past appears, blocking Hakyung's path to safety. It is Choi Soo-jin, an arrogant woman with ties to Hakyung's family. She laughs mockingly, surprised that Hakyung managed to survive this long. The memory of a desperate phone call suddenly rushes back to her. Trapped and terrified, Hakyung had once begged this woman for salvation. With the world ending, she pleaded for a rescue that would never come. Instead of help, she was met with cold indifference and cruel rejection. Her stepmother chose her own survival, hanging up on a dying girl. The call cuts to static, leaving her completely alone in the dark. Abandoned by her only family, Hakyung realized no one was coming to help. Her eyes widen as she recognizes the face from her darkest memories. Sunho senses the sudden shift in the air and looks back in confusion. Standing before them is the woman who left her to rot in the darkness. She coldly confirms that this is the monster she once called family. This is the famous actress who abandoned her daughter for her own survival. The stepmother erupts in rage, claiming she was also a victim that day. She insists she only ran to save her own skin during the chaos. Screaming that they aren't even blood-related, she blames Hakyung for her own karma. Sunho can't believe this woman's insanity and tries to pull Hakyung away. From the sidelines, the soldiers witness the toxic drama poisoning their fragile sanctuary. The shelter's fragile peace crumbles as the leaders grow tired of the toxic newcomers. One more mistake, and the troublesome couple will be cast out into the wasteland. Hakyung remains haunted by a hidden connection that threatens to unravel her resolve. Sunho watches her with growing concern, sensing the weight of her unspoken secrets. Suddenly, a sharp static burst from the radio shatters the tense silence. A report comes in of a lone American soldier discovered at the south gate. The guards are stunned by the arrival of a survivor they never expected. A straggler from the U.S. forces represents a dangerous new variable in their survival. Desperate to communicate, the soldier asks if anyone can translate the foreigner's words. Hakyung steps forward, volunteering her skills to uncover the truth behind this arrival. Inside a desolate medical wing, the air hangs heavy with the scent of antiseptic. A worn American flag patch signals the arrival of a sudden, unexpected variable. Sergeant David Briggs emerges from the shadows, the sole survivor of a shattered unit. He recounts a harrowing patrol where death claimed everyone but his final 5 men. Sunho and Do-hyun listen in stunned silence as the promise of rescue fades away. Hakyung realizes the terrifying truth that their only lifeline is being deliberately jammed. Desperate questions arise about evacuating the hundreds of souls clinging to life here. But Briggs delivers a crushing blow, confirming they have completely lost contact with headquarters. As hope withers, a dangerous new plan begins to take shape in the silence. If the immune boy is handed over, he might be the key to everything. Even the simplest comforts of the old world now stand like frozen relics of civilization. Outside, a suffocating silence settles over the empty streets as the sun finally disappears. Every tick of the clock feels like a countdown toward an inevitable and gruesome end. Hidden away in the shadows, Seo-rin checks the halls to ensure no one is watching. She locks the door behind her, desperate to keep her secret within these walls. The weight of the world rests on her shoulders as she prepares for the impossible. She prays for a sign of rescue while clutching her phone with trembling, desperate hands. Hours turn into an eternity as the promised drone fails to appear in the sky. Her eyes drift toward the sample that could change the fate of all humanity. The impossible truth finally hits her as she realizes she has found a miracle. Seo-rin knows she must report her findings to the mysterious savior immediately. But with a dying battery and 0 bars, hope is slipping away. Suddenly, a miracle occurs as the signal bars finally flicker to life. After a month of silence, The weight of her discovery begins to sink in. She contacts the station, revealing the existence of a truly immune survivor. Her breath hitches when they promise an immediate connection to the savior himself. Stunned into silence, she realizes this call will change everything forever. The blood sample reveals a terrifying anomaly that defies every known biological law. This subject isn't just surviving, they are fluctuating between infection and total purity. Now she must decide if she will sacrifice a human for lethal experiments. Seo Rin reels in shock as she hears the impossible news of an immune survivor. She desperately questions her contact about how to handle this biological anomaly. A terrifying thought crosses her mind. Should this mistake of nature be eliminated? Surrounded by cold steel and samples, she realizes the path forward is much darker. The voice on the line demands the blood and the survivor for lethal experiments. Her blood runs cold as she learns the true goal is evolving an incurable plague. Trembling in her chair, she wonders how she can betray a human life alone. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door shatters the heavy silence of the office. A familiar voice calls out from the hallway, asking if she is still inside. Her heart stops when Do-hyun appears, unaware of the monstrous choice she just made. Suspicion clouds his mind as he questions why she locked herself away in silence. Panic surges through her veins when he suddenly forces his way inside the office. She trembles while weaving a fragile lie about simply needing to change her clothes. Ignoring her frantic excuses, he demands a private moment before the evening roll call. Cold sweat coats her skin as she desperately tries to push the conversation away. He reveals news of a foreign soldier whose infection test returned a perfect result. Drawing closer, he whispers a secret plan to reach out to international headquarters. His proposal involves smuggling the immune survivor's blood across the ocean for a vaccine. He truly believes this desperate gamble is the only way to save their world. She stands paralyzed as his noble hope directly clashes with her murderous instructions. Do-hyun corners Seo Rin, demanding to know if she leaked their greatest secret. His eyes burn with suspicion as he asks if she betrayed their trust. Terrified and sweating, she desperately insists that she hasn't said a word yet. He explains that their survival depends on finding a cure from an outside source. She counters with fear, questioning if they can trust an unverified stranger's intentions. Staring at the immune blood, she refuses to risk their only hope for salvation. Seeing her resolve, he reluctantly agrees to halt the dangerous plan for now. Suddenly, a radio crackles to life with news of an unidentified drone overhead. The sound of gunfire erupts outside, shattering the fragile peace of the lab. Panic strikes as Do-hyun moves to intercept the mysterious threat immediately. Do-hyun warns her to stay hidden until the chaos outside finally subsides. He vanishes into the danger, leaving her alone with her mounting terror. The silence of the lab becomes deafening as she stands in total isolation. A heavy sigh escapes her lips, but the nightmare is only just beginning. Desperation takes over as she scrambles to re-establish a forbidden connection. She clutches the device like a lifeline, whispering a prayer for an answer. But the signal flickers and dies, severing her only hope for salvation. Her blood runs cold as the reality of her isolation sinks in completely. Surrounded by medical records and cold steel, she is trapped in a cage. Outside the door, the shadows of the facility grow longer and more ominous. High above the perimeter, the morning sun masks a growing sense of dread. Do-hyun realizes they missed a drone that could change everything. Shadows of unknown outsiders loom as the military denies any involvement. With intruders multiplying, the desperate need for heavy firepower becomes undeniable. Food is manageable, but the lack of ammunition is a ticking time bomb. A mysterious benefactor is dropping supplies, yet their true identity remains hidden. Suspicion gnaws at him as he wonders who really wants them to survive. Meanwhile, the massive shelter stands as a beacon of hope against the apocalypse. Ha-kyung and Do-hyun lead elite reinforcements to bolster their dwindling defenses. Securing international support might be their only chance to stay alive. The sanctuary's heavy gates offer safety, but they cannot keep out the rising chaos. Ha-kyung stands her ground, her gaze sharp despite the exhaustion weighing on her soul. Yet, even as society crumbles, some men remain blinded by their own pathetic desires. She brushes off the shallow advances, her mind calculating the next move for survival. The moment they mention Sunho, the air turns cold and her instincts scream danger. A flicker of shock crosses her face as she witnesses a catastrophic mistake unfolding. Sunho stands exposed, engaging with a stranger who could reveal his lethal secret. Hearing him speak so freely to an outsider sends her heart into a tailspin. She lunges forward to kill the conversation before their fragile world comes crashing down. Plastering on a fake grin, she plays the part of a girl without secrets. Two outsiders watch from the shadows, whispering about the girl with the perfect skin. Overwhelmed by self-loathing, he believes a loser like him has no right to live. but a sharp rejection cuts through his despair, stopping the pity party in its tracks. His companion steps in, claiming that the dating rumors are nothing but a lie. Bragging about 18 years of solo survival, he boasts of his expert romantic intuition. The truth about a secret crush hits them like a freight train of pure shock. Behind her wealthy upbringing hides a dark obsession and a hunger for total possession. They struggle to understand why a girl like her would choose a total loser. Their gossip is cut short when a cold, intimidating gaze freezes them in place. Now they must face the consequences, as she demands answers about their secret connection. Hakyung demands to know what the boys discuss when they are alone together. They claim their conversations are limited to simple hobbies and their favorite pop idols. A sharp spark of recognition flashes in her eyes as a memory takes hold. She remembers catching him staring intently at a face on a glossy poster. Sunho had looked completely cornered, his face pale with a sudden, overwhelming anxiety. He claimed the world-famous idol was actually a childhood friend from his past. The impossible confession left her questioning everything she thought she knew about him. Returning to the present, they ask if he is truly acquainted with the star. They immediately burst into laughter, betting their lives that his story is a lie. The atmosphere turns lethal as she warns them to stop spreading such baseless rumors. High above the city, the sounds of a brutal beating echo through the air. Hidden away in a filthy apartment, the remnants of a shattered life remain. Drowning his sorrows in alcohol, a desperate man vows to get his revenge. Two survivors debate a suicide mission to lure monsters into the enemy shelter. Ji-hoo listens with a cold expression, seemingly unbothered by the chaos around them. His partner suddenly suggests giving up on their target, catching him completely off guard. He argues that 5 of their friends were slaughtered by those heartless bastards. Ji-hoo remains practical, noting they are far too outnumbered to survive a fight. He demands they abandon their hatred and find a new place to hide. The survivor stares back in disbelief, realizing his hope for vengeance is dead. A twisted grin appears, as a taunting voice questions a forbidden attraction. In the shadows of their hideout, the survivor pushes his luck with a dangerous joke. He claims the cold-hearted leader has lost his edge because of a pretty face. Silence falls as a hand slowly grips a pair of sharp steel scissors. Before another word can be spoken, the air is cut off by a crushing grip. The improvised weapon is raised with lethal intent, ready for a bloody execution. Ji-hoo threatens to butcher him like the monsters who took his own sister away. Terrified and choking, the man frantically pleads for mercy while gasping for breath. An icy stare reveals the true monster hiding behind the leader's calm facade. The survivor quickly realizes that mentioning the past is a guaranteed death sentence. A frantic scout bursts into the room, calling for the group's lethal leader. Ji-hoo emerges from the shadows to find his comrades trembling with pure dread. With sweat pouring down his face, the messenger reveals a discovery that changes everything. Above the decaying city, the sun offers no comfort to those trapped below. The survivors gather on the high balcony, staring down at a nightmare come true. Even the most hardened fighters lose their breath at the sight of the horror. A massive, blood-soaked monstrosity stands as a testament to the virus evolution. Below them, an entire legion of these giants prepares to tear the world apart. A dark realization sparks a desperate plan to turn the monsters into weapons. They will lure the horde to the shelter using the enemy's own gunfire against them. The plan is set to use the mindless horde as a lethal distraction. A twisted laugh echoes as they plot to slaughter every soul left inside. Mercy is long gone for a man who only craves a total massacre. Years of bitterness behind bars have transformed his soul into a weapon of vengeance. He searches for a sign of shared madness in his silent companion's eyes. Ji-hoo realizes this mission has shifted from a takeover to a bloodbath. The cold confirmation of pure revenge hangs heavy in the suffocating air. A dangerous pact is formed, but only under one non-negotiable condition. Finding a specific woman is the only thing that still matters to him. His dark gaze reveals he will let the whole world burn to find her. The name of a mysterious girl becomes the catalyst for a deadly new scheme. A wicked smile confirms that the bloodbath is finally about to begin. They plot to unleash a massive zombie horde upon the shelter's weakest point. While some suggest using human bait, the leader insists on a calculated approach. Meanwhile, within the eerie silence of the boarding house, a different tragedy unfolds. Rumors of survivors crossing the river spark a glimmer of desperate, fleeting hope. Hakyung listens intently as her companions weigh the odds of reaching sanctuary. She forced a hollow laugh while realizing that every border is now a graveyard. Suddenly, a frantic call for help shatters the room's fragile sense of peace. Tensions rise as the group watches their only hope walk into a dangerous trap. Sujin mocks Hakyung's fall from grace, claiming she is now just like everyone else. Their petty gossip is interrupted when a battered Ha Do-hyun limps into the room. He listens in silence as they judge those who have managed to survive together. The women dismiss genuine loyalty as nothing more than a temporary act of survival. Hak-young snaps back, insisting their shared trauma has forged an unbreakable bond. The tension becomes palpable as the survivors realize they barely know each other anymore. Do-hyun remains skeptical, questioning if they truly understand the people they are following. Frustrated by the lack of trust, Hak-young turns away to end the pointless argument. Deep in thought, Do-hyun wonders if any of them will actually make it out. Outside, the silent world waits, centered around a lone, abandoned tire shop. Hope flickers in the dark garage as news of an American rescue unit arrives. But the reality is cold as the soldier admits they cannot save every survivor. Their home could become a mere testing ground for the horrific infections data. Do-hyun listens as the limited power of their only contact is laid bare. Hak-young's gaze sharpens as she realizes she must play her final desperate card. She breaks the silence in English, begging for a chance to escape this hell. The air freezes when she reveals the boy beside her is actually immune. Stunned by the revelation, the soldier hears of a researcher who can end this. She pleads for their lives, offering the world's only hope as a bargaining chip. Do-hyun can only stare in shock as the secret of immunity changes everything forever. The revelation of immunity hangs in the air, leaving Hak-young completely paralyzed with shock. Silence swallows the empty clinic as the weight of the secret begins to settle. Every passing second feels like a death sentence in this godforsaken, quiet hell. Deep within the shadows, the doctor waits for a signal that might never come. She knows the higher-ups have realized just how high the stakes have become. If the phone remains silent, she fears they will send an enforcer instead. The burden of the immune boy is far too much for her to carry. A sudden knock shatters the tension as a familiar voice calls from the door. Terrified, she masks her panic and invites the unexpected visitor into her sanctuary. Beneath the lens, the future of humanity rests on a knife's edge of discovery. The doctor questions her lover's sudden arrival in the dead of night. Silence fills the room as he struggles to find the right words. He reveals the unthinkable. The secret of the immune boy was leaked. He claims the foreign military won't be a threat if they play it carefully. Panic surges through her as the weight of his betrayal sinks in. Her composure finally snaps, screaming a warning that was ignored for too long. She demands to know why he would gamble with their lives like this. He tries to pacify her, but the damage to their trust is already done. Every breath is a struggle as she realizes they are now walking targets. In the cold office light, their desperate alliance begins to crumble into dust. Do-hyun senses the shift in her behavior as suspicions finally begin to boil. Seo-rin realizes the rescue mission is set, making the immune boy a deadly liability. They claim this betrayal is for humanity, but the true cost is innocent blood. A dark, silent promise hangs in the air, placing every failure on his shoulders. Panic consumes her, as the weight of their impossible choice shatters her composure. As Do-hyun walks away, he has no idea he just signed a death warrant. Driven to the absolute edge, Seo-rin searches for a way to end her nightmare. Her hands tremble around cold steel, deciding that Minjin must be silenced forever. She scans the occupancy list, hunting for the target hidden within the boarding house. Every heavy step brings her closer to a sin that can never be undone. She approaches the room, whispering a dark prayer to a savior who shouldn't exist. Her fingers tighten around the hidden weapon concealed deep within her white lab coat. Every step down the sterile hallway echoes with a terrifying pledge of absolute loyalty. She finally stops at the threshold of room 5, where her target remains trapped. Standing before the steel door, she masks her murderous intent with a professional facade. A gentle knock breaks the silence as she calls out to the unsuspecting boy. She identifies herself as the doctor, politely requesting him to open the door immediately. Her expression twists into a manic grin, fueled by a truly disturbing blood discovery. The lock disengages with a heavy creak, sealing the fate of the survivor inside. Sunho looks up in confusion, completely unaware he is facing his own cold-blooded executioner. The cold steel of a handgun marks the beginning of an inevitable betrayal. Sunho freezes as the barrel presses firmly against his trembling forehead. Seo-rin brands him a fatal bug that must be purged from their sanctuary. With a twisted smile, she prepares a sacrifice for her mysterious new savior. Her voice cracks with madness as she commands the boy to stay perfectly still. Suddenly, the hunter becomes the prey when a familiar shadow enters the room. She turns to find her own lover standing against her with a steady aim. Do-hyun admits he suspected her descent into this unrecognizable madness long ago. She frantically explains the boy is a monster hiding behind a human face. The doctor screams that letting him live will ensure their certain, gruesome deaths. Seo-rin claims her horrific actions are the only way to save the dying shelter. But her lover refuses to lower his weapon in this tense, narrow corridor standoff. He stares at the woman he loved, realizing she has become a total stranger. The tension peaks as she keeps her gun aimed directly at the boy's head. She mocks his words with a twisted smile that confirms her descent into darkness. Betrayal stings as she curses the man who was once her only partner. With a chilling laugh, she dares him to shoot and end it all now. He desperately searches for any sign that she is being coerced by someone else. Her wide, vacant eyes reveal a level of insanity that no longer feels human. He demands to know when the darkness took her, but she only flinches. Do-hyun lowers his weapon, admitting he cannot pull the trigger against her. He vows to find the monster responsible for shattering her once kind soul. A chilling mumble escapes her lips, signaling the final break in her psyche. Her composure snaps instantly as a guttural, inhuman scream fills the hallway. Sunho watches in pure terror as his captor loses every ounce of humanity. She pivots with frantic energy, her movements becoming sharp and completely unpredictable. With wide, vacant eyes, she proclaims her devotion to a mysterious, glorious savior. She screams for the total ruin of her nation with terrifying, fanatical zeal. Do-hyun stands frozen, watching the woman he loved pledge her heart away. The transformation is complete, leaving only a hollow shell of pure, screaming madness. Driven by absolute madness, she prepares to take the ultimate, irreversible exit. He screams out in a desperate, futile attempt to stop the inevitable tragedy. Her finger tightens on the trigger as the world holds its final breath. A deafening blast echoes through the halls, painting the walls in crimson sorrow. He stands paralyzed in the silence, the weight of the loss crushing his soul. Trembling and broken, he can only whisper her name into the empty air. Witnessing the horror firsthand, the young survivor is left scarred by the carnage. The woman who once sought a cure now lies still in her own blood. Darkness swallows the clinic as the last spark of hope fades into shadows. Now the remaining survivors gather in the heavy silence to face their grim reality. Ha Do-hyun stands in the heavy silence, his face shadowed by a deep, lingering grief. He begins to recount the tragic history of the woman he once tried to save. Her world had shattered long ago, leaving her drowning in a sea of personal loss. Even after pulling her back from the edge, he realized the darkness remained within her. She had dedicated herself to finding a cure, desperately trying to salvage what remained. But somewhere along the way, her noble mission twisted into something far more sinister. Sunho reveals a chilling detail about a mysterious figure the doctor called her savior. The mention of a potential cult sends a wave of unease through the surviving group. Ha-kyung pauses as a forgotten memory of a specific name begins to resurface. A past memory reveals that the developer behind the game was named Daniel Jin. Ha-kyung and Sunho realize the horrifying pieces are finally starting to fit together. A locked phone holds the only remaining secrets of a woman lost to madness. Sunho desperately tries to link the mysterious Daniel Jin to their current living nightmare. Every fragment of the past points toward a dark origin rooted in this soil. They search for answers among the ruins of a society that collapsed without warning. The abandoned clinic stands as a silent tomb for those who couldn't be saved. Days pass in a blur as the survivors struggle to find a moment of peace. Ha-kyung waits outside a quiet room, her intuition screaming that something is terribly wrong. A heavy sense of unease settles over her as the silence grows increasingly deafening. She frantically calls for Min-jun, fearing the darkness has claimed yet another innocent soul. A heavy silence falls as a voice whispers that they cannot go on. Ha-kyung freezes in terror as the dreaded symptoms begin to resurface once more. Scant supplies are the only things keeping them from the edge of starvation. Inside the cramped room, a grim reality settles over the weary survivors. Sunho weakly admits that the sickness began creeping in just yesterday. The gruesome marks on his skin reveal a nightmare that is rapidly evolving. He warns them that this infection feels far more sinister than before. There is no explanation for the darkness now claiming his very body. Do-hyun stares in silence, knowing their fragile safety is about to shatter. Ha-kyung commands him to hide, for the world cannot see what he's becoming. A deceptive calm settles over the city as the morning sun rises high. High on the rooftops, the sentries keep watch over the silent city streets. The silence is suddenly shattered by the frantic wail of a distant siren. Do-hyun scans the horizon, sensing that a new nightmare is finally closing in. A single look through his binoculars reveals a horror that stops his heart. He turns to his fellow guard, realizing the peace is officially over. He commands his men to gather every weapon for an immediate defense. A police cruiser screams through the asphalt in a race for survival. An endless wave of blood-soaked monsters surges forward with a mindless hunger. The apocalypse has arrived at their gates, and the slaughter is just beginning. The blood-starved horde continues its relentless march toward the final bastions of humanity. Inside the shelter, a heavy silence masks the impending doom creeping through the halls. Deep within the residential quarters, Sunho remains oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. He stirs in agony, feeling a horrific sensation as if his flesh is liquefying. Sitting up in a cold sweat, he realizes this fever is unlike anything before. Terrifying red rashes crawl across his skin, signaling the infection is finally taking hold. A violent explosion suddenly rocks the building, shattering the morning's fragile peace. Confusion turns to pure terror as the walls tremble from a massive, unknown impact. Blaring alarms announce a breach at the west gate after a lethal grenade blast. Panic sets in as the intercom warns that the infected are already flooding inside. Hours before the chaos, a sinister plan is set into motion outside the shelter. They intend to use a stolen police cruiser to lure the undead into position. Ki-hoon confirms he has already scoped out the perfect spot for the grenade strike. He scavenges more than just a car, finding a taser and heavy steel handcuffs. The irony is not lost on him as he recalls his own criminal past. A dark realization flickers in his eyes as he prepares the next move. The original officers lie dead in their own blood, stripped of their very identities. Behind a nondescript apartment door, the group begins their ultimate act of deception. Donning the stolen uniform, Ki-hoon laughs at how easily survivors will trust a badge. Ji-hoo remains indifferent to the scheme, uncaring if the taser even works on monsters. Ki-hoon prepares his hidden weapon, ready to strike down an unsuspecting ally. Ji-hoo senses the shift in the air, but he is a second too late. The taser erupts with lethal force, sending agonizing shocks through Ji-hoo's entire frame. Ki-hoon erupts into manic laughter, reveling in his sudden, overwhelming advantage. He taunts his victim, convinced that the paralyzed leader is completely at his mercy. Suddenly, Ji-hoo defies the laws of nature, lunging forward through the electric current. The fake officer is slammed into the ground by a force he cannot comprehend. Indifference turns to murderous intent as Ji-hoo prepares to end the pathetic charade. A brutal, crushing blow connects, shattering Ki-hoon's confidence along with his jaw. Sunho watches from the sidelines, trembling as he witnesses Ji-hoo's terrifying true power. A crushing blow from a rifle butt sends the legendary leader spiraling toward the floor. Ji-hoo collapses into the shadows, his body finally failing under the relentless assault. The fake officer trembles in disbelief, realizing his lethal taser failed to stop this monster. His senior accomplice justifies the brutality, claiming Ji-hoo was always planning a cold-blooded betrayal. From the ground, Ji-hoo listens as they label him a traitor who deserves no mercy. Ki-hoon spits out accusations of madness, calling him a serial killer who enjoys the slaughter. The truth of his dark past surfaces, revealing how he drove others to their deaths. The subordinate quickly apologizes to his superior for questioning the necessity of the violence. Abandoning his plans for torture, the vengeful survivor readies his weapon for a final execution. A hand stops the trigger finger, suggesting a far more agonizing end than a bullet. Cold steel locks him in place, sealing his fate against the window bars. Ji-hoo can only listen as they mock his fall from grace. Ki-hoon laughs, promising a slow and agonizing torture for the supposed monster. A megaphone becomes a death sentence, ready to call the hungry dead. His companion chooses loyalty over mercy, abandoning him to the coming horde. Broken and betrayed, Ji-hoo realizes his long journey ends in this dark room. The high-pitched screech of the megaphone pierces the silence of the apocalypse. Without a second glance, the man walks away, leaving a feast behind. Trapped in the shadows, the ringing sound signals the start of the end. The door stands wide open, inviting the monsters to their next meal. The urban sprawl remains eerily calm before the storm finally breaks. High above the streets, the sentries watch over their fragile sanctuary. A piercing alarm shatters the peace, signaling an unexpected threat is approaching. Ha Do-hyun scans the horizon, searching for the source of the sudden chaos. What he witnesses through the lens turns his blood cold with pure terror. He turns to his comrade, urgency burning in his every word. Every survivor is commanded to arm themselves and defend the outer gates. A stray police cruiser blares its siren, acting as a dinner bell. The trap is sprung as the monsters swarm the flashing lights in fury. An unstoppable tide of death surges forward to consume the last of humanity. The swarm arrives led by a mountain of rotting and blood-soaked flesh. Metal crunches as the decoy vehicle slams into the abandoned police cruiser. Screaming sirens pierce the air, drawing every monster in the city toward them. Amidst the chaos, a silent shadow sprints toward the heart of the shelter. Ki-hoon watches from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The perimeter is a graveyard littered with the bodies of those who failed. With a cold click, the pin is pulled on a final deadly gift. High above the sentry realizes too late that something has breached the walls. Death rolls silently across the concrete, coming to rest at the soldier's feet. A blinding inferno erupts, tearing through the last line of defense in seconds. Alarms scream through the shelter as a massive explosion rips through the outer gates. Ha-kyung freezes in terror as reports of a hostile breach flood the intercom system. The command to evacuate echoes through the halls while the threat of infection looms. A chilling realization washes over her as she senses a familiar, deadly pattern emerging. Somewhere in the chaos, a massive beast is consumed by a localized, raging inferno. She remembers that ordinary bullets are useless against the horrors stalking the perimeter walls. Ignoring the warnings to hide, she sprints toward the danger to find a solution. Panicked survivors scatter in every direction as the main fence finally gives way. She desperately asks the frontline soldiers for explosives to stop the advancing nightmare. Gunfire erupts as the military desperately tries to hold back the tide of monsters. The front lines crumble as soldiers fire blindly into a tide of pure, unadulterated horror. A blood-soaked monster looms through the smoke, shrugging off every bullet they have left. Ha-kyung races through the slaughter, desperately searching for a leader among the chaos. She realizes that Sunho's fluctuating symptoms might be the only weapon they have left. Ignoring the screams behind her, she reaches the gate to secure their final refuge. She moves to seal the entrance, ready to lock out the nightmare forever. A sudden, frantic scream from the shadows makes her blood run cold with recognition. Sujin sprints toward the closing gate, begging them not to leave her behind. The survivors huddle together as the heavy atmosphere of the shelter swallows them whole. With a final, echoing metallic snap, the world is locked away in total darkness. Ha-kyung and Sujin stare in horror at the chaos unfolding beyond the fence. A lone survivor screams for mercy as a horde of monsters closes the distance. Tension explodes within the group as they argue over whether to open the gates. The girl's plea is cut short as a creature slams her into the pavement. Ha-kyung can only watch, her face pale as sounds of slaughter fill the air. In the madness, Sujin is violently shoved aside as panic overrides all human decency. The heavy metallic gate remains sealed, leaving the innocent to a gruesome, bloody fate. Gripping her gear tightly, Ha-kyung realizes the world she knew is officially gone. She remembers Ji-hoo's cold touch, a memory of when the true nightmare first began. He told her to remember this feeling, for survival demands a heart of stone. Survival in this hellish world requires a descent into absolute madness. Ha-kyung realizes that to stay alive she must discard her very soul. With a sickening thud, she drives the blade deep into her attacker. Every strike is a frantic prayer for a life she no longer recognizes. The threat finally collapses into a gruesome and unmoving heap of scarlet. Her companion trembles with gratitude, but Ha-kyung can only offer cold silence. They race toward the perimeter as the hungry shadows close in behind. Hope lies just beyond the wire, yet the cold steel feels like lead. A heavy green padlock seals their fate, turning their only exit into a cage. Blood-stained and breathless, she stares at the one obstacle she cannot kill. A helpless child cries out as a blood-soaked nightmare closes the distance. The monster lunges with a hunger that defies any hope of survival. Ha-kyung watches in paralyzed horror as the screams turn into wet, tearing sounds. She stands frozen at the gate while the brutal slaughter unfolds behind her. Gripping her blade, she shuts her eyes against the crushing weight of failure. Thunderous cracks of gunfire suddenly shatter the heavy silence of the apocalypse. The sudden violence of the rescue sends a jolt of shock through her. Sergeant Ha Do-hyun arrives with cold precision to purge the remaining rot. She desperately points back only to be told that mercy is now impossible. On the cold pavement, a young life is snuffed out by the mindless dead. Ha-kyung realizes there is no time left as the situation spirals into chaos. Gunfire erupts across the city streets while smoke chokes the afternoon sky. She sprints toward the only shelter left with soldiers at her heels. The soldiers provide cover fire as the mindless dead close the distance. They dive into the stairwell just as the exterior gate is finally overrun. A sudden click echoes through the hall as the exit is maliciously sabotaged. Trapped in the shadows, they struggle to catch their breath and regroup. She whispers in disbelief that they have been betrayed by their own kind. The sergeant demands they focus on survival before seeking any kind of revenge. Ha-kyung desperately warns him about the fire-weak monster that no one believes exists. Do-hyun realizes their limited supply of fire won't stop the incoming nightmare. The survivors look to the sergeant, desperately begging for a plan to survive. Intense pressure weighs on him as he stares into the darkness of the hall. Static crackles as a frantic report confirms the southern sector is completely lost. The shelter director issues a foolish order that will surely lead to more death. Do-hyun seizes the radio, commanding his men to stop firing before it's too late. He gathers his remaining forces to prepare a final, desperate defense using fire. Arrogant leaders mock his expertise while the infected swarm the northern fences. Loyal soldiers choose to follow his lead, knowing he is their only hope. A final order echoes out to kill anyone who shows signs of the plague. The weight of total annihilation crushes him as the final defense begins to crumble. Ha-kyung desperately questions the whereabouts of the one boy who holds their only hope. Survival is no longer enough. They must keep the infected boy alive at all costs. Gripping his weapon, the sergeant prepares a suicide mission into the monster-infested sector. He warns her that the path ahead is a death trap if she goes alone. Terror strikes when they realize their remaining ammunition has dwindled to a few useless shots. To save the others, he decides to become the ultimate bait for the swarm. He orders her to hide the boy's symptoms before the other survivors see the truth. She stares in horror, realizing he intends to face the entire horde by himself. With a final promise of protection, the sergeant prepares for his last stand. Ha-kyung listens in terror as the sergeant proposes a suicidal distraction for the horde. Deep within the stairwell, the group prepares for a mission with no return. He commands the soldier to survive, ensuring the boy reaches the United States safely. This child isn't just another survivor. He is the only hope humanity has left. Ha-kyung stares ahead, her heart sinking as the reality of their sacrifice takes hold. Time has run out, and they must descend into the basement to begin the breach. A haunting silence settles over the area as the thunderous gunfire finally ceases. The southern plaza is a nightmare, littered with the bodies of those who failed. Their strategy is a desperate gamble to isolate the infected and save the north. With weapons drawn, they charge into the dead zone for one last stand. The dead have already breached the perimeter, cornering them in the open. He doesn't hesitate, unleashing a hail of lead into the approaching monsters. Amidst the chaos, they make a desperate break for the nearby hostel. This derelict building holds the only person who might still be alive. The soldier holds the line, ordering her to find the boy immediately. Ha-kyung prays that their target hasn't already turned into a mindless beast. She throws open the door, her voice trembling as she calls his name. Her heart stops when she sees the state of the room's occupant. Sunho stands there, his skin covered in the terrifying marks of the plague. She stares in horror, questioning if this infected boy is truly Minjan. Ha-kyung reaches out, her heart breaking for the boy who seems so lost. Suddenly, a blood-stained hand snaps around her wrist with terrifying, inhuman strength. He slams her against the cold wall before she can even let out a scream. Sunho's eyes are burning with a feverish intensity that feels entirely wrong. Caught in his grip, Ha-kyung's mind begins to play cruel, desperate tricks on her. She wonders if this sudden proximity is a sign of something more than madness. But the predatory glint in his bloodshot eyes reveals a much darker hunger. His gaze drops to her neck, focused on the pulse thrumming beneath her skin. The infected boy leans in close, his voice a raspy, guttural shadow of himself. He whispers that she looks delicious, turning her romantic fantasy into a horrific nightmare. Ha-kyung stares in disbelief as the predatory tension suddenly shifts into something else. Her scream of pure shock echoes through the room as reality hits her. She lashes out at him, mistaking his desperate proximity for perverse advances. Sunho snaps back to his senses, warning her about the chaos outside. Suddenly, the boy collapses in agony as the infection ravages his internal organs. Her fear turns into frantic concern as she watches him struggle for breath. The terrifying red marks on his skin pulse with a sentient, malevolent energy. Against all odds, he stands tall and claims he can suppress the virus. Ha-kyung can hardly believe a human could possibly master such a lethal plague. But Sunho admits that holding back the monster inside feels like literal hell. Sunho reveals he can control the infection, mimicking the monsters at will. Ha-kyung realizes this terrifying gift makes him invisible to the mindless hordes. But this power comes with a price, literally rotting his life away. She wonders if he can go further and actually command the undead. There is no time for experiments, as the situation outside turns critical. They abandon their sanctuary, stepping into a world that wants them dead. Under the cover of night, the silence of the city feels like a trap. Masked and hidden, Sunho prepares to walk among the very things he fears. He readies his weapon, knowing one mistake means a bullet or a bite. Together, they venture into the darkness to see if a human can lead monsters. The sergeant's rifle roars, signaling the start of a desperate, final gamble. Drawn by the noise, the mindless horde begins their ravenous hunt. Every second counts as they sprint through the narrow, blood-stained streets. Sunho signals his readiness, prepared to test his horrifying new evolution. He watches his comrades from the shadows, knowing the risk is absolute. Ha-kyung realizes the plan is spiraling into a chaotic nightmare. Death closes in as the monsters lunge for their next warm meal. This is the moment Sunho discovers if he is human or monster. He steps into the light, commanding the undead with a single, desperate roar. The impossible happens as the world's predators suddenly freeze in their tracks. Sunho throws himself in front of Ha-kyung as the monsters refuse to back down. His hands tremble as he desperately fumbles for the only weapon he has left. Suddenly, a deafening roar of gunfire erupts as Ha Do-hyun provides lethal cover fire. They have no choice but to sprint through chaos while predators howl behind them. The screams of the infected echo through the desolate city streets above them. Every second of silence feels like a ticking time bomb in this urban graveyard. Panting and exhausted, the survivors finally reach the iron gates of a desperate sanctuary. Ha-kyung begs the armed guards to let them in before the monsters catch up. The The soldiers demand to know if they carry the mark of the walking death. Suspicion turns deadly as they order Sunho to reveal the face beneath his hood. Sunho slowly reaches for his mask to prove he isn't a monster. He reveals his face to the guards, claiming he's still human despite the infection. The gates finally creak open, but the warning of immediate execution lingers in the air. Ha-kyung prays for the sergeant's survival as they step into the relative safety inside. Behind these reinforced walls, the blue sky offers a cruel contrast to the dying world. Familiar faces welcome them back, relieved that the group survived the hellish gauntlet outside. However, the atmosphere shifts instantly as orders are given to prepare for a final stand. Deep within the shelter's shadows, a familiar traitor continues her web of manipulation and lies. She hears approaching footsteps, never expecting the reckoning that is about to find her here. Ha-kyung delivers a crushing blow, finally confronting the woman who ruined her family's life. Ha-kyung finally corners the woman who sacrificed an innocent soul for her own survival. Tears of rage fall as she screams about the child left behind locked doors. The sting of a physical blow is nothing compared to the weight of Sujin's sins. Chaos erupts in the shelter as the two women descend into a desperate, violent struggle. Sujin sneers back, demanding proof of the blood that is clearly on her hands. Ha-kyung turns to the only witness, begging him to finally speak the truth. But fear is a powerful poison, and the coward chooses silence over justice. Betrayal strikes harder than any monster as the crowd begins to doubt the truth. With a mask of fake outrage, the master manipulator prepares to flip the script. She screams to the onlookers, painting the hero as the true murderer among them. The manipulator screams for blood, demanding an immediate execution to hide her own crimes. But the true victim refuses to break, staring down her accuser with cold determination. Suddenly, the heavy hand of authority arrives to silence the chaotic noise. The sergeant recites the ironclad laws of the shelter, shifting the weight of judgment. He warns that those who manufacture lies will face the ultimate price of death. Panic finally flickers in the actress's eyes as her manufactured narrative begins to unravel. She desperately pleads her innocence, swearing she never meant to trap anyone behind bars. Her excuses fall on deaf ears as the crowd witnesses her mask of sanity shatter. A formal investigation is declared, stripping the manipulator of her power and her protection. Trapped by her own deceit, the villain realizes her countdown to justice has finally begun. The desperate actress screams threats of ruin, clinging to her shattered social status. Silence descends upon the dark corridors as an invisible dread begins to crawl. Exhausted survivors realize their desperate lure failed, and the infected are swarming back. The shelter director erupts in fury, demanding to know why death has returned. A grim realization settles in as they discover this chaos was meticulously planned. High above the panic, a predator watches the gates with cold, calculating eyes. He readies his weapon, preparing to ignite a massacre from the shadows. An unsuspecting guard stands at his post, completely oblivious to the looming execution. A single shot rings out, ending a life in a brutal spray of crimson. The nightmare begins as blood stains the pavement and the true horror arrives. Sudden gunfire erupts as the blood-soaked infected begin their relentless assault on the perimeter. Panic flares through the comms with reports of intruders breaching the north outer gate. Ha Do-hyun warns the director that the swarm is already turning back toward them. Orders are barked to hold the line while the sergeant prepares a solo hunt. The situation turns dire as reports confirm half the squad is already dead. Do-hyun commands the remaining soldiers to protect their own, no matter the cost. A cold click echoes through the hall as a lethal weapon is finally readied. Fueled by pure rage, the sergeant vows to execute every single escaped convict personally. Allies offer their help but are quickly reminded of the suicidal stakes ahead. Watching from the shadows, Sunho realizes the true nightmare has only just begun. The silence of the underground tunnel hides a nightmare waiting to be unleashed. Sunho learns the grim truth about the massive casualties trapping countless innocent souls. If the barrier falls, every single survivor in this station is already dead. Desperation flickers in his eyes as the weight of survival begins to crush him. Every exit is a gamble, and every track leads deeper into the dark. A whistle becomes the most dangerous weapon in a world ruled by silent predators. Defying direct orders from the sergeant, he prepares to face a certain massacre. Armed with only a flashlight, he vows to cross the river through the abyss. Just beyond the glass, the infected wait for their next stop in hell. His plan is suicidal, luring the monsters with a sound that signals their end. Survivors argue over a plan to lure a massive swarm like a Pied Piper. Sunho realizes the only way to survive is herding them into a middle station. He gambles everything on keeping his own infection symptoms active for 5 hours. A soldier interrupts, demanding to know what insane madness they are plotting now. The group freezes, realizing they never got permission for this suicidal mission. Ha-kyung emerges from the shadows, her presence immediately changing the room's tense atmosphere. Sunho knows he is caught, as his secret plan is laid bare before her. The news of his lone wolf mission sends shockwaves through the entire station. She screams in disbelief, calling him a madman for attempting this solo. He desperately tries to quiet her before her panic exposes his hidden infection. Sunho insists that crossing the treacherous Han River is their only path to survival. He reveals the ultimate gamble, using his own viral infection to bypass the monsters. The soldiers realize this suicide mission might actually be their only winning move. If they can pierce through the dark subway tunnels, all of Seoul opens up. Hak-young screams in protest, terrified that the boy she cares for won't return. He reaches out with a blood-stained hand, a grim reminder of his fading humanity. With a heavy heart, he promises to return alive, despite the impossible odds ahead. The sudden intimacy leaves her breathless as the weight of his words sinks in. She masks her terror with manic laughter, mocking the drama to hide her heartbreak. Even his allies watch in silence, knowing this is a goodbye that changes everything. He descends into the blood-soaked abyss where the sun never reaches. A horde of famished monsters waits in the silence of the tracks. The heavy steel doors slam shut, cutting off his only path back. A final thumbs up signals that the suicide mission has officially begun. He raises the whistle, ready to gamble everything on a single breath. The high-pitched scream of the whistle brings the nightmare charging forward. Hak-young watches in horror, certain she is witnessing his final moments. The beasts freeze within inches of him, held back by an invisible wall. She gasps as the impossible happens, and the monsters refuse to strike. Holding her breath, she prays for the boy walking through death's jaws. Sunho whispers to his new, monstrous allies that it is finally time to move. The horde surges through the dark tunnels, hungry for the next station's survivors. Above ground, the sun shines on a city that has no idea what is coming. A heavy chain-link gate stands as the last line of defense for the shelter, but a wolf in sheep's clothing has already found the unguarded south entrance. Ki-hoon smirks, knowing his plan to wipe out the survivors is perfectly on track. He prepares to make them pay for every life his group has lost. With a sharp snap, the lock falls, and the shelter's security is shattered. He slips inside, carrying the tools that will turn this sanctuary into a graveyard. Raising the megaphone, the traitor prepares to invite the nightmare right into their home. A single megaphone tumbles into the darkness, signaling the end of their peace. The device hits the floor, emitting a piercing screech that echoes through the halls. Outside, the mindless monsters hear the call and begin their frenzied march. Watching from the shadows, the traitor prepares to vanish before the swarm arrives. Deep within the tunnels, the guards realize something has gone horribly wrong. Panic sets in as the realization of a secondary breach hits them hard. Desperate shouts for weapons fill the air as the sanctuary turns into chaos. A blood-soaked nightmare charges through the gate, hunger driving its every move. Rifles roar to life, but a single wall of lead cannot stop them. Hearing the sudden gunfire, Hak-young rushes toward the source of the terrifying screams. The mindless swarm surges forward as the perimeter gate finally gives way. Desperate commands to cease fire echo through the blood-stained hallways. Terror grips the guards as they realize their final defense is failing. With the second entrance breached, the order is given to seal the doors. Massive iron shutters slam shut, cutting off the path for the living and dead. Panicked survivors scramble for safety as the sanctuary transforms into a death trap. Shouts for a total evacuation fill the air while the infected draw closer. Hak-young races through the chaos, her heart pounding against the coming darkness. A sudden metallic crash separates the group, leaving Hak-young trapped behind. She screams in desperation as the heavy gate locks her away from safety. Tension explodes as a desperate survivor demands the guards open the sealed gate. Sunho frantically points Hak-young toward the only remaining path to safety. The blood-curdling screams of the infected draw closer as they spot their target. Hak-young pleads with the soldier to hold his fire and avoid attracting more. With no other choice, she turns and sprints into the dark, narrow corridor. Her mind races, desperately following the directions Sunho provided moments ago. She prays with every breath that the final shutter remains open long enough. Through the chaos, she spots her allies waiting at the secondary entrance. Hak-young lunges through the closing gap as her strength finally begins to fail. A thunderous metallic crash echoes as the sanctuary is finally sealed shut. Safe behind the gate, Hak-young collapses from exhaustion as the monsters scream in vain. Her mysterious rescuers explain they have reached the only secure exit left in the sector, but a chilling realization hits her as she sees her stepmother's cold, calculating eyes. Despite her growing suspicion, she offers a sincere thanks for her narrow escape from death. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a violent hand brutally snatches her by the hair. With a sickening thud, she is slammed against the cold floor before she can react. Her savior's mask finally slips, revealing the true, sadistic reason behind her timely rescue. Sujin unleashes her buried rage, raining down a flurry of kicks on her defenseless stepdaughter. The sharp pain of high heels digging into her skin makes every breath an agony. Trapped under her tormentor, Hak-young realizes she has traded one nightmare for something much worse. Looming over her victim, she mocks the girl for failing to sense the obvious trap. The facade of a savior vanishes as she admits her long-standing desire to commit murder. A twisted smile reveals the greed that fueled years of hatred over a family inheritance. With a manic glint, she confesses to being the one who sealed their certain doom. As the undead swarm closer, she shifts her cruel taunts toward the girl's missing brother. She leans in close, savoring the agony of not knowing if he survived the slaughter. Paralyzed by the betrayal, the girl stares back as her world crumbles into pure despair. Years ago, behind the walls of a luxury tower, a web of lies began weaving. Inside their pristine home, secret affairs and broken vows had already destroyed the family's core. While her father gathered evidence of betrayal, she was already planning her final, lethal move. Long before the world fell, a web of greed was spun in secret. A fortune worth 100 billion won became the target of her deadly obsession. Her lover stands paralyzed as the sheer scale of the inheritance is finally revealed. Legal loopholes meant a simple divorce wouldn't be enough to satisfy her growing hunger. Only a sudden, tragic death could grant her total control over the family's empire. To claim it all, she coldly suggests that both father and daughter must die. With blackmail and illegal secrets, she holds her husband's entire life in her hands. She looks her accomplice in the eye, demanding every cent for herself. A monstrous plan begins to take shape to erase the only obstacles in her way. Then the apocalypse arrived, turning her calculated murder plot into a chaotic nightmare. Sujin screams insults as her stepdaughter finally decides to walk away forever. She spits venomous words, comparing the girl to her equally hated biological mother. With one final piercing screech, the girl is cast out into the cold world. That fateful day marked the end of Hak-young's time in that cursed house. Inside, the stepmother immediately returns to the arms of her secret, illicit lover. But the betrayal is cut short when her husband suddenly bursts inside. A violent struggle erupts as the truth of her infidelity is laid bare. Facing her husband's wrath, Sujin shamelessly threatens to bury him too. He coldly admits that a divorce is no longer enough to settle this. Even in death, he vows she will never touch his family's massive fortune. Sujin reels as she learns her husband has secured the fortune for Yena. A dark thought takes root as she questions the fate of the heirs. Her face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated greed for the money. Sang Cheol can only grit his teeth at the vile woman standing before him. The heavy silence is broken by a sudden, sharp gasp of pure shock. A blood-stained kitchen knife marks the end of their cold domestic war. Park Do-hyun emerges from the dark, stabbing the husband through the back. The floor is stained crimson as the head of the household breathes his last. Sujin panics because this messy execution was never part of their original plan. Their crimes are immediately overshadowed by an emergency broadcast announcing the world's end. The world ends exactly when their bloody hands secure the family fortune. A city in flames offers the perfect cover for their cold-blooded betrayal. Her husband lies dead, a silent victim of greed and a lover's blade. They prepare to toss the corpse into the chaos and vanish forever. Now, the monster's true face emerges from the shadows of the apocalypse. She pins her victim down, reveling in the destruction of a broken family. With a twisted grin, she finally confesses to the murder that started it. The mask slips completely as she mocks the girl for becoming a helpless orphan. Her manic laughter echoes through the ruins of a world she helped destroy. She moves to silence the last witness with her own cold, bare hands. Sujin crushes the life from her stepdaughter, obsessed with the fortune she'll soon claim. She laughs like a demon, reveling in the wealth waiting behind this final kill. Hak-young's world freezes as a voice from the past screams a desperate warning. Suddenly, memories of the initial betrayal flash back with a spray of fresh blood. Her accomplice watches in stunned silence as the woman's cruelty reaches a breaking point. A small blade becomes the only shield for a girl lost in a nightmare. Trembling with fear, she vows to kill the monsters if they come any closer. She faces her tormentors alone, trapped in a room filled with greed and murder. The man's face twists with malice as he decides to finish what they started. A violent blow sends her crashing down, ending her desperate stand in the dark. Park Do-hyun continues his brutal assault, fueled by a purely unadulterated rage. Sujin clutches her bleeding wrist, her manipulative facade cracking under the pain. She screams for blood, demanding her lover finish the job once and for all. As he searches for a weapon, a deafening crash echoes through the room. Before he can react, blood-stained fingers clamp down on his skull. A towering, grotesque monstrosity emerges from the shadows, dwarfing everyone present. Hak-young and Soo-jin watch in paralyzed horror as the predator claims its prey. The man's final scream is cut short as the beast exerts its strength. A sickening spray of crimson paints the walls, marking the end of his betrayal. Soo-jin wails in despair as her accomplice is reduced to a headless corpse. Hak-young flees the darkness with the shadows of monsters looming just behind. The stairs offer no respite as the guttural growls of the infected draw closer. They break into the open air, gasping for breath in the ruined city. Disaster strikes when they find the heavy iron gate secured by a padlock. Panic sets in as Hak-young realizes their path to safety is completely blocked. Driven by pure survival, she begins to scale the dangerous wire-topped structure. From the glass roof, she watches the monsters swarm the stairs below her. Balancing on the edge, she prepares herself for a terrifying leap of faith. She hurls herself into the air to clear the jagged metal fence line. A pained scream rings out as she slams hard onto the unforgiving ground. High above the ruins, a ruthless predator watches the city descend into madness. A tide of ravenous monsters screams while clawing at the fragile glass roof. With a desperate curse, she hurls herself into the dark, urban abyss. She hits the pavement with a bone-shattering thud, barely surviving the fall. Ignoring the searing pain, she rises to begin her cold, calculated hunt. Hordes of the undead howl behind fences as she sprints toward her prey. Nearby, Hak-young stumbles through the debris, her strength reaching its absolute limit. Every breath is agony as her trembling legs struggle to maintain their pace. Suddenly, a hand lunges from the shadows to seize her by the hair. The flight ends in terror as her pursuer violently drags her back. Hak-young collapses onto the cold pavement, her body finally surrendering to the exhaustion. A sharp gasp escapes her lips as the weight of her situation settles in. Blood-soaked boots suddenly appear before her, marking the arrival of a new nightmare. She looks up in pure shock at the figure looming over her broken form. Her eyes widen with a primal fear that words can no longer describe. Memories of the brutal chaos and the lives lost flash before her fading consciousness. A blood-stained monster stands before her, its mouth overflowing with dark, thick gore. The creature lets out a guttural snarl, its pale eyes devoid of any humanity. It leans in close, the stench of decay filling the air between them. Frozen in place, she stares into the hollow eyes of her own impending death. A blood-drenched monster suddenly looms over Hak-young with a hollow, murderous gaze. Her stepmother freezes in pure terror as the stench of death reaches her first. Instead of attacking, the creature lunges past Hak-young toward its new, panicked prey. The hunter becomes the hunted as the stepmother desperately flees for her life. Hak-young watches in disbelief, realizing the monster completely ignored her presence. More infected sprint past her, drawn toward the woman who framed her for murder. The relentless monsters close the gap as the distance between them rapidly vanishes. Seizing the narrow chance to survive, Hak-young forces her trembling body to run. Her legs burn with exhaustion, refusing to carry her any further through the chaos. With a final gasp, she collapses onto the cold pavement, completely drained of strength. Hak-young stares in shock at the only tool left to save her life. A discarded electric scooter lies amidst the carnage of the fallen. She desperately prays for a miracle as the monsters close the distance. The display flickers to life, revealing a precious remaining charge. Bloodthirsty predators howl with rage, refusing to let their prey escape. With a sudden burst of speed, she maneuvers through the chaotic street. A mangled hand reaches out, nearly snagging her in its lethal grip. The creature stumbles, crashing violently onto the pavement in its blind pursuit. Hak-young glances back, hearing the haunting screams of the relentless swarm. She races into the unknown while a sea of infected trails behind her. The suburban silence is a deceptive mask for the horrors lurking nearby. Her only hope for escape hums beneath her as she races against time. A piercing electronic beep signals the arrival of a new, terrifying problem. Her heart sinks as the dying battery confirms her worst fears are coming true. She pushes forward into the labyrinth of alleys, desperate to find a way out. Panic peaks as she discovers she is lost within the city's winding maze. Blood-curdling shrieks erupt from the shadows as the monsters finally catch her scent. She spins around in terror, realizing the nightmare is closing in from all sides. With the predators at her heels, she abandons caution for a desperate flight. Every ragged breath is a testament to her refusal to perish in this hell. Desperate footsteps falter as a broken survivor refuses to accept her end. A blood-soaked nightmare lunges from the dark with a bone-chilling roar. The impact is brutal, pinning her to the cold, unforgiving pavement. Sharp teeth and manic eyes close in for the final, lethal strike. Time slows down as she stares into the face of her own demise. In her final breath, she whispers the name of her only hope. Suddenly, powerful, blood-stained hands tear the beast away from its prey. A mysterious shadow hurls the monster aside with overwhelming, superhuman strength. Trembling on the ground, she looks up at her unexpected savior in disbelief. A clenched fist and a dangling handcuff reveal a man who shouldn't exist. The monsters close in with primal screams, hungry for their next kill. But her mysterious savior stands firm, commanding her to stay safely behind him. Outside, the silent streets offer no clues to the chaos unfolding nearby. She wakes up in a cramped, unfamiliar room hidden from the nightmare. Trembling under the covers, she realizes she is no longer on the pavement. A familiar scent fills the air, reminding her of the man's presence. Suddenly, the heavy silence is broken by the sharp creak of the door. Her protector returns, questioning why she didn't choose to run away. He looms over her, the cold metal of a handcuff glinting. Panic surges as he leans in, his true intentions remaining a mystery. He demands she move the blanket, ignoring her scream as he pulls it away. Clutching the fabric, she warns him not to touch a single hair on her. He stays composed, advising her that her stretched ligament needs rest and ice. His shackled hand reaches out to press a cold ice pack against her foot. She peers over the blanket, stunned by the sudden kindness from a known killer. Looking around the dim room, she asks why he bothered to save her life. She recalls the moment he cruelly abandoned her to be eaten by the infected. The death row escapee looks away, insisting he does not kill without a purpose. He leans in with a dark gaze, telling her she must get much dirtier. Utterly confused, she begins shouting and calling him a pervert for his strange words. Minjun mocks her sheltered past while reminding her what it takes to survive. Hak-young reels in shock, as her captor insists she stay to recover. Desperate to save her friends, she ignores his warnings and demands to leave. The killer gives her a choice, refusing to hold her back by force. But he reminds her that one wrong step means certain death by the infected. Surprisingly, he offers to investigate the chaos himself to settle an old score. She remains paralyzed by fear, unable to trust the man who attacked her group. He turns away, coldly, stating that his mission has finally changed. If he does not return by sunset, she is truly on her own. Left with food and a deadline, she watches her mysterious savior depart. The cold click of the lock seals her fate inside this desolate safe house. Hak-young shivers in the dark, wondering if her savior is actually a monster. Beneath the bright afternoon sun, a brutal hunt begins in the city's heart. Violent gunshots erupt as the facility transforms into a frantic, bloody kill zone. Professional soldiers advance through the gloom, rifles raised against an unseen, lethal threat. They grow desperate, wondering how one person can fire so many rounds without stopping. Every echoing blast pushes their nerves to the absolute breaking point in the hallway. A shadow moves behind the debris, signaling that the target is finally within reach. The relentless gunfire draws them toward a single door at the end of the hall. They realize too late that they are facing a silent, one-man army of destruction. He knows time is running out to stop this nightmare before it is too late. Kicking the door open, he charges into the room with his weapon ready. A sudden flash in the mirror makes his heart skip a frantic beat. He realizes the gunfire was just a recorded trap coming from a speaker. The team regroups, pushing forward into the darkness with trembling hands. Another shot rings out, catching them completely off guard in the narrow hallway. From the shadows outside, a relentless predator continues the calculated execution. Bullets tear through the walls as the safe zone becomes a death trap. Panic sets in as his comrades fall one by one in this one-sided slaughter. The mission ends in blood, leaving only silence and a trail of bodies. He realizes too late that the entire ambush was just a calculated distraction. A sudden cry of agony forces the sergeant to face his failing reality. Fresh blood spills as his teammate desperately tries to hold his arm together. The wounded soldier gasps that he can still move despite the devastating injury. They discover the enemy has finally depleted every last round of their ammunition. A makeshift tourniquet is tightened to keep the dying man in the fight. He offers a quiet thanks, knowing his life was just saved from certain death. The mission shifts toward hunting the escaped convicts lurking within the dark facility. Neither man is willing to separate while a relentless predator remains at large. The blaring speakers are now calling a massive swarm of infected to their location. Reports flood in as Gunja Station falls, leaving nothing but a blood-soaked wasteland behind. The survivors retreat into the pitch-black subway tunnels, desperate to escape the encroaching horde. Heartbreak strikes as they realize Yena vanished during the chaos of the frantic retreat. Over the radio, the sergeant issues a chilling command to protect Minjun at all costs. Sunho grips the receiver tightly, knowing the weight of his impossible mission. Whispers of doubt fill the air as they realize Yena's chances of survival are zero. Blood-hungry monsters claw at the glass while the group searches for their missing savior. The sergeant demands absolute silence as they navigate the literal belly of the beast. The trio ventures deeper into the darkness, stepping over the remains of the fallen. Above them, the cold steel of the station feels like a tomb closing shut. The survivors venture into the dark tunnels, praying the tracks remain clear of monsters. Sunho's voice trembles as he reports their arrival at the next station over the radio. Silence greets his call, sparking a terrifying realization that their commander might be gone. One man's spirit finally breaks, his tears reflecting the group's growing sense of doom. Ha Do-hyun snaps at his men, crushing any foolish dreams of a peaceful escape. A distant light marks Akasan Station, yet the complete absence of infected feels wrong. They reach the station's entrance, but the nameplate offers no comfort in this tomb. The sergeant halts, as his light reveals a scene that defies all survival logic. Dozens of monsters are locked away behind glass, trapped by a force they cannot explain. They realize their mysterious savior is already moving deeper into the dark abyss ahead. Above the decaying city, the morning sky remains a cruel, peaceful blue. A lone scout watches from the blood-stained shadows, terrified of what hides nearby. The perimeter has finally collapsed, allowing the mindless horde to flood the streets. Their last bastion of safety lies in ruins, consumed by an unstoppable infection. They believe this slaughter is a targeted revenge for their past sins. As the gunfire fades, a heavy silence settles over the abandoned construction site. With the group scattered, they grip their weapons, knowing help isn't coming. Suddenly, a monstrous scream echoes through the alley, signaling a new nightmare. A massive, blood-soaked titan looms over them, dripping with the gore of victims. There is no time to fight, as they desperately sprint into the abyss. Footsteps echo through the desolate streets, as the desperate race for survival begins. Without warning, the path ahead is blocked by the snarling faces of the undead. Ha Do-hyun commands his comrade to ignore the monsters and sprint for the gate. With the horde at their heels, they abandon all hope of a fair fight. Every breath is a struggle, as the weight of the apocalypse crushes their spirits. Deep within the city's shadowed back alleys, another group faces a different terror. Young survivors flee through the darkness while voices scream for their immediate capture. Lungs burning and heart racing, one boy refuses to let the shadows take him. A sharp, metallic crash shatters the silence, signaling they are no longer alone. He looks back in pure horror, realizing his brother has been left behind. He crawls through the filth while the shadows of his past close in fast. Regret consumes his mind as he realizes one wrong choice changed everything forever. The haunting memory of the brother he failed to save tears at his soul. Suddenly, the present screams back to life with the bone-chilling roar of a monster. Sergeant Ha Do-hyun hits the pavement, desperately opening fire to hold back death. Every muscle trembles as he stares down the barrel at an unstoppable nightmare. Lead tears through the air, but the relentless horde simply refuses to fall down. His weapon clatters against the cold stone, signaling the end of his last defense. He begs his comrade to flee, choosing to sacrifice himself for one final chance. The monsters catch the scent of fresh blood and accelerate for the kill. Do-hyun screams for his comrade to get the target to safety at any cost. He stares into the abyss, his only regret being the sister he leaves behind. Somewhere in the chaos, Sunho flees the nightmare, haunted by his own transformation. He once swore never to risk his life for anyone in this dying world. But a comrade refuses to let him fall, dragging him back from the brink. They cannot let this hero die pointlessly while the hungry dead close in. Steel meets resolve as a soldier levels his rifle at the approaching horde. He clicks the safety off, switching to full auto for one last stand. A hail of lead tears through the monsters, painting the pavement in crimson. With a steady hand, he pulls the trigger to hold back the end. The wounded sergeant stumbles as his comrades refuse to leave him behind. A blood-soaked monster lets out a bone-chilling roar that echoes through the streets. Before they can react, the creature lunges with a hunger that defies death. Their only weapon clatters uselessly onto the pavement, leaving them completely defenseless. The group collapses in a desperate pile as the infection claims another victim. Amidst the carnage, a soldier stares directly into the face of certain doom. He closes his eyes, bracing for a final strike that never comes. Thunderous cracks of gunfire suddenly shatter the silence of the apocalyptic sky. Reinforcements arrive in a hail of lead, screaming for the survivors to move. They scramble toward the extraction vehicle as the engine roars to life. The extraction vehicle roars through the streets, barely outrunning the ravenous horde behind. Inside the dark cabin, Do-hyun gasps for air while thanking his savior, Hak Cheol. But the heavy breathing isn't just from exhaustion, it carries a scent of death. A chilling request to be left behind shatters the brief moment of relief. Do-hyun's eyes widen in sheer terror as the horrific realization finally sinks in. Fresh, dark blood pools on the floorboards, marking the end of their hope. He stares at his friend, trembling as he asks the question he fears most. Hak Cheol remains silent, his face a mask of grim resignation and silent agony. The gruesome truth is revealed as he grips a leg soaked in deep crimson. Panic erupts inside because a ticking time bomb is now sitting among them. Do-hyun screams in denial as the soldiers realize one of their own is lost. He desperately begs for any other explanation besides the bite mark on his friend. But Hakchiol stares back with eyes that have already accepted his grim fate. The infected warrior apologizes for the burden his death will place on his leader. A chilling request shatters the silence as he begs for a merciful bullet. He would rather die a human than transform into a mindless, rotting monster. The weight of the world collapses onto Doohyun as he remains frozen in grief. He squeezes his eyes shut, wishing this nightmare was nothing more than a dream. Tears stream down his face as he prepares to lose his most loyal brother. Outside, the vehicle arrives at a construction site where new horrors are waiting. They stand at the edge of humanity, where words are no longer enough. His comrade asks if he is truly prepared to pull the trigger himself. The cold steel of a pistol is handed over with a trembling grip. Left alone with his burden, the weight of the mission crushes him. The mechanical click of the hammer cocking echoes like a final death knell. Tears sting his eyes as he whispers a gut-wrenching apology to his friend. Hakchiol offers a weary smile, accepting the peace that death finally brings. In his final moments, he recalls a professor met during the long journey. They wonder if the man's family managed to escape the growing darkness. But hope is a luxury, as the virus claims yet another noble soul. The professor lay dying, surrounded by those who cherished his final, fleeting moments. He whispered that death is an inevitable end for every soul in this world. With a peaceful gaze, he accepted the darkness that comes for us all eventually. Back in the present, Hakchiol recalls those heavy words while facing his own end. Blood-stained and weary, he chooses to meet his fate with the same quiet dignity. Even as the virus takes hold, his only wish is to die as himself. He grips his wounded arm, telling his friend that this burden isn't his fault. Doohyun breaks down, the agonizing weight of a mercy kill shattering his heart. Alone in the ruins, he weeps for the comrade he is forced to execute. Clutching the cold steel, he vows to find his friend's sister against all odds. The dying soldier looks his commander in the eye for the final time. He tells him to stop carrying the weight of everyone else's survival. Do-hyun listens in shock as his friend begs him to live for himself. These heavy words pierce through the agonizing silence of the ruined facility. Hakchiol asks him not to let this ultimate sacrifice be in vain. Slowly, the sergeant raises his weapon to perform the final mercy kill. The cold steel of the handgun points directly at his brother in arms. Resigned to his fate, the infected warrior closes his eyes and waits. Tears stream down Do-hyun's face as his finger trembles on the trigger. Finally, he lowers the gun, realizing he cannot take his friend's life. Tears blur Do-hyun's vision as he admits he cannot pull the trigger. Hakchiol remains unnervingly calm, demanding the weapon to finish the job himself. With a trembling hand, the sergeant finally surrenders the cold steel of the pistol. The weight of their shared history hangs heavy in the suffocating silence between them. Do-hyun lunges forward, pulling his dying brother into one final, desperate embrace. He sobs uncontrollably against the shoulder of the man who saved him twice before. Hakchiol stares into the distance, his expression a mask of cold, tragic acceptance. They stand locked together outside the small shelter, a brief moment of human warmth. The desolate construction site echoes with the unspoken goodbye of two broken soldiers. Inside the cramped office, the infected warrior sits alone, waiting for the end. Hakchiol whispers to his former mentor, realizing his time has finally run out. The cold weight of the pistol feels like the only cure for his infection. He wonders if the professor is still trapped behind those bars as a monster. Looking toward the sky, he questions the true horror of living as the undead. Fear and sweat pour down his face as he rejects a future of madness. He accepts that everyone eventually dies and decides to meet his end today. A trembling finger rests on the trigger, ready to stop the virus spread. Slumped against the wall, the veteran stares at his rotting, infected arm. Closing his eyes, he prepares to let go of a life defined by sacrifice. Silence fills the empty corridor as the final echo of a hero fades away. Huddled in a dim room, three runaways realize their only ally has betrayed them. Fear grips the group as they contemplate the horrific price of being captured. Hakchiol vows to throw away his life to ensure the others survive. He demands they keep running and never look back if he is caught. A heavy burden is placed on the middle child to protect their youngest. Outside, the cold city air smells of rain and impending doom. Screams echo through the narrow alleys as their pursuers close the distance. Lungs burning and heart racing, he pushes his body to the absolute limit. A sudden, violent crash behind him signals that their escape has failed. He stops dead in his tracks when a desperate cry for help rings out. Hakchiol collapses in the grime as the ruthless debt collectors close the distance. He desperately screams for his older brother to keep running and never look back. Minjun freezes in absolute terror as the weight of betrayal sinks into his soul. Forced to make a lethal choice, he finally turns his back on his friend. He drags the youngest child away while Hak Cheol is swallowed by the dark shadows. They vanish into the city, leaving behind the boy who sacrificed everything for them. Years later, the memory of that abandonment still burns like a fresh, open wound. A cold weapon is raised in the present, marking the end of a tragedy. He remembers the professor's grim lesson about the inevitable arrival of a person's end. The only true difference in this world is when your final hour eventually strikes. He realizes that surrender only brings the cold embrace of death sooner. Within this abandoned workshop, the air grows heavy with a terrifying decision. He promises his mentor that he will fight until his very last breath. For the sake of his sister, he prepares to pay a bloody price. Hak Cheol cinches the tourniquet tight, bracing for the agony that must follow. A cold, industrial blade stands ready to sever his connection to the virus. He turns his back on fear, refusing to let his story end here. Outside, the crimson sky signals the arrival of another long, haunted night. Ha-kyung drifts in a fragile sleep, unaware of the tragedy unfolding elsewhere. Her eyes suddenly snap open as the weight of a new danger looms. Ha-kyung waits in the oppressive silence, her mind racing with dark, intrusive thoughts. The realization that she is truly alone in this hellscape begins to set in. Every shadow in the room feels like a threat closing in on her sanctuary. Meanwhile, she finds herself cornered in a dark hallway, paralyzed by a sudden fear. A sinister voice breaks the quiet, signaling the arrival of a brand new nightmare. Violent men in prison garb stare her down, laughing at her desperate, helpless state. They move in like starving wolves, relishing the terror in their captives' eyes. Suddenly, a towering figure interrupts the predators, his voice dripping with cold authority. He looms over her, his massive frame blocking out any hope of an escape. She looks up at her new captor, wondering if her life is finally over. Dark realizations dawn on her as she questions the true allegiance of her savior. Awakening in a silent, shadowed room, she finds herself completely alone and vulnerable. A sudden, haunting creak from the kitchen shatters the oppressive silence of the house. Her heart stops as a massive silhouette looms over her bed in the darkness. Trembling beneath the sheets, she desperately asks for the fate of her only sanctuary. He delivers the crushing news that the shelter has fallen into total, bloody chaos. Paralyzed by grief, she refuses to believe her world has been destroyed so easily. She demands to know why they would commit such a heartless act of violence. His cold gaze reveals a calculated logic behind the madness of their survival tactics. Outnumbered and outgunned, they claim they never intended to start a war with anyone. The screening process took a lethal turn when their past as prisoners was revealed. Branded as intruders, the guards opened fire, turning the streets into a bloody graveyard. He recounts how the initial spark of violence claimed one of their own lives. She acknowledges that turning away a group of convicts was a logical defensive move. Despite his protection, she cannot forget that her savior is still a dangerous criminal. Trembling under the covers, she admits that his presence fills her with deep unease. A heavy silence falls between them as the weight of his history settles in. He accepts her judgment with a cold gaze, admitting her hatred is entirely justified. The scars left by his gang's brutality have made any trust between them impossible. Now, a traitor to his own kind, he prepares for the coming war alone. A cold gaze reveals a past stained with blood and unspeakable tragedy. She listens in horror as he recounts the brutal fate of his sister. The weight of a shattered family has turned him into a heartless monster. His path of revenge was so savage he abandoned his very humanity. In her fragile state, he sees the innocent sibling he failed to protect. Every trial he forced upon her was a lesson in cold-blooded survival. To this ruthless killer, she is the only light left in this apocalypse. He promises safety, yet the air remains thick with suffocating tension. A sudden question about her true identity leaves her completely frozen. Finally dropping the mask, the man known as Song Ji-hoo stands revealed. Hiding beneath the covers, she finds herself unable to stop thinking about him. His striking appearance is a dangerous distraction she never expected in this hell. A heavy wave of guilt washes over her for even noticing another man. She swears to remain loyal despite the overwhelming pressure of his presence. He breaks the silence by questioning the depth of her bond with her savior. The sudden inquiry catches her completely off guard as her heart begins to race. In a moment of sheer panic, she blurts out a claim of romantic devotion. Her internal monologue spirals into chaos as she realizes how ridiculous she sounds. She frantically tries to backtrack while he watches her with a subtle, knowing smirk. He looms over her with a playful remark, while revealing a pair of handcuffs. He hands her a radio, sensing her growing unease with his constant presence. She clutches the device as he promises to find shelter elsewhere for the night. He walks away without another word, leaving her alone in the silent, empty room. The heavy click of the lock echoes, sealing her inside the temporary safe house. She collapses onto the bed, fighting the chaotic emotions swirling within her racing heart. Darkness falls over the ruins of the city as the stars emerge above the wasteland. Inside the cold shadows, the passage of time feels like a heavy, suffocating weight. Exhaustion finally wins as she drifts into a restless sleep amidst the ongoing nightmare. Even in her dreams, the face of the man who saved her remains hauntingly close. 2 years have passed since the world ended, and the struggle for survival continues. The apocalypse was supposed to be the end, yet humanity somehow found a cure. Before the nightmare began, life was filled with petty frustrations and meaningless distractions. She stood there waiting, dressed to impress a man she secretly considered a loser. Her mind raced with scandalous thoughts while she projected her own desires onto him. The logistics of a secret rendezvous felt like the most pressing issue in existence. Suddenly, the reality of her date finally arrived, shattering her carefully crafted expectations. He appeared completely unrefined, wearing the same drab hoodie he wore every single day. 2 hours of preparation felt wasted on a man who didn't even try. The world felt vast and full of possibilities, unaware of the coming darkness. A simple slice of cake marked the quiet before the total collapse of civilization. At the cafe, the unassuming man suggests taking their date back to his private place. She sighs in frustration as he rambles on about mundane stories of former friends. Her ego bruises because this plain loser hasn't even complimented her stunning appearance once. If he won't fall for her charms, she'll find a man who actually deserves her. She tries to make him jealous by bragging about the high-tier men chasing after her. Suddenly, a mysterious voice calls out to him, shattering the awkward tension of their date. Her heart stops as she turns to see who would dare interrupt her social games. A world-class idol walks through the crowd, radiating beauty that commands every eye's attention. With a bright smile, the superstar approaches the man she considered a total nobody. Now she must face the truth that this loser hides a past with elite celebrities. Her mind reels as the nation's top idol claims to know this supposed nobody. Standing frozen, she realizes her social games have backfired in the most humiliating way. In the present, she tosses and turns, haunted by a past she threw away. She bolts upright, screaming his name as the cold reality of the apocalypse returns. Gasping for air, the weight of her current isolation crushes her spirit completely. A silent admission of defeat lingers on her lips in the oppressive dark. Looking out at the ruined world, a single, devastating thought consumes her entire being. She stares at the remnants of her life, mourning the bond she never formed. Memories of a peaceful world haunt her like a ghost of what could have been. Now she is left with nothing but the bitter taste of regret and missed opportunities. Tears stream down her face as she whispers the name of her lost love. A sudden crackle from the walkie-talkie shatters the heavy silence of her isolation. She desperately proposes a suicidal trek across the river to reach the next station. Broken and defeated, she begs her mysterious rescuer to help find her missing friend. However, the man on the other end remains cold, bound by his own secrets. He orders her to rest, leaving her plea hanging in the cold night air. Realizing her helplessness, she accepts the dismissal with a hollow, crushing sense of defeat. The radio falls silent, severing her only connection to the world outside these walls. She curses the injury that has turned her from an investigator into a prisoner. Now, she is just another soul drowning in the bottomless darkness of the apocalypse. The city falls into a suffocating silence as the moon watches over the ruins. Deep beneath the surface, the station markers lead toward a desperate, final gamble. Hours earlier, a group of survivors ventured into the pitch-black tunnels of the subway. They debate the impossible trek across the Han River to reach the next station. Outside the glass, the undead swarm, raising questions about where their friend disappeared. Suddenly, the heavy silence is broken by a sight that defies all logic. A lone woman stands perfectly still, her clothes soaked in the blood of others. The men freeze, realizing this monster isn't acting like the mindless beasts they know. She doesn't scream or lunge. She simply stares with an intelligence that shouldn't exist. Terror takes hold, as they realize the rules of this apocalypse just changed forever. The survivors realize they are out of time as panic finally sets in. A blood-stained nightmare stares back with eyes that have lost all humanity. Her piercing shriek shatters the silence, signaling a death sentence for everyone nearby. Terror paralyzes the group as they recognize the legendary monster known as a screamer. Bloody hands hammer against the glass, desperate to tear through the only remaining barrier. The creature relentlessly batters the door, her movements driven by a terrifying predatory intelligence. They know the sound will draw every undead monster in the city toward them. With their primary route blocked, they realize following their missing friend is the only hope. Darkness swallows the hallway as they sprint blindly into the unknown depths. Every breath is a struggle as they frantically flee from the coming horde. Sunho freezes in terror as a familiar figure emerges from the suffocating darkness. A simple silver whistle hangs heavily, a silent reminder of a world now lost. Minjun stands motionless on the tracks, his presence radiating an unnatural, chilling aura. The group hesitates, unsure if the man before them is friend or foe. A trembling hand reaches out, desperate to confirm the reality of this haunting encounter. Suddenly, the strength leaves his body as he falls toward the cold, hard ground. He collapses into a heap, his consciousness slipping away in the heat of infection. Panic sets in as they realize his body is burning with a lethal fever. The soldier barks orders, knowing they cannot leave a comrade behind to die. A heated argument erupts over who will carry the burden of a dying man. Sunho begs to carry the weight, while the soldier questions his combat readiness. They stand over Minjun's limp body while the terrifying reality of their situation sinks in. A sudden, violent crash echoes through the tunnel, signaling that their time has run out. The screamer is closing in, leading a relentless horde toward their only escape route. In a moment of pure desperation, Byungjun steps forward with a heavy, final resolution. He demands they leave him behind, ready to face the monsters alone to buy time. This self-proclaimed legend prepares for a final stand, offering his life for the group. His comrades won't accept his sacrifice, ordering him to keep moving his legs. They charge forward into the abyss, carrying the infected Minjun toward an uncertain future. Every step is a gamble, as they wonder if the next station is another trap. The guttural roars of the undead echo through the pitch-black subway tunnels. Du Hyun carries the unconscious Minjun, while demanding the group push through the darkness. Every breath is a struggle as Sunho and Byungjun sprint for their lives. The faint light of Cheonho Station finally emerges from the end of the tracks. They reach the platform entrance, terrified of what might be waiting inside the shadows. A rusted door slides open with a haunting screech that shatters the silence. Collapsing onto the cold floor, the survivors frantically try to suppress their heavy breathing. A predatory snarl from the darkness reveals a monster is stalking the platform. The sounds of the approaching horde confirm they have nowhere left to hide. They dash for the stairs, desperate to outrun the screamer's relentless pursuit. They finally arrive at Cheonho Station, but the silence feels like a deadly trap. Sunho scans the shadows, relieved to find the platform mostly empty for now. Suddenly, a guttural snarl echoes through the darkness, shattering their momentary sense of peace. Heavy footsteps approach from the gloom as something predatory begins its calculated hunt. Panic strikes their hearts when they realize they are no longer alone in this tomb. Their only hope for escape is a heavy steel shutter that remains firmly sealed shut. Blocked by the gate, the survivors desperately search for another way out of the dead end. A bone-chilling scream rips through the air, signaling the monster is closing in fast. Terror peaks as they realize this creature is smart enough to bypass their security measures. This isn't just an infected beast, it is a genius predator that never stops hunting. Hope flares for a moment as they reach the final station exit. That hope is crushed when they find the heavy metal gate locked tight. Sunho realizes they are trapped inside a tomb sealed from the outside world. Exhaustion takes its toll as the weary survivors collapse in the cold darkness. A blood-curdling snarl echoes through the halls, signaling the predator has arrived. The silhouette of a monster emerges from the shadows, ready to kill. Du Hyun draws his combat knife, preparing for a desperate last stand. He charges into the gloom to protect his group from the approaching nightmare. A violent struggle erupts as he plunges his blade into the relentless attacker. The floor is painted crimson as the life fades from a broken body. The monsters are closing in, their blood-curdling screams echoing through the pitch-black hallway. Trapped against a locked shutter, the survivors realize their only escape route is jammed. Du Hyun orders everyone to step back as he raises his weapon with grim determination. Thunderous gunshots shatter the silence, the muzzle flash illuminating the desperate struggle for survival. Sunho screams in terror, knowing the noise will draw every monster in the facility. The metal bends under the assault, creating a narrow gap just large enough to escape. Gripping his blood-stained rifle, the soldier prepares to make a choice that cannot be undone. He turns his back on the group, focused solely on hunting the lethal screamer mutation. Du Hyun stays behind to buy them time, facing the darkness alone for their escape. Sunho desperately begs the sergeant not to leave them behind in this nightmare. But the soldier knows he cannot walk away from the coming slaughter. Sunho cries out that fighting a mutation alone is a guaranteed death sentence. A heavy silence falls as the warrior prepares for his final stand. He reflects on the countless lives lost in wars throughout human history. Standing tall, he accepts that his path was forged by duty and sacrifice. Clutching his rifle, he remembers the reason he first chose this life. Long before the world fell, he was already prepared to give everything. Before stepping into the darkness, he pulls a small object from his pocket. He entrusts Sunho with a final letter for the woman he loves. The crushing weight of reality finally hits home as hope begins to fade away. Clutching a hero's final testament, he vows to survive despite the mounting despair. A blood-curdling scream shatters the silence, signaling the arrival of a true nightmare. With a final command, the sergeant chooses to stay behind and face the end. He stands his ground alone while his companions flee into the dark subway tunnels. They can only watch in helpless silence as their protector prepares for certain death. Despair takes hold as the metal gate becomes a barrier between life and sacrifice. Bitter tears fall as they curse the monsters that ruined their world and friends. Every path forward feels like a death trap in this viral-infested concrete maze. The way out is clear, but the cost of reaching it was far too high. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by a chilling creak. The exhausted survivors collapse, having finally escaped the immediate jaws of death. Despair clouds their eyes as they realize their leader might never return. Facing the horde with a single rifle is nothing short of a suicide mission. If the mutation finds the breach, the nightmare will follow them into the dark. To survive, they must put distance between themselves and the slaughter behind them. With time running out, someone must carry their unconscious comrade through the gloom. Duty falls to the largest among them, despite his trembling, weakened limbs. He strains against the weight, every muscle screaming under the sudden crushing pressure. Gravity wins the battle, sending them crashing down as their last hope falters. Tensions boil over as they argue over the dead weight of their fallen friend. Suddenly, the thunderous crack of a rifle shatters the silence of the subway. They recognize the fire. Their leader is making his final, desperate stand nearby. Knowing time is a luxury they don't have, they prepare to drag the body. A sudden realization strikes as he glances back at the scattered debris. He stops their retreat, eyes narrowing at the discarded supplies in the corner. He barks orders to find a cart, while his companion continues the haul. Piles of construction supplies offer the only hope for their desperate escape. Straining with every ounce of strength, he hauls his comrade across the cold stone. But hidden beneath the jacket, a lethal secret waits to be drawn. Sudden shock paralyzes him as he discovers a secret hidden in plain sight. Their fallen ally was carrying a lethal handgun, a weapon that changes everything. He shouts to his companion, discovering they have both secured vital survival assets. Leaving the claustrophobic tunnels behind, they charge toward the blinding surface light. A discarded handcart becomes their salvation, the only way to move their load. They emerge into the sunlight, relieved to find the immediate area clear of monsters. The once crowded rodeo street now stands as a hollow monument to a fallen world. Every turn of the heavy wheel groans with the weight of their desperate mission. They navigate a labyrinth of abandoned cars, tiny figures in a vast, silent graveyard. Straining against the heavy wood, he pushes his body to the absolute breaking point. Drenched in sweat, the heavy-set man curses the man responsible for this nightmare. Their unconscious passenger remains a mystery, teetering on the edge of death. A primal roar erupts from the shadows, shattering the fragile peace of the street. Two famished monsters stumble into the light, smelling the scent of the living. Sunho draws his weapon, knowing a single mistake means a gruesome end. Rapid gunfire tears through the air, silencing the undead with lethal precision. Sunho barks orders, desperate to increase their pace before more arrive. The city stands frozen in time, a concrete labyrinth filled with hidden terrors. They throw their entire weight against the cart, racing against an invisible clock. The heavy wheels groan past abandoned wreckage as they navigate the silent graveyard. Their escape route is suddenly cut off by a wall of abandoned steel. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the street, signaling the arrival of the hunters. Desperate to survive, they dive into a narrow alleyway to evade the approaching swarm. Sunho pushes the heavy cart forward, praying for a sanctuary within the concrete maze. Jagged, rusted wire lines the rooftops, trapping them in this narrow corridor of death. He frantically rattles the metal handle, but the heavy gate refuses to budge. Reality sets in as the lock holds firm, leaving them exposed and completely cornered. Sunho stares at the lethal wire, willing to bleed if it means saving them all. The primal roar returns, closer now, vibrating through the cold and silent air. A mangled shadow limps into view, the first of many coming to claim them. Sunho and his companion hold their breath as the infected prowl the distant street. He prays for silence, knowing one wrong move will alert the monsters to them. Above them, rusted wire and cold steel are the only witnesses to their desperation. The city remains a graveyard of concrete, hiding secrets behind every shattered window. Minutes turn to hours as the haunting silence finally settles over the narrow alley. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through the air, sending a jolt through his body. He stares back at the empty path, waiting for a shadow to emerge. These aren't the dragging steps of the undead. These belong to someone still human. Hope flickers in his eyes as he wonders if David has finally found them. Peering around the corner, he prepares to face the man who shouldn't exist. He stands frozen as a nightmare emerges from the shadows, clutching a severed head. The doctor's hollow eyes and blood-soaked grin signal the end of his brief hope. A sickening thud echoes through the alley as the trophy hits the cold pavement. Panic surges through him because he knows exactly what this monster is capable of. Raising his weapon with trembling hands, he prepares to take the shot of his life. But the only sound that follows is the soul-crushing click of an empty chamber. Despair sets in as he realizes he is completely out of ammunition and time. A piercing sonic scream shatters the silence as the infected predator launches her assault. Death inches closer until a sudden blur of movement cuts through his paralyzing fear. Out of nowhere, a mysterious savior delivers a crushing blow to stop the charging beast. The undead doctor slams him into the pavement with monstrous, inhuman strength. He levels his pistol at the beast, but his resolve wavers as she lunges. Claws dig deep into his shoulders as the mutated woman shrieks in his face. He can barely breathe, paralyzed by the overwhelming power of this nightmare creature. Suddenly, his companion appears from the shadows, hoisting a heavy cinder block high. A sickening crack echoes as the concrete shatters directly against her skull, but the impact does nothing, leaving the savior frozen in absolute, soul-crushing terror. With his last breath, he screams for his friend to abandon him and run. The realization hits that a massive swarm of infected is closing in on them. Trapped between a monster and an army, his hope finally begins to wither away. The mutated doctor turns her gaze toward the boy standing in her way. Her face is a mangled mask of blood and mindless, predatory hunger. Sunho stares back with a coldness that rivals the monsters in the dark. Something deep inside him snaps as his eyes glow with a terrifying, inhuman light. The infected resident unleashes a bone-chilling shriek that echoes through the narrow alley. Before she can move, he delivers a blow with the strength of a god. He buries his fist into her skull, silencing her scream with raw, unfiltered violence. The monster can only gag on her own blood as her jaw shatters completely. He doesn't stop, slamming her body into the concrete with overwhelming, monstrous power. The once lethal predator finally collapses into a heap of broken bones and crimson. Sunho and his companion stand frozen as the atmosphere suddenly shifts into pure dread. The weight of the situation finally breaks his friend, who collapses in utter terror. Sunho whispers a name he never expected to utter in this nightmare. Piercing shrieks erupt from the darkness, signaling the arrival of a relentless predator. A wave of bloodthirsty infected surges through the alley with animalistic fury. Their frantic footsteps echo against the pavement as the distance rapidly closes. But standing among the monsters is a man who looks hauntingly familiar. Sunho stares in disbelief at the person he once knew as a friend. He realizes with horror that this man might actually be leading the entire horde. As the sun sets, the city prepares for a night of total, unfiltered chaos. The streets are crawling with the undead, their groans echoing through the desolate neighborhood. In this sea of monsters, a single residential building offers a fragile sanctuary. Sunho and Byungjun secure the entrance, praying the thin door holds against the nightmare. They finally catch their breath, knowing the infected are still lurking just floors below. One look outside reveals a terrifying reality. A screamer has summoned a literal army. Sunho's relief quickly turns to dread as he glances toward their fallen companion. Jungminjun lies motionless, his body battered and his life force fading fast. His skin is ice cold, a terrifying sign that he might not survive the night. With no medical help in sight, they can only wait and watch him slip away. Even the mundane silence of the kitchen feels heavy with the scent of impending death. Morning breaks over the city, but the nightmare from last night hasn't ended. Every drop of water is a desperate struggle to reclaim a fading humanity. Minjun finally wakes, but his mind is fractured by the horrors he witnessed. He desperately tries to recall the moment the subway turned into a tomb. Memories of the infected trapped behind glass flicker like a dying light. His body is breaking under the weight of a power he cannot control. Fear takes hold as he asks about the friends left behind in chaos. The truth is cold. The station fell, and the slaughter was absolute. They pray her unique instincts were enough to outrun the rising tide. In this apocalypse, silence is the most terrifying answer of all. Driven by desperation, Minjun demands they return to the slaughterhouse of Gunja Station. His body is failing, yet his friends refuse to let him throw his life away. Then, Sunho drops a bombshell that freezes the air in the room. The weight of a hero's sacrifice hits him like a physical blow. A final letter for a grieving fiancé is placed into his trembling hands. Since a life was traded for his, the burden of this message is his alone. Silence fills the space where 1,000 apologies should have been. Guilt begins to tear at his soul as he crushes the paper in his grip. He wonders if his own weakness is the reason they are all suffering. The survivors must decide if they will wait or hunt for those still lost. Minjun realizes that more than just his allies are hunting for his head. The doctor's fanatical followers are likely still scouring the ruins for their prize. Sunho reminds him that every step forward is paid for with a hero's sacrifice. They agree to stay hidden until a better plan can be forged in blood. The taped windows of their sanctuary barely hold back the encroaching darkness outside. Days pass in agonizing silence as Min Jun's infected body slowly knits itself back together. He says his goodbyes, prepared to face the apocalypse alone once again. Stepping past the gate, he enters a world where the dead claim every shadow. A drone is his only hope for finding his lost family in this wasteland. He marches into the heart of danger, praying his friends are still breathing. The safety of their sanctuary is a fragile lie against the encroaching rot. They debate if their allies' monstrous power is a blessing or a death sentence. Every minute he spends as a leader of the dead brings him closer to collapse. A sudden mechanical buzzing shatters the uneasy peace of their rooftop hideout. High above the gray clouds, an unexpected visitor watches the world from the sky. The survivors realize that in this apocalypse, being found is often worse than staying lost. Among the wandering dead, a familiar horror leads the swarm through the silent streets. A mysterious woman tracks their every move, her eyes fixed on the glowing screen. She speaks in a foreign tongue, her footsteps echoing with a terrifying sense of purpose. Even in the wasteland, she answers to a higher power, who demands her immediate return. High above the ruined skyline, a mysterious pilot navigates the silent, empty air. Her companion watches with a smile, confident that their mechanical eyes won't fail. They scan the gray horizon, searching for any sign of a missing friend. Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, two survivors stand guard against the encroaching silence. A sudden mechanical hum signals an arrival that could change their fate forever. Sunho grips his weapon tightly, terrified that this visitor carries a hidden threat. Instead of a bomb, the machine carries a small, mysterious message taped tight. With trembling hands, the young man unfolds the paper to reveal a desperate plea. The two allies stare in disbelief as the ink reveals a shocking truth. Trapped survivors beg for salvation, promising a reward to anyone who can help. Sunho and Byungjun realize they aren't the only souls left in this hell. A handwritten plea for help promises a reward for their safe arrival. They suspect the sender is testing them to ensure they aren't dangerous. Saving these strangers seems easy with their powerful ally back on his feet. They prepare a desperate reply, as the city's silence grows increasingly heavy. Elsewhere, Ha-kyung grips a cold revolver with a gaze sharper than any blade. The deafening crack of gunfire shatters the quiet of the rooftop training ground. Lead tears through the target, yet her precision still lacks a killer's edge. Below them, the mindless horde wanders, oblivious to the hunters lurking above. Her mentor warns that her relaxed form will get her killed in battle. Her mentor steps in close to correct her clumsy grip on the heavy revolver. Startled by the sudden contact, she recoils in a flustered panic. She lashes out with accusations while he desperately tries to de-escalate the situation. Seeking a layer of protection, she quickly zips up a dark hoodie. Despite her racing heart, she vows not to fall for his effortless charm. The tension breaks when he suggests they finally begin their real combat training. Their attention shifts to a lone threat lurking on a nearby rooftop. A blood-soaked monster appears, providing the perfect target for her first live exercise. Reality sets in as she realizes the weight of taking a life today. Steelizing her resolve, she levels her weapon and prepares to pull the trigger. Ha-kyung levels her weapon, but the cold weight of the metal feels paralyzing. Ji-hoo looms behind her, demanding to know why she hesitates to pull the trigger. He insists that resources are plentiful, but her survival depends on this crucial practice. The young woman admits she would only fire if her life were in immediate danger. Looking away, she remembers the faces of the innocent people she once knew. In her eyes, the line between a monster and a victim begins to blur. Ji-hoo warns that sympathy is a death sentence when the undead are always hungry. He delivers a brutal ultimatum: grow stronger now, or lose everyone she loves. Closing her eyes, she struggles against the crushing pressure of this new reality. A flicker of resolve finally ignites as she prepares to abandon her former self. Ha-kyung finally pulls the trigger, casting aside her lingering hesitation for good. The thunderous blast echoes across the desolate city, signaling a point of no return. Within the walls of a nearby sanctuary, the sound of hope finally arrives. Minjun can hardly believe it when news of other survivors reaches his ears. The group celebrates a mysterious reply that reveals exactly where the others are hiding. However, Minjun remains cold, staring down the message with deep, mounting suspicion. He bluntly refuses to help, unwilling to risk their safety for total strangers. Warning them of a potential trap, he questions if these people are even human. Sunho desperately searches for any clue, catching a faint, pleasant scent on the paper. He insists the feminine fragrance proves the survivors are harmless and worth saving. Byungjun tries to lighten the mood by joking about a potential triple-blind date. Sunho remains silent, feeling the heavy burden of the life-or-death choice before him. He argues that securing a drone makes this dangerous rescue mission worth the risk. Their destination is a distant art school rumored to be a massive survivor sanctuary. Determined to protect his friends, Sunho insists on heading out into the city alone. He promises to return for them once he confirms the path is actually safe. His companions eventually yield to his logic, though their fear remains painfully visible. A chilling question arises about whether they are truly being left behind for good. Morning light finally hits the city as the deadline for their departure arrives. Sunho walks into the wasteland, fully prepared to face the nightmare waiting outside. He grips his empty weapon, praying a hollow threat is enough to survive. Walking past the roaming dead, every step feels like a gamble with his life. The quiet suburban streets hide a rotting nightmare beneath the bright morning sun. Countless corpses litter the pavement, marking the territory of a truly massive horde. He finally spots the target house, but the sheer number of monsters is suffocating. Paranoia sets in as he wonders if he is walking straight into a trap. One wrong move here means certain death in this silent, abandoned wasteland. His skin burns with a secret infection he can never reveal to the survivors. Steel-cold resolve takes over as he prepares to signal his arrival to the group. A piercing whistle shatters the silence, calling out to whatever remains in the ruins. The piercing sound works instantly, drawing the mindless monsters away from their prey. Screaming with hunger, the rotting horde abandons the street to chase the noise. Silence returns to the suburban wasteland, leaving the path to the fortress clear. Sunho steps out from the shadows, his heart racing as he approaches the gate. He spots a lens watching him, wondering if there is still power in this hell. Standing before the reinforced walls, he debates the safest way to announce his presence. He identifies himself through the intercom, mentioning the drone he used for contact. Anxiety grips him as he waits to see if these survivors are friends or foes. A heavy groan of metal echoes through the air as the entrance finally opens. A massive, stern-faced man stands there, blocking the way with a cold, judging stare. Sunho freezes in terror, realizing the man before him is far more intimidating than expected. The guard narrows his eyes, questioning why this lone survivor looks different from the others. Suspicion hangs heavy, as the guard wonders how a boy survived zombies with just whistles. The ultimatum is clear: hand over the weapon or stay outside in the cold. Sunho recoils at the demand, terrified of surrendering his only means of survival to strangers. A tense silence follows as the massive guard stares him down with cold, judging eyes. Surprisingly, the giant relents and tells the nervous boy to step inside the fortress. Despite a gut-wrenching sense of dread, Sunho knows he has no other choice but entry. With a heavy metallic thud, the gate seals shut, trapping him within the unknown walls. Behind these reinforced bricks, the rules of the old world no longer seem to apply. The massive guard leads the newcomer into the heart of the sanctuary. Sunho freezes as he realizes he isn't alone in this silent room. His vision blurs as a ghost from his past suddenly reappears. There, sitting calmly among the chaos, is a girl who shouldn't be here. A famous idol named Yujian stares back with hauntingly familiar eyes. The tension reaches a breaking point as two different worlds finally collide. Sunho struggles to process how a celebrity survived this hellish nightmare. Suddenly, a memory from years ago reveals a connection no one expected. In a time before the infection, Minjun met his new neighbors. A young Jian once smiled, unaware of the tragedy that would soon follow. The peaceful facade of this apartment complex hid a history of forgotten connections. Years ago, a young Minjun stood before the gates of a new beginning. A worried mother pleaded for him to guide her daughter safely to school. Though he was just a child, he accepted the responsibility without a single word. Two future survivors walked side by side, completely unaware of the coming nightmare. As the seasons changed, their bond deepened within the quiet safety of his room. Minjun found solace in digital worlds, while the real one remained blissfully normal. A familiar voice at the door would often interrupt his focus with a greeting. Jian became a constant presence in his life, a light in his solitary world. He never imagined this innocent friendship would eventually determine their ultimate fate. He offered her a place in his world, a simple invitation to play. For hours, they escaped reality together, lost in the glow of a screen. But the warmth of that season couldn't stop the cold winter from arriving. Without a word of goodbye, the only friend he ever had was gone. He was left alone in a silent hallway, haunted by memories of her. Years passed as he moved through the monotonous halls of middle school. A sudden notification on his phone shattered the quiet routine of his life. The girl from his past was now a star shining for the entire world. Her face had changed, but those eyes were unmistakably the ones he remembered. She was reaching for the top, leaving their shared childhood far behind her. Jung Minjun was a target, enduring the cruel laughter of his peers every day. They mocked him for his obsession with a world he could never belong to. High school was a prison where his only escape was through a glowing screen. He watched from the sidelines as the girl he once knew became a legend. Her name was everywhere, a shining star far beyond his reach in the darkness. Now, Sunho stares in disbelief as the past collides with his grim reality. He steps into the room and breathes the name of the girl he remembered. There she sits, an idol amidst the apocalypse, looking as pure as a dream. She greets him softly, her voice a ghost from a time before the world ended. Sunho stands frozen, realizing the star he once admired is finally before him. The realization hits like a physical blow as he stares at the idol. To her, he is just another stranger, a face lost in the crowd. Another familiar face emerges, a ghost from his same forgotten past. Koharu offers a gentle kindness that feels out of place in this world, but the warm welcome is cut short by the cold steel of authority. Sunho freezes as the atmosphere shifts from a dream to a nightmare. In this lawless era, a loaded rifle is the only voice that speaks. The stars are ushered away, guarded by men built like human fortresses. Their manager delivers a chilling ultimatum that leaves no room for error. Outgunned and alone, Sunho realizes he has entered a very dangerous cage. Sunho questions why they treat a helper with such hostility, despite his own restraint. Fed up with the cold reception, he decides to walk away from the guarded sanctuary. A heavy silence falls as he realizes how much the world has truly changed. His heart aches with worry for Jian, the one person he cannot leave behind. They have survived the nightmare side by side since the very first day of chaos. The manager reveals the dark truth of what happened when they reclaimed this dorm. Sunho freezes as the man admits to taking a life to protect his stars. A blood-soaked reminder proves that humans are now the most terrifying monsters of all. The pieces finally click together, explaining the lethal paranoia of these hardened survivors. A formal card is extended, finally revealing the man's true identity and absolute authority. The tension breaks as the group finally identifies the survivors hiding within these walls. Sunho introduces himself as a student, carefully masking the darkness of his true past. He recalls the friends he lost while crossing the treacherous river during the escape. Suspicion remains as he questions how this unlikely group managed to reunite here. A flashback reveals the manager driving Jian just as the world began to rot. After their first sanctuary fell, they retreated to this dorm as a final stand. Sitting together, they piece together the harrowing month they spent in total isolation. The battle-scarred guard explains that a massive survivor hub has formed nearby. He admits that Koharu broke every rule just to find her missing teammate. The truth is clear. The rest of their allies are waiting at the shelter. Rotting corpses and hungry monsters have completely overrun the streets outside their home. They are effectively cornered, needing a sturdy vehicle to reach the school sanctuary. However, the path ahead is a graveyard of rusted steel and shattered glass. Navigating this urban hell on foot would be suicide for the entire group. Sunho watches his comrades, deeply moved by their selfless commitment to the cause. He finally feels like he has found people worth dying for in this apocalypse. If he can just keep his monstrous symptoms under control, they might survive. But the terrifying truth of his infection remains a secret he carries alone. Hiding his fear, he asks if a simple car is all they truly need. With a grim resolve, he prepares to venture into the dead zone alone. Sunho outlines a daring plan to clear the path and rescue his stranded friends. He requests the group's drone, needing every tactical advantage for this solo suicide mission. Calculating the risks, he decides a mid-sized vehicle is their only hope for survival. Without a second of hesitation, Sunho stands to face the nightmare waiting outside. He brushes off their concerns, promising a swift return despite the overwhelming odds. His companions watch in stunned silence as the young man prepares for the hunt. They can hardly believe he treats a death sentence like a simple errand. Even the seasoned veteran feels an uneasy chill watching the boy's cold determination. Outside, the dying sun casts a blood-red glow over the desolate, ruined city. A sudden voice breaks the tension, leaving the group to dwell on the unknown. The group waits in agonizing silence, wondering if their only hope has vanished. Sunho grows increasingly anxious as the hours pass without a single sign of life. A cold sense of resignation settles over them as they prepare for the worst. The sun rises on a new day, bringing a flicker of hope to the ruins. Jin-hyuk jolts awake, his mind racing with questions about their missing companion. Suddenly, the heavy silence is shattered by news of an impossible return. Outside, a mangled wreck serves as a grim barricade against the encroaching nightmares. A battered delivery van sits nearby, drenched in the blood of the fallen. Sunho stands before them, looking battered and weary after his harrowing solo mission. They stare in total disbelief, wondering how he secured their salvation against such odds. The back of a delivery van holds the key to their desperate escape. Sunho explains his unlikely arrival while standing beside the bloodstained vehicle. He calls out to his companions, urging them to leave their temporary sanctuary. Hakyung and her companion emerge cautiously, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Above the silent ruins, the clear sky mocks the horror unfolding below. The survivors huddle together among the boxes, preparing for a dangerous journey. Sunho entrusts the group's safety to the scarred man as tensions rise. With a final heavy thud, the van doors seal their fate inside. They trade grim looks, knowing the path ahead is paved with nightmares. The lone vehicle departs, disappearing into the blood-spattered shadows of the city. The city stands as a rotting tomb, silent under the weight of the apocalypse. Inside the van, the tension is thick as they navigate the treacherous, abandoned roads. Sunho stares into the abyss of his own mind, fearing a sudden, overwhelming horde. He knows that one wrong turn could leave them completely helpless against the monsters. He remembers the brutal violence required to survive the previous waves of the infected. The weight of the risk hangs heavy, knowing any mistake will lead to certain death. They approach the final turn, the destination hidden within the shadows of the alley. The driver glances over, questioning if the people waiting for them can really be trusted. Sunho explains their connection, claiming they belong to a group that shares his values. He looks ahead with conviction, insisting that his friends are people they can trust. Sunho worries that bringing the Lumina group home will cause a massive shock. High above the city, a quiet rooftop sanctuary serves as their final hiding spot. Inside, a terrified survivor laments dying alone without ever finding true love. Sunho snaps at his companion, swearing they will survive this apocalypse together. Suddenly, the heavy roar of an engine echoes through the cramped, messy room. He looks toward the window, wondering if his missing friend has finally returned. Beyond the fortified walls, the arrival of the group changes everything for them. The transport van pulls into the courtyard, marking a turning point in their journey. His friend stares in absolute silence as the door to their hideout opens. A wave of unexpected survivors floods the room, leaving the duo completely stunned. Sunho is suddenly grabbed just as they prepare to launch their reconnaissance mission. A bizarre and rhythmic chant begins to escape from a companion's trembling lips. Hakyung freezes when members of a famous idol group suddenly appear before them. The fragile peace shatters when one of their own begins to violently choke. Panic erupts as the survivors scramble to save a man who cannot breathe. The girls watch in disbelief while the group desperately argues over medical help. A heavy silence falls over the room as the scene shifts to outside. A high-tech drone is finally handed over, carrying the weight of their survival. High on the rooftop, they calculate the risks of crossing the monster-infested river. Sunho stares at the drone, admitting he has no idea how to fly. The survivors argue over who will pilot the craft as their time slowly vanishes. Suddenly, a mysterious woman steps forward, claiming she can master the complex machine. Despite the crushing pressure, she remains calm while the others doubt their limited range. The drone sits ready on the concrete, their only hope for reaching the outside. A desperate note is attached, searching for survivors who might still be breathing. With the setup complete, the group prepares for a flight that could end them. Sunho warns that without power, this lifeline will quickly become a useless hunk of metal. Sunho stands paralyzed by nerves as he prepares to speak a truth long forgotten. He asks a chilling question, wondering if she remembers him from their past life. A flicker of recognition crosses her face as a buried secret finally surfaces. The spark of hope in his eyes shatters as she stares with total confusion. He desperately mentions their past, but she dismisses him as just another obsessed fan. A painful memory of their old apartment surfaces while mocking laughter echoes nearby. Cruel bullies suddenly intervene, exposing his supposed lies about being close to the star. They humiliate him in front of her, calling him a pathetic loser for dreaming big. She offers a hollow apology, crushing his spirit by failing to recognize him. The weight of her rejection hits like a physical blow under their relentless mockery. He vividly recalls a time before the fame, when she was just a friend. They were once inseparable, sharing simple moments in a world that still felt safe. Now, she is a complete stranger, leaving him alone with his forgotten secrets. Atop a desolate building, the group prepares to launch a desperate reconnaissance mission. Their mechanical scout ascends, scanning the ruins for any sign of life. Lady Jian skillfully pilots the craft while Sunho stands by in awkward silence. Jealous onlookers bark insults, desperate to ruin the small bit of peace found. She calculates their route north, knowing the river crossing is their biggest hurdle. Jian notes the immense effort he puts into finding those he holds dear. Cruel laughter erupts as they brand his claims of a girlfriend a pathetic lie. They demand he stop pestering her, refusing to believe a loser could be loved. The mention of his casual bond with Yina leaves her stunned and questioning everything. Beneath the fading light, the truth of their shared past remains buried in shadows. A mechanical eye scans the wasteland, searching for a sign of life among ruins. But the battery fails, leaving their only hope grounded in the dust of failure. Lady Jian gazes out at the city, exhausted by another day of fruitless searching. Her companions urge her to quit, terrified of the dangers lurking near the station. They insist a global star like her shouldn't endure such misery for a ghost. Sunho stares ahead with cold resolve, vowing to master the machine himself tonight. He decides to venture alone to the riverbank tomorrow, risking everything for a lead. Jian watches him in silence, wondering if he can survive without her by his side. As night falls over the safe house, the weight of their isolation feels crushing. Sunrise brings a new day and a desperate gamble that could change their fate. A lone drone cuts through the silent sky, carrying a mysterious burden. Sudden mechanical beeps echo as the device begins its rapid, uncontrolled descent. It glides precariously over the skeletal remains of a city reclaimed by chaos. With a violent thud, the metal bird strikes the cold, cracked pavement below. High above, Sunho scans the horizon, his eyes locked onto the distant impact. Hakyung senses the shift in his focus and asks if a lead appeared. He spots the wreckage 400 meters ahead, marking a potential turning point. Remembering how these drops once carried salvation, he realizes this is their chance. Standing amidst the ruins, they prepare to venture into the dangerous unknown together. In this world of silence, every new sound signals that the end is near. They sprint through the wreckage, desperate to reach the impact site first. There it lies, a broken drone carrying a mysterious, heavy payload. Hakyung stares in confusion, wondering what secrets are strapped to the machine. As Sunho secures the package, a sudden presence freezes them both in place. Sensing imminent danger, they dive into the shadows of a nearby alleyway. The silence of the abandoned street is shattered by the sound of approaching footsteps. Peering from their hiding spot, they watch as new players enter the zone. Hakyung's breath hitches when she recognizes a face she never expected to see. Armed and dangerous, a tactical squad sweeps the area with lethal precision. Leading the hunt is Kwon Taesik, a man whose arrival changes everything. Sunho finally corners his target with a chilling, predatory smile. But the presence of an unknown woman nearby complicates the entire mission. Tensions reach a breaking point as Sunho stares down his latest obstacle. Without hesitation, Hakyung levels her weapon, ready to end the confrontation. Sunho freezes in shock, recognizing the face of the girl he once knew. Her finger trembles on the trigger as the weight of the moment settles. Agonized screams shatter the silence, prompting a frantic warning to hold fire. Panic erupts as the search party scrambles to evade an unseen threat. Caught between memory and reality, Sunho remains paralyzed by her sudden reappearance. Huddled in the darkness, the broken survivor finally finds the strength to fight. The city stands as a decaying monument to a world that lost control. Inside, the silence of the ruins is stained by the blood of the fallen. A missed chance to end a life leaves a bitter taste of regret. Sunho explains that a single shot would have alerted every nightmare nearby. Their target is Kwon Taesik, a man who has become the ultimate predator. Facing his high-powered rifle with nothing but handguns is a death sentence. But a new mystery emerges regarding the woman seen standing by his side. Hakyung reveals the dark truth about the stepmother who murdered her father. This same woman once hunted her, leaving a trail of blood and betrayal. They are left wondering how a murderer found an ally in a lawman. Hakyung stands paralyzed as a lethal ultimatum regarding her enemies hangs in the air. The mechanical click of a revolver signals the beginning of a cold-blooded hunt. Her companion offers to personally slaughter the woman who destroyed her family. He promises an execution so agonizing that a simple death would feel like mercy. True vengeance must be ruthless because a single bullet is far too boring. She must now choose between saving a friend or finally claiming her bloody revenge. His dominating presence and the weight of her trauma leave her completely breathless. A piercing gaze demands an answer that will stain her soul forever. The heavy atmosphere breaks when a forgotten detail suddenly resurfaces in the room. A strange package strapped to a silent drone brings a new, dangerous mystery. The unblinking eyes of the city watch every move from the silent blue sky. Heavy footsteps echo across the cracked pavement as a desperate mission begins to fail. Sunho wanders the desolate streets, cursing the arrogance that led to a costly mistake. The weight of failure settles in as his infection flares under the immense pressure. 2 hours earlier, the plan seemed simple enough within the safety of their hideout. His companions warned him that venturing out to pilot the drone was pure suicide. But he insisted on going alone, promising to retreat at the first sign of danger. Even with a known route, the apocalypse changes the landscape in the blink of eye. Lady Jian watched him leave with a heavy heart, praying for his safe return. Now, lost and vulnerable, he realizes his pride might have cost them everything. Sunho realizes he must cross the river alone once he reaches the final shelter. His infection is reaching a breaking point as he desperately searches for a vehicle. Every shattered window in these decaying buildings feels like 1,000 watching eyes. His lungs burn with every gasp as the weight of the mission crushes him. A sudden chill runs down his spine when he notices a trail of carnage. Fresh blood smears across the pavement, alongside the jagged marks of a sudden escape. The sight of fallen survivors confirms that he is no longer alone in these streets. He focuses his gaze, trying to process the sheer brutality left in the killer's wake. Violent gunshots suddenly erupt nearby, signaling that the real fight has just begun. Adrenaline surges through his veins as he sprints toward the sound of the chaos. Sunho's heart stops as he realizes the infection is rapidly claiming his body. The path ahead is blocked by the mangled wreckage of failed rescue attempts. Despair sinks in as he stares at the carnage left in the open street. Thunderous gunshots echo through the hallway until the clicking of empty chambers follows. Survivors scramble for weapons as the undead finally breach their last defenses. He plunges his blade into the monster, knowing any hesitation means certain death. Bloodied and desperate, he urges his companions to retreat before they are overrun. His allies recoil in horror upon seeing the viral marks scarring his face. They slam the heavy door shut, barely escaping the reaching claws of the horde. Gasping for air, the group realizes their sanctuary has become a claustrophobic cage. Sunho bursts back into the safe house, demanding answers about his missing friends. A traumatized survivor explains that their getaway vehicle flipped during a high-speed chase. The atmosphere turns cold as Sunho hears about the monster stalking Lady Jian. Amidst the frantic evacuation, a horrifying realization dawned upon the small group. One specific zombie was ignoring every other target just to hunt Jian down. Hakyung recoils in tears as she confirms their allies headed back into hell. Meanwhile, at a nearby cafe, a shattered window signals a grim turning point. Within the shadows, two infected figures linger with an eerie sense of purpose. A rotting creature begins muttering names that should have died with its soul. It rasps a confession of love, proving some memories are immune to the virus. The hollow silence of a hidden library offers no refuge from the coming storm. Jian cowered in the darkness as a raspy voice called out her name. Across the city, the ruins of civilization began to echo with a new terror. Sunho struggled to breathe while the burning fever of infection ravaged his body. He prowled the desolate streets, clutching a blade against the monsters in the mist. His balance faltered as the world tilted, dragging him toward a cold, dark end. Strewn remnants of his past blurred together as his senses began to fail. He knew the truth now. The virus had finally breached his last line of defense. Hours bled into minutes as his human memories were slowly devoured by the plague. A blood-drenched nightmare appeared, proving that no one is truly safe in this hell. Sunho stands face to face with a creature that used to be human. With a cold, decisive strike, he sinks his blade deep into its throat. His body begins to fail, but his mind clings to a single desperate mission. The infection is winning, yet he refuses to succumb before finding her. He staggers into the wasteland, a dying man walking through a dead world. Nearby, a decaying building looms over the silence like a tombstone. Hidden in the shadows, two survivors watch the unfolding horror with bated breath. They whisper about a girl who sought refuge inside that crumbling fortress. But a new terror is stalking her, an intelligent monster that never tires. A blood-stained shirt reveals the stalker's obsession, a nightmare fueled by past devotion. Two survivors argue in a derelict alley about their next desperate move. One insists on entering the building despite the overwhelming danger ahead. He claims a true fan must risk their life to protect Lady Jian. His intense gaze reveals a man pushed to the brink of fanaticism. They prepare to charge into the horde with a reckless, suicidal plan. A harsh voice suddenly calls them idiots for making so much noise. Minjun appears from the darkness, his face covered in horrific infection rashes. He warns that time is short as his own body begins to fail. With a bloodshot eye, he calculates a way to finish this quickly. Sunho watches in shock as the newcomer mentions a forbidden combat skill. The question of whether she truly mastered the assassin's path hangs in the air. Silence fills the abandoned halls where the ghosts of the past still linger. He forces her to prioritize saving her friend or killing her treacherous stepmother. Trembling under his intense gaze, she realizes her future is paved with blood. His cold eyes reflect a man who has already crossed the point of no return. A sudden realization strikes him as he remembers a crucial detail they overlooked. A forgotten piece of paper attached to a drone holds the next dark clue. Turning away from the window, they prepare to confront the secrets they missed. With steady hands, he begins to unfold a message that could change everything. Her stunned expression reveals that the mystery is far deeper than she imagined. He stands in the shadows, haunted by the memory of a lost companion. She turns to him with a desperate plea to find the one person who matters. Born into a world of endless wealth, she once believed nothing was out of reach. Beauty and status were her only weapons in a life defined by superficial luxury. But the sudden collapse of civilization stripped away everything she thought she owned. Amidst the ruins, only the memory of Minjun's genuine kindness remains untainted. Facing her ally, she admits that true sincerity is worth more than any fortune. Her voice trembles as she prepares to make a vow that cannot be broken. She will risk her very life just to see his face one last time. He watches her in silence, realizing her resolve is now forged in absolute fire. Sunho absorbs the information, his gaze hardening as he realizes the truth. He reaches into his jacket to retrieve a folded, blood-stained piece of paper. The message within is impossible, forcing him to question everything he knows. Sensing his hesitation, Hakyung looks up with a growing sense of dread. He hands over the fragile lifeline, the only link to her past life. Her breath hitches as she stares at a name she never expected to see. It is a message from Minjun, a ghost returning from the edge of death. Tears well in her eyes as she confirms that he is still out there. Meanwhile, the silence of a ransacked room reveals the cost of his struggle. A broken man staggers through the shadows, desperately fighting his transformation to survive. A blood-stained figure stands at the threshold, hunting for his next terrified victim. Inside, Jian huddles in the darkness, praying that the silence will finally hold. Her trembling hands betray the terror of a girl who knows she is hunted. A sudden, violent sound shatters the air, freezing the blood in her veins. The curtain pulls back to reveal a monster wearing a twisted, familiar grin. A gore-stained hand clamps down, dragging her back into a living hell. He pins her down, his distorted obsession finally reaching its breaking point. The creature whispers of his twisted love while his humanity slips away forever. A cold voice interrupts the madness, questioning the stalker's pathetic, lifelong obsession. Sunho emerges from the shadows with a blade, finally coming to her rescue. A violent spray of crimson paints the walls as the monster finally falls. The nightmare ends with a broken body left rotting in the cold dark. Sunho secures the room, confirming to his allies that the threat is gone. But his breath hitches when he spots a small figure hiding in the shadows. He pushes aside the debris to find Jian trembling in her secret sanctuary. His blood-stained hand reaches out, a terrifying sight for the girl he loves. She stares at him with wide eyes, searching for a face from her past. Memories of a sunny playground and childhood tears suddenly flood her mind. Back then, a kind boy reached out to save her from her loneliness. Today, that same boy has returned as a monster-slaying hero to protect her. A single tear falls as the weight of a long-awaited reunion finally hits. Jian gasps his name, unable to believe the man standing before her is real. In a world of monsters, a desperate embrace is the only thing feeling human. But the dark rashes on his skin signal a countdown to his destruction. Meanwhile, Hakyung discovers a message that shatters her current reality. A familiar scent lingers on the paper, reigniting a hope she thought was dead. She freezes in place, her heart stopping at the sight of the signature. Sunho watches her reaction, knowing the past has just come calling. The letter on the ground carries the name of someone she lost. Now, the search for her missing friend finally has a new lead. A desperate embrace reveals a clue about the friend they have been searching for. Silence falls over the ruins, as the disappearance of a key ally changes everything. Ha-kyung demands answers, her suspicion growing as the mystery of the letter deepens. The faint scent of makeup powder on the paper points to a hidden witness. Elegant handwriting proves a mysterious girl is currently protecting their missing friend. Sunho prepares for a dangerous journey across the river to find the truth. He warns her that the murderous stepmother is lurking just within their reach. Turning back now means losing the only chance to bring that monster to justice. Ha-kyung remains silent, the weight of her past colliding with her need for revenge. Her eyes harden with a cold resolve that signals the coming of a storm. Abandoning her quest for vengeance, she leaves the shadows of her past behind. Standing tall, she declares her intent to chase a future that hasn't arrived yet. For her, living a new life is far more important than settling old scores. Her eyes reveal a quiet strength as she finally lets go of her hatred. Suddenly, a memory of a peaceful world blooms like cherry blossoms in the wind. She remembers the laughter of a girl who knew nothing of the coming apocalypse. It was a time of warmth and safety, shared before the world turned cold. He accepts her choice, agreeing that their survival outweighs any need for retribution. With a new mission, they prepare to find their friend lost in the ruins. The shadows of a murderous past fade as they focus solely on what remains. Ha-kyung realizes their only link to Minjun has literally fallen from the sky. With the drone destroyed, they must venture deeper into the heart of the ruins. Deep within a desolate comic cafe, a different kind of tension is brewing. Survivors stand frozen in shock as they recognize a face from the past. They stumble upon Minjun, who is desperately clinging to the famous Lady Jian. Enraged, the men accuse the infected survivor of violating their precious idol. Jian frantically tries to stop the violence, claiming this is all a misunderstanding. The atmosphere shifts instantly when she calls her supposed captor by a pet name. Terrified and surrounded, Minjun watches as their protective rage turns into pure confusion. He forces a desperate laugh, hoping to survive the madness of this world. Minjun desperately signals for the girl to play along to avoid certain death. Lady Jian freezes in realization as the gravity of their lie finally sinks in. She frantically pleads with the angry mob, claiming this infected man is her savior. The tension finally breaks as the survivors decide to overlook the suspicious circumstances. But the overwhelming toll of the infection begins to tear Minjun apart from within. He suddenly collapses to the floor, his body screaming under the weight of his transformation. Every breath feels like lead as he realizes he has reached his absolute limit. Within the shadows of the cafe, the group offers a brief moment of respite. Dust settles among the bookshelves as the immediate threat of violence finally fades. The others depart to scout the ruins, leaving the exhausted pair to hide alone. Tucked away in a dark cafe, the two survivors finally find brief sanctuary. The crushing weight of the apocalypse is clearly taking its toll on Sunho. Jian breaks the heavy silence by thanking him for saving her life again. He gently encourages her to drop the formalities like they did years ago. But her concern deepens as she recalls the terrifying look on his face. Showing his scarred hands, he confesses to being a rare, asymptomatic infected. He can suppress the transformation for now, but his control has limits. Instead of showing fear, she offers a warm smile and absolute trust. The unexpected kindness leaves the hardened survivor completely stunned and blushing. In this lawless wasteland, a fragile bond of trust begins to truly form. The world has fallen silent, leaving behind only the ghosts of a peaceful past. Warnings of construction now lead only to a graveyard of steel and concrete. Abandoned vehicles litter the desolate streets where life once thrived in the city. Returning to the ruins, two men are driven by a grim purpose they cannot escape. Even with a broken body, the searcher cannot rest until he finds the truth. He needs to see for himself if his companion truly became a mindless monster. Doubts linger as they recall the moment the infection claimed yet another victim. They finally reach the site, a cold container standing silent amidst the wreckage. But as they step into the yard, the expected corpse is nowhere to be found. The empty ground whispers a chilling secret that could change everything they know. The stench of fresh blood leads them to a gruesome discovery in the dirt. Tasik signals for combat, sensing a presence hidden within the construction site. These bodies weren't here before, meaning a new player has entered the fray. Cold eyes stare into nothing, victims of a violence that leaves no witnesses. This is the work of that mysterious group, the shadows haunting the ruins. They are ghosts who choose death over capture, spreading like a terminal plague. Despite a lingering gunshot wound, the commander refuses to retreat from the hunt. His subordinate wonders if the killer of these monsters is actually on their side. They must scale the skeletal remains of the city to find their missing comrade. Inside the hollow concrete shell, a terrifying truth waits in the darkness. A wounded man limps through the ruins, searching for any sign of life. Something in the air feels wrong, a chilling silence that screams of danger. The embers of a recent fire prove they aren't alone in this concrete grave. A blood-soaked saw blade tells a story of a struggle that ended in slaughter. A name escapes his lips as a horrifying realization finally begins to take hold. Abandoned supplies and heavy machinery suggest a base built by a desperate ghost. Quan Tasik arrives with grim news that the upper floors are completely empty. He points to the shadows, certain that the monster they hunt is near. The weight of a dark past hangs heavy on a man seeking answers. The impossible truth is revealed. The man who should be dead is still alive. The survivors realize the impossible. Someone survived a bite by cutting off their arm. A bloodied hand lies abandoned, proof of a desperate choice to stay human. They calculate the timing, knowing the infection usually consumes a soul in minutes. The witness stands firm, certain that the victim chose mutilation over a monstrous transformation. Tension rises as the cold sweat of fear drips down a trembling face. A lone figure prepares to leave, carrying the weight of a terrifying secret. The unthinkable truth is confirmed. The man they feared dead is still walking. 18 years ago, in Pennsylvania, a fortified sanctuary stood against an encroaching doom. Every crate and scaffold was built with the singular purpose of surviving the end. Behind boarded windows, a family prepared for a judgment that was already coming. A table left in disarray signals that the time for comfort has passed. Clutching a shotgun, a man guides his son through the shadows of their home. He preaches that the path for every sinner leads directly to eternal damnation. Blood-red warnings on the wall declare that a merciless judgment is finally here. When hell is full, the dead will have no choice but to walk again. The young boy listens in silence, his eyes wide with a growing, nameless fear. Without absolute preparation for the coming apocalypse, survival is a lie for the weak. The father turns with a chilling promise to reveal the secret of their survival. Shelves overflowing with supplies reveal a sanctuary built to withstand the end of days. A wall of high-caliber weapons stands ready to turn their home into a fortress. Descending into the darkness, Sunho enters a world built for the end of days. The young boy gasps as he realizes his father has been hiding a terrifying secret. With a haunting gaze, the man warns that the final hour is drawing near. A reinforced beast of steel waits in the shadows to crush anything in its path. They stand surrounded by a fortress, designed to survive when all logic fails. Sunho stares at the massive stockpile of supplies meant to sustain their lives. Every shelf holds a grim reminder that the world they know is already gone. He asks if the rumors are true about his father being a delusional doomsayer. The boy questions the impossible prophecy of the dead rising to claim the earth. Even the man who prepared for everything admits the coming horror feels like fiction. He reveals the horrific name given to the monsters that are coming. The young boy stands frozen as the weight of the prophecy sinks in. He wonders if the man before him has finally lost his mind. The ultimatum is set for 18 years before the total collapse begins. The boy demands to know why such a specific date was chosen. With chilling authority, the man claims he is the one who decided it. Silence fills the room as the reality of a doomed future takes root. He reflects on the coming end, wondering if the world deserves salvation. Deep down, a dark part of him agrees that humanity deserves this. They prepare for a deep clean to wash away the world's filth. The old man stares, noting how chilling such words sound from a child. He acknowledges the boy's tragic past and the hardships he has already endured. But the weapons and tools surrounding them are not the real secret. The survivor asks if there is something even more terrifying hidden away. With a heavy gaze, he demands a vow of absolute and total silence. This secret must remain buried, hidden even from the boy's own twin brother. Paralyzed by the weight of the truth, the child gives his solemn word. Turning away, the man prepares to reveal the true face of the end. Outside, the world remains oblivious to the fortress being built for the collapse. Deep underground, a single door stands between humanity and its final destiny. Heavy footsteps echo as they descend into the deepest parts of the bunker. The young boy realizes his father has been hiding a second, darker level. The man explains that his masterpiece of survival will take years to complete. He warns of monsters that only die if their heads are completely destroyed. A massive, reinforced door creaks open to reveal a nightmare hidden below. They step into a room where the stench of death hangs heavy. The child stares in horror, unable to comprehend the carnage before him. Surgical tools and body bags suggest a laboratory built for human suffering. Bins of blood and biohazard warnings mark this as a place of mutation. His father smiles, praising the boy's cold resolve in the face of hell. Chained like an animal, the first victim of a global madness screams in agony. This basement is where the grand beginning of humanity's total extinction truly started. 18 years pass as the shadows of that nightmare reach the most prestigious halls. Inside a Maryland public health school, the true scale of the disaster is revealed. A distinguished professor sits at the heart of a conspiracy that spans decades. A top director warns that the global situation has finally reached its breaking point. Professor Vance listens in silence as the ghosts of his past finally catch up. If the virus consumes China, the rest of the world will fall like dominoes. The government knows the professor holds the key to the virus' dark origins. A single photograph reveals the face of the man who started it all. Robert Miller was once a top researcher for the United States Biological Defense. He led a secret Cold War project designed to weaponize human rage. Professor Vance admits he was the youngest member of that doomed scientific team. The project collapsed when Miller descended into a violent and unexplained psychosis. Now his unfinished demonic legacy is drowning all of East Asia in blood. But the mystery remains why this American virus first exploded across South Korea. The director reveals the terrifying truth that Robert Miller died 14 years ago. Someone else found his research and decided to finish what he started. Two brothers now stand at the heart of this global conspiracy. Elliot Jin used his biotech empire to unleash hell upon the entire world. The CIA director presses for the link between a dead scientist and a mastermind. It all traces back 18 years to a quiet neighborhood in Pennsylvania. There, two young brothers stood before a door they never should have opened. Under the shadow of a shotgun, Miller passed his demonic research to a child. Shortly after their meeting, the evidence was erased in a suspicious, blazing fire. But why would a corporate titan destroy his own homeland with a virus? The answer lies within the shadows of South Korea's most dangerous religious cult. This massive organization has already infiltrated the highest levels of the nation's power. Their fanatical leader vanished years ago, leaving behind a legacy of absolute terror. Now, a bone-chilling rumor claims the dead man has finally returned to life. Arthur Vance trembles at the news that a dead man has finally returned. The CIA confirms that a corporate titan has secretly infiltrated a dangerous cult. They suspect this alliance was forged to unleash a horrific terror attack. The true motives behind this nightmare are likely far beyond human comprehension. But the director reveals he actually came here for a much more urgent reason. A miracle has been discovered amidst the ruins, a single immune survivor. This young carrier is now a marked man whose location remains a mystery. Elite agents are being dispatched to secure him before the cult arrives. The investigation shifts to a mysterious researcher who holds the key to everything. Time is running out, as the CIA demands an immediate meeting with her. The clock ticks away as the weight of an impending disaster looms over everything. A sharp knock breaks the silence of a prestigious genetic research facility. Elena An answers the call, unaware her life is about to change forever. Two powerful men wait in the shadows, holding the fate of humanity. The CIA director demands her expertise for a mission to save the world. They plan to move her to a secure base before entering the carnage. Confusion turns into fear as she realizes she is facing government shadows. The professor confirms her dread. The man before her is a federal agent. The mere mention of South Korea sends a cold shiver down her spine. Then the agent reveals the true leverage. The biological daughter she left behind. The revelation that her daughter is still breathing strikes like a physical blow. Paralyzed by hope and horror, Elena struggles to process this impossible truth. Deep within a secret sanctuary, a different kind of darkness is brewing. Flickering candles illuminate a room where life and death are mere variables. Reports of a failed capture echo through the halls, fueling a master's rage. The status of the immune survivor remains a mystery amidst the station's carnage. Daniel demands the target be brought to him regardless of the mounting cost. To him, a survivor who cannot turn is a glitch in his reality. He seeks confirmation from the broken, bloodied remains of a fallen cult leader. Only by seizing this anomaly can his dark vision finally be realized. Cheon Sungbai is shackled in darkness, screaming about the price of godhood. Outside, the silence of the abandoned Gunja station masks a growing horror. The city streets lie empty, frozen in the wake of the initial collapse. Two mysterious survivors approach the infected, speaking of auras and divine destiny. The monsters turn, their hunger driven by a rot that knows no reason. These fanatics believe their ancestors have blessed them for this very moment. They look upon the undead with pity, viewing them as mere wasted flesh. With a cold precision, the blade pierces through the throat of the damned. To these zealots, the souls of the infected are far too rotten to save. They move on, serving a savior who demands caution over reckless sacrifice. Sunho hesitates, turning to his companion with a question burning in his mind. He nervously asks about the true nature of the leader they all serve. Looking at the butchered remains, he questions the line between salvation and slaughter. If their leader was resurrected, then why must these other souls be executed? The woman turns, her face twisting into a mask of terrifying, fanatical joy. She asks if he has truly forgotten the divine hierarchy they both belong to. Clinging to their blood-stained weapons, she reminds him of the miracle they witnessed. Her eyes gleam as she recounts the moment the Savior granted their leader life. A desperate man once stood before a crowd, screaming for a final prayer. He vowed his resurrection would prove the Savior's absolute power over death. He screamed of a paradise only their Savior could provide to this rotten world. But a cold-blooded executioner stood ready to silence his divine message forever. In a sudden flash of gunfire, the prophet was struck down before his altar. More shots rang out as the assassin maintained a chillingly calm expression. The faithful watched in absolute horror as their holy sanctuary turned into a slaughterhouse. Their leader lay broken and bloodied, a victim of a brutal and public execution. Men in suits dragged the lifeless body away like common trash from the stage. Blood dripped from his toes as he was hoisted high for all to witness. They left his bullet-riddled corpse hanging from a rope as a terrifying warning. Then, the impossible occurred as the dead man's fingers suddenly began to twitch. A lone figure stands still as the first guttural groans of the undead begin. The leader's dying screams echo as his body transcends the limits of mortal flesh. In a chilling display of devotion, the crowd hails their newly resurrected immortal god. Sunho listens in terror as the cultists explain the Savior's exclusive gift of life. Those deemed unworthy are discarded as empty shells, doomed to rot as mindless monsters. The fanatic woman insists that only one chosen soul deserves this divine path. Her eyes burn with a terrifying conviction to carry out her master's dark will. Their recruitment is suddenly cut short as a cold voice interrupts their twisted sermon. A stranger mocks their desperate attempts to find new believers amidst the global apocalypse. Facing the zealots, the newcomer demands to know which pathetic religion they actually serve. The fanatic woman approaches with a sickeningly sweet smile, sensing a heavy heart. She tries to lure the wandering stranger into her twisted fold with false promises, but her kindness vanishes instantly as she reveals a jagged, blood-stained blade. With a sudden, crazed scream, she lunges forward to claim another sacrifice. The stranger reacts with lethal speed, revealing a hidden weapon beneath his sleeve. In one fluid motion, he drives his hidden blade deep into her stomach. Blood sprays across the pavement as the cultist's sermon is cut violently short. Witnessing the brutal execution, Sunho freezes in a state of pure, unadulterated horror. Trembling with fear, he desperately reaches for the cold weight of his sidearm. He levels his pistol at the man who just proved how truly dangerous he is. Sunho trembles as he holds his weapon against the man who just killed his ally. He screams religious threats, desperate to find courage within his own paralyzing fear. The stranger's hand moves like a blur, instantly seizing control of the situation. Violent sounds echo through the empty streets as the final judgment is delivered. Sunho falls silent forever, his life extinguished by a man who shows no mercy. A military-grade pistol lies abandoned on the concrete, a prize for the victor. The survivor loots the bodies, finding enough ammunition to turn the tide. A guttural, inhuman roar shatters the momentary silence of the blood-stained neighborhood. A wave of ravenous monsters surges forward, hungry for the scent of fresh blood. With a cold gaze, the warrior prepares to turn this ambush into target practice. Precise headshots echo through the street as the first monster falls instantly. Jihu struggles with the recoil of his K5 while firing one-handed. The slide locks back, signaling his weapon has finally run dry. He reminds himself to stay calm while dropping the empty magazine. Desperate times call for a tactical reload using only his knees for support. Balancing a blood-stained blade and a pistol, he prepares his next move. With a mechanical click, a fresh magazine is slammed into place. He identifies the remaining threats as two more monsters close the distance. Another crack of gunfire sends a spray of blood across the pavement. One final predator lunges forward, unaware she is staring down a barrel. Jihu stares down the final predator, refusing to leave his survival to chance. A single, deafening shot rings out, ending the monster's hunger for good. With the immediate threat neutralized, he calmly secures his weapon back in its holster. He knows the sound of gunfire will only draw a larger, more lethal swarm. His mission is clear: cross the Han River to reach the Gangnam shelter safely. Deep down, he believes his missing friends are heading toward the same destination. He slips into the shadows of a narrow alley as distant groans echo nearby. The once vibrant city now stands as a decaying graveyard of shattered glass and steel. Clutching his blood-stained machete, he finally reaches the outskirts of the riverbank. Every path forward is a death trap, forcing him to calculate his next desperate move. Jihu stops in his tracks as a strange flyer catches his eye. It promises a guaranteed crossing of the Han River for a steep price. The shortest route across the water is now a commodity for sale. He arrives at the secret location, standing before a cold, silent door. He scoffs at the idea of human brokers in this lawless wasteland. The very mention of the word broker sends a chill down his spine. Dark memories of being hunted and losing his sister flash before him. He knows most of these people are nothing but predatory scammers. Hesitation fades as he finally raises his hand to knock on the door. An eerie voice from within suddenly invites him into the lion's den. Jihu cautiously steps into the dark office, knowing every shadow could hide a predator. The hallway is silent, leading him toward a man who profits from human desperation. He encounters a broker offering everything from illegal weapons to safe passage across water. The man claims a near-perfect success rate while exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Jihu listens as the broker hints at exclusive deals reserved only for serious players. He gazes at a massive stockpile of military-grade hardware gathered through ruthless bartering. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he asks what currency still holds value here. The broker reveals the staggering cost of survival, demanding a fortune for a single trip. Jihu is stunned as the man quotes a price that sounds like a death sentence. In a world of ash, the broker now demands property deeds for a chance at life. Jihu confesses he has no money, hoping a trade will secure his passage. He offers his only weapon and a handful of rounds for a chance. The broker admits that while weapons are king, not all steel is equal. A single pistol is worthless compared to the 1,000 rounds now being demanded. Common military gear holds no weight when rare hardware dictates the market price. The harsh reality sets in as his hopes for a fair deal vanish. Desperate, he begs for mercy to find his sister, but the atmosphere sours. The broker's wife intervenes, coldly reminding him that survival is never a charity. They bicker over profit while the young survivor stands silenced by their greed. With no other choice, he turns away to find another path through the hellscape. In this decaying world, a simple thank you carries the weight of a soul. He recalls the scars of his past, fleeing a regime only to find predators. The merchants of death listen in silence, their sympathy buried under layers of greed. A single look reveals a sudden shift in the broker's ironclad resolve. Desperate for any advantage, the boy settles for a single magazine to survive. But the atmosphere changes instantly when the dealer stops his ruthless demands. A shocking revelation binds them together, proving that even monsters have a history. Behind the steel bars lies an arsenal capable of turning the tide of war. Before they step into the abyss, Every detail of the mission must be perfected. The mission is set, yet the heart of the city remains a death trap. The marker carves a path toward the only safe landing zone left in Hanam. A 10-minute dash across the water is their only hope for a clean escape. But Sunho hesitates, knowing this detour takes him far from his true destination. The veteran warns that the open water is no longer a sanctuary from death. A silent killer watches from the shadows, armed with a high-caliber sniper rifle. Wrecked remains of those who tried to cross litter the fog-covered Han River. This isn't just one madman, but a coordinated group hunting anything that floats. Dread washes over the boy as he realizes exactly who is pulling the triggers. Every established route is a gamble, where the stakes are their very lives. With the warning delivered, they steel themselves to step into the killing fields. Gangbuk has transformed into a hollow shell of concrete and shattered dreams. A reinforced beast of steel cuts through the silence of the dead city. Two scavengers roam the wasteland, searching for survivors to exploit for their own gain. They lament their exile, hungry for a prize that the ruins rarely provide. Suddenly, the driver slams on the brakes as a figure emerges from the fog. A lone woman stands amidst the debris, looking completely out of place in this nightmare. She appears broken and vulnerable, weeping as if the world has finally won. The men quickly surround her, unable to believe their luck at finding such beauty. Between her sobs, she claims to be desperately looking for someone she lost. Blinded by her tears, the predators fail to see the danger hidden behind her eyes. She plays the part of a helpless victim, searching for a friend who disappeared. The thugs mock her grief, promising protection while planning her demise behind their smiles. Their predatory game is interrupted when a cold, imposing figure steps into the light. The scavengers realize the girl isn't alone, as a protector stands firmly by her. Refusing to back down, the lead thug unsheathes a blade to eliminate the competition. He strikes with reckless confidence, believing his target is just another weak survivor. His arrogance vanishes the moment a heavy revolver is pressed against his sweating temple. The stranger stares back with a terrifying calm that signals the end of the line. A flash of gunpowder illuminates the street as the execution is carried out effortlessly. The partner stands frozen in shock, drenched in the gore of his fallen comrade. Jihu commands the survivor to move, his voice cold and devoid of any mercy. They navigate through the silent hallways where mundane machines now stand as ghostly relics. A discarded weapon soaked in crimson reveals the brutal violence that occurred just moments ago. The beaten man desperately outlines the dangerous path they took to reach this sanctuary. Jihu remains skeptical, demanding to know why anyone would ever abandon a safe shelter. With a sickening grin, the man confesses that lust drove them to lose their minds. Hakyung freezes when she hears a name that sounds hauntingly familiar in this apocalypse. The mention of the idol group Lumina sends her mind racing with newfound suspicion. A tattered poster of the famous stars serves as a grim reminder of the past. She later confronts her companion in private, seeking answers that could change everything. A haunting face from the past resurfaces, echoing the glamour of a lost world. Hakyung notices her companion staring intensely at the famous stars on the wall. Sunho stands paralyzed as the weight of a forgotten connection finally sinks in. He reveals a shocking truth about the girl who once shared his childhood. A sudden realization ignites a sharp fire of suspicion in her eyes. Jihu explains that finding her friend will require taking a long, dangerous detour. The cold steel of a revolver is drawn, ending the brief moment of quiet. He demands she pull the trigger to prove her resolve in this cruel reality. The captive desperately begs for mercy, offering twisted promises of power and idols. But in this wasteland, letting a threat live is a mistake they cannot afford. Jihu warns that finding her friend requires a cold and ruthless heart. He stares intensely, insisting that every obstacle in their path must die. Hakyung stands in heavy silence, processing the darkness of his demand. A trembling captive begs for mercy as the cold steel points his way. She listens to the frantic pleas, her gaze hardening with a new resolve. A single shot echoes through the room, staining the floor with fresh blood. Meanwhile, the world outside remains indifferent to the violence within the ruins. A young survivor breaks down in tears, haunted by the fear of loss. She throws herself into a desperate embrace, grateful to find her friend alive. Sunho watches the reunion, reminded of the fragile bonds they still protect. A heavy silence falls over the survivors as they count their remaining blessings. Sunho finally catches his breath, the phantom heat of the chase still lingering. Behind closed doors, the group gathers to discuss a secret that changes everything. He drops a bombshell. Their friend Minjun is naturally immune to the virus. This revelation turns a simple survivor into the most valuable target on the planet. Sunho pleads for absolute secrecy, knowing a single slip means a death sentence. The veteran manager listens, realizing the stakes have surpassed any career he knew. Haru defends their bond with a slip of the tongue that reveals deep affection. Her casual words spark a moment of shock, breaking the group's grim focus. Even at the end of the world, the ghosts of social etiquette still haunt them. Sunho finally accepts the impossible truth that their friend is naturally immune. Survival becomes the only priority as they plan a desperate run for safety. 7 survivors huddle together, realizing a single vehicle is now their only hope. Ancient words of wisdom watch over them in this temporary, fragile sanctuary. Even in the apocalypse, a simple meal provides a fleeting moment of normalcy. The group protects their own, refusing to let former idols handle the chores. Orders are barked to keep the strongest assets rested for the coming fight. Haru watches in silence, sensing the heavy burden weighing on her companion's soul. The crushing weight of exhaustion finally brings the young man to his knees. Fighting the infection from within is a battle more grueling than any virus before. The fragile peace shatters as the young man realizes his existence is a threat. Sitting in the shadows, they wait for the group to decide their ultimate fate. He never imagined that surviving the infection would turn him into a social pariah. Trembling with fear, the former idol struggles to voice the group's collective anxiety. Every nervous glance confirms the unspoken wall rising between the healthy and the changed. The veteran survivor delivers a cold ultimatum to protect what remains of their sanctuary. Safety demands a cruel compromise, forcing the infected to hide behind a mask. Though words of regret are offered, the sting of exclusion cuts deeper than any blade. He accepts the burden of isolation, knowing his very breath now sparks terror. But a warm smile breaks the tension, proving that humanity can still survive. She promises that standing beside him will never put their lives in any danger. Recalling their time at the shelter, she vouches for the boys' strange, silent immunity. Her radiant smile offers a rare moment of peace in a world consumed by rot. Flustered by the sudden warmth, the boy turns away to hide his growing embarrassment. The former idol joins them, finally breaking the wall of isolation surrounding their friend. Watching from afar, the other survivors burn with envy at his newfound social standing. Even the group's stone-faced guard cannot help but soften under her disarming, playful charm. High above, the cold hum of the ventilation system masks the group's uneasy laughter, but the light-hearted mood vanishes when the lead guard calls for a private meeting. Deep in the shadows, a grim truth is about to change everything they know. The scarred veteran makes it clear that in this hellscape, trust is a luxury. Sunho can only nod, knowing that a few days of survival don't equal loyalty. Lighting a cigarette, the bodyguard explains his job has always been spotting hidden motives. Lim Daejin finally reveals his identity, offering a fragile olive branch to the boy. The weight of the moment hangs heavy, as Sunho realizes he is being watched. Suddenly, the veteran drops a bombshell, questioning Sunho's secret past connection with their ally. Panic sets in as Sunho realizes his clumsy lies cannot fool a professional's eyes. Daejin offers a choice, claiming he is an ally while the truth remains shrouded. But the atmosphere turns lethal, with a chilling warning about crossing a forbidden line. If Sunho develops the wrong feelings, his supposed protector will instantly become his executioner. Daejin explains that while he protects the idols, their manager Jinhyuk is the true authority. In the ruins of their old world, Jinhyuk was destined to become a powerful CEO. Even with the company collapsed, he remains the only one the girls truly trust. To Jinhyuk, these survivors are more than just idols, they are his own children. He warns that a carrier like Sunho is nothing but a ticking time bomb. Sunho desperately tries to justify his presence, clinging to a childhood bond that feels distant. But cold logic and a cloud of smoke are the only responses to his pleas. Despite his past heroics in the blood-soaked streets, his status remains a lethal liability. The chilling truth sinks in as he realizes he is still viewed as a monster. Daejin dismisses the boy's feelings with a cold, soul-crushing ultimatum. Left in the wake of the bodyguard's shadow, the carrier stands in stunned silence. Solitude becomes his only companion, as the weight of his secret grows heavier. Outside, the desolate streets of a fallen world whisper stories of blood and glass. A reinforced beast of steel roars to life, ready to tear through the ruins. The survivors begin their desperate journey toward a sanctuary that might not even exist. 2 rotting nightmares block the path, hungry for the warmth of the living. Stepping into the fray, he prepares to prove he is more than a liability. With a whistle in hand, he risks everything to protect the family he lost. The ravenous infected scream as they are drawn into a deadly trap. He holds his breath, praying the distraction gives the group enough time. The car glides through the ruins, following the path of least resistance. After hours of navigating the urban graveyard, the skyline finally begins to change. A heavy silence settles between them as the end of the road appears. Formidable barricades rise from the asphalt, guarding the entrance to a fortress. Behind these brick walls lies the secret they have traveled so far to find. The name of the sanctuary shines like a miracle in a world of rot. They have reached the gates of the elite International Arts School Shelter,